the president wants majority of supporters to queue behind him. And when we talk about, and already there are enough number of governors queuing behind the president. But then, if you go back to the tenure of the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, in his tenure, over 30 governors were in PDP. So it's the way of politicians that they go where their political career can be secured. But why some are worried is that with that amplified number of support that the president has in terms of governors who have decamped to APC, then why is the party still troubled and not just allow things to flow? And those are questions on the lips of some Nigerians. And let me say this, Section 15, subsection 5 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended states clearly that the state shall abolish corrupt practices and abuse of office. So indeed, the Osun State government is fiddling with public funds, EFCC should investigate, arraign who can be arraigned, even though we know that constitutionally the governor is covered by immunity. There are other stakeholders within the state managing the governance system that are not under immunity. You see, so if we are fighting corruption, let's fight corruption. We want to play politics, create a free and fair environment for politics. And those are my comments for now. Otherwise, we just keep going round and round. And it points to one issue. I mean, the question you asked directly, that the governor of Osun State, Adeleke, has promised the president that he will support the president. The politicians cannot be said with responding to such promises because it's been disclosed that the president is likely to be from Osun State, and he also wants that state as a political base for him. So for politicians, it's not a matter of promising to support. You can see what is also going on in Oyo State now. Makinde supported the president as part of the G5 towards 2023 elections, but how far? So for that is within the political circle. But I am basically and fundamentally for good governance, and I believe that when we engage the next topic, we can speak more to that.
Okay, but let's quickly conclude with this topic on, we have seen Governor Adeleke going to court. What outcome do you think? What are you expecting from that judgment?
One of two things. The court will stop EFCC from, freezing the account or endorse the freezing of the account. But Adeleke should be busy with his campaigns and mobilizing his supporters to vote for him. And the electorate also should be prepared to monitor and watch their vote. I think the electorate can ask for what is right, demand for it, and stand by it in Nigeria. Because by and large, what the Bible says is that righteousness exalts a nation. So whether we are talking of vote buying, fear, or whatever, you, the electorate, selling your votes. I have advised over and over that you just imagine that, okay, let's assume you get 10,000 naira for UC to sell at 10,000. Divide that 10,000 naira by 365 days, further divide by 4 years, and ask yourself, what value are you getting from it? Because politicians will always tell us, even when we are not performing, the only legitimate power you have to remove us is through the ballot. Now the ballot is here. I believe that quite a number of the citizens in this country know what the basic amenities are, what they are entitled to. If they don't, then too bad. So let's begin to move in the direction of good governance in Nigeria, where people can have a sense of belonging, have decent living conditions, and be able to enjoy the little time God has granted man on this face of the earth and partake in the national prosperity. and not wallow in poverty. So, and I say again that one of the major signs of poverty is vote selling. So and I have also mentioned over and over that in an environment of poverty, crises are inevitable. But please remember that Esau sold his birthright and never got it back. So you
Okay,
think you can
Jide.
sell your, I pity you a lot, and God will even judge you for it. So why don't you go out there, vote your conscience,
God will
vote
judge you
what
for
you
it. Talking
what
about
you know.
vote buying and talking about voting come to Osun's election on 15th. Do you think all of this would give the governor some positive sentiment from the people to cast their vote for him?
I hope he has a very vibrant public relations team that can leverage on this. I've not been consulted otherwise. This is a very wonderful time to really engage the sentiments of the people in how you craft your message and reach out to the appropriate audience. But like I said, that is political PR, and leaders should learn to engage professionals when it comes to public relations. So
Okay,
the
talking
opportunities
about,
are there.
yes, also talking about, we've seen the governor come out to say that there will be no rigging in Osun State. Do you think he has foreseen that riggings might happen in this election?
I won't hold brief for politicians, but if people are saying elections are not rigged in Nigeria, I think I want to hold a debate on that. So they know themselves. So, I keep saying that the party that has not been involved in rigging should come out to cast the first stone. When an adulteress was brought before Jesus by men who failed to bring the man that committed the adultery with the woman, Jesus asked them, which one of you is free of sin? Cast the first stone. And they all disappeared. So, and that takes us back to my strong point of advocacy as a patriot. I want good governance in Nigeria. You see, when we establish good governance, this desperation will disappear. And I have suggested some things. If, for instance, Jide Ologun is going to the Senate, and I realize that the salary I will earn is not even up to what I earn now as a private lawyer, then what am I going to do there? But in a situation where people sell their houses, go to banks to borrow money, in a situation where you have to pay between 50 million and 100 million to purchase the nomination form and things like that, we cannot rule out the desperation, the rigging, the vote buying, the unfairness and the absence of transparency in our electoral processes. In fact, politicians find it difficult to really confirm that our elections are free, fair, and transparent in line with global standard. So those are the issues. It's now a matter of the most rugged takes it all.
Well, okay. The Osun is just a few days from today, and we hope the right thing is done. We hope there won't be vote buying. Thank you so much, Mr. Jide. But we're going to be looking at the APC Muslim ticket. It's been since 2023. So how has the Muslim ticket shaped the APC political fortunes since 2023? Because a lot of Nigerians were thinking that, because of the Buhaha in the campaign in 2023, Nigerians were saying, oh, we don't want a Muslim ticket. A lot of people thought that the president was going to drop the vice president in this 2027 elections. But we have seen that he has also chosen him as his running mate. How has this Muslim ticket shaped the APC political fortune?
There's what you call strategy. And strategy is a long-term plan for success. And I think the APC party would have considered all the options. It took a while before the president confirmed Shettima as his running mate. The likes of Dogara got interested, and some Christians within APC. But then this threat was in this pace towards 2023 election. That, oh, we not vote this one and that. But APC won. So it's more political strategy than giving consideration to religious balance or gender or whatever balance you can call it. But again, let's go back to history, because sometimes we hit the nail on the table as if it's only that nail that is holding the table. No. If you go back to even how we set up our political structure in Nigeria, even before we gained the political independence in 1960, it's always been a mix of different politicians from different religions. Let me fast forward. I mean, the likes of Tafawa Balewa, Muslim, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Christian, Awolowo, Christian, all of them. And fast forward to the Second Republic. Alhaji Shehu Shagari was the president. Dr. Alex Ekweme was his vice president.
Yes.
So how did that profit Nigeria? You know, you fast forward again. I'll just pick some of them. When Obasanjo was the president, Atiku is a Muslim, Obasanjo is a Christian. In the season of Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as president, Sambo Dasuki, a Muslim, was his vice president.
Yes.
So how far with Nigeria? When former President Buhari was the president,
we had a pastor.
Yeah, Osinbajo, even a pastor, was his vice president. So how has that profited Nigeria? And now we have Muslim ticket. And let me say this. We are just focusing on
Hold on a minute, Mr. Jide. You have just been talking about profiting the Nigeria. Now we have a Muslim ticket. Do you think it has profited Nigeria better?
It's the question I'm asking. So it's a political thing. I started from the angle of strategy. The APC party would have looked at it that what's the big deal? They know how to mobilize their vote. And let me also land finally. I have compared those who were Christians and Muslims in combination. The freest election ever in Nigeria, the Hope 93 of MKO Abiola, it was Muslim ticket. You see? So, and nobody complained at that time. People came out. There was no consideration for religion or whatever. But eventually, that election was not allowed to benefit from oxygen. It was by the regime of General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, military head of state. You see, so for me, yes, it's a good balance to have the predominant religions in the country represented in that space, because the implication is that peradventure the president is incapacitated to serve, the vice president steps in. And one of the arguments that came out towards 2023 was that, dealing with insecurity in this land, the vice president was even mentioned by some as having bias. You know, so that is the fear we have. And it's also because we have not moved in the direction of good governance. And you permit me at this moment to go into the global environment. Check Brunei. Brunei is one of the wealthiest nations of the world. Brunei is managed by purely Islamic religion. In Brunei, subsidized housing, maximum welfare citizens, you know. And I even doubt if they pay for medical care in Brunei. You also pick Saudi Arabia, that is managed by Islam. There's prosperity there. America, managed by what you can consider leaders and some other countries. Even Morocco in Africa. You know, Saudi Arabia has the biggest economy in the Middle East. And so when you add all this, then you should come to the conclusion that is it really about religion? Because religion is the faith you choose to practice. But how does that touch governance? For instance, I've been asking, is anybody telling us that only are behind the oil theft in Nigeria and those who are stealing, illegally mining our gold, the lithium, and things like that? Even when you want to profile the insecurity, you may say that, okay, those who claim to be terrorizing Nigeria, they claim to be Islamic States of West Africa, but are they really Muslims? Those are questions, So those are issues. I think us should be towards giving us good governance in Nigeria. And again, it's a challenge. If the Christians believe that this action is a disregard to the Christian faith, I challenge the Christians, to what extent are Christians engaging politics? And we can do a research on that. Mm-hmm. By the grace of God, I'm the coordinator of Directorate of Politics and Governance in the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Lagos Province 27. I've been mobilizing people and say, get involved in that space. If you look at internal workings of these political parties, candidates will be produced at the primary level. And these are candidates that you vote for during the general elections. So what representation have you at that primary level, from the ward level all the way to the national level? And these are counsels that we give, because it's the people who we determine, they call the shots. And that's why when you monitor how politicians, they have that sense of authority. And at the end of the day, there's also a mechanism to manage voting and who people vote for. These are issues. And this has been tested. You recall the primaries that produced the president of the country. Christians were involved in that. What performance were put on the table by the Christians who were involved? So I challenge the Christian community that if we must, amplify our relevance, we need to be more involved in politics. And I can say that I see that rising up, and I want it amplified. Man said the biggest space, the room for improvement. So those who are eligible to go out and register as soon as the portals are open again.
Are the portals going to, because we talked about
yeah, those ones, they've been shut for now because the elections are fast approaching.
No, but we thought INEC said they've closed down.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Whenever. I'm just speaking generally right now. Join a political party of your choice. Become active in these political parties. Become relevant. And as much as candidates who show interest in politics can be sponsored, why not sponsor them? Gone are the days when politics was not monetized in Nigeria. Today we know the reality. So you may have the best of intentions, the best of anointing. You got to get involved. If you read Genesis chapter 41, Joseph became a prime minister and he deployed righteousness and glorified God. You talk about Daniel. Daniel was also in the template of a politician. So let's go beyond this perception that politics is dirty. If it's dirty, let's clean it up with the blood of Jesus and go in there and do what is right.
All right, thank you so much. But we have just talked about the religion aspect of this adoption of the Muslim ticket. Let's look at the regional balance and the electoral strategies.
Shettima is from Northeast, Borno State to be precise. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is from the Southwest. You see, so, and you can those regions being held together as regions that will give massive votes. And talk of the Southeast and the South-South. APC also has representation when you talk about ministerial appointments, the Umahis of this world and some of them. You talk of North Central, North West and those areas. And I think those are the calculations that the politicians will sit down and look at. See, the politicians are mostly concerned about elections. So when they do their permutations and calculations, it's about how can we win the elections. And I think other parties also are doing the same. You can see the Kwankwanso, Peter Obi ticket. You can see that of Atiku and Amechi and others in that direction. So you need to identify. I mean, I have played politics at the professional level, and one of the things we learned is that when elections are approaching, everyone cannot be your target audience. You need to go and find out those who are financially relevant and those who will actually vote, so that you save your energy to focus on those who can deliver for you. And that also applies and you can see the amendments that have been brought into the Electoral Act right now. And that's why we have the new provisions that the party register must be presented. And you see some parties coming out to say, this is the number of registered voters that we have and things, and that you cannot register in two parties. So those are the issues. And that's why I'm advising, let's get involved if you are interested. And what is politics, by the way? Politics is being interested in the affairs of your community and getting involved to give it the right direction. So if you are not involved, if somebody starts moving it in the wrong direction, what
you don't have the right to complain.
Do you have to complain?
Okay, well, let's look at voting behavior. Okay, with this Muslim ticket, how significant is religious representation in Nigeria? Voting behavior. I mean, with the Muslim ticket, do you think majority of the Muslims in Nigeria would want to vote for the APC government because it's a Muslim ticket, and probably the Christians will like, oh no, we don't have a Christian as a vice president or the president, let's go vote for a party that has a Christian as a vice president or president?
That may apply, but on this blanket scale, I think the considerations for voting has gone beyond religious sentiments. The security in the land is of interest. The economy is also of interest. And having said this, can we claim that Nigeria is a free space where people can vote freely and the votes will count? Look at all these things we are discussing. You compare the situation with that of the UK. Sometimes UK, we have elections, you won't even know an election has taken place there. When Germany had a last election, who knew? Just went like that. But here, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. And like I said, even politicians will tell you that it's all about stomach infrastructure. We've several slangs. Diboko Sebe, which vote for us and cook a pot of stew. How long will that pot of stew last? In this country, even during primaries, politicians have been arrested with huge sums of money. What happened to them? How many of them were arraigned? And that's why I challenged earlier that can any political party come out clearly before God and say, I have never breached any electoral regulation? Is it just vote buying, thuggery, manipulations, by midnight, going to the collation center to, throw down authority, involving the law enforcement agents, and different kinds of interference? And I think the citizens are the ones on the receiving end, and the citizens should begin to mobilize to ensure that Leaders are accountable to them, because what Section 14 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended says is that sovereignty belongs to the people from whom the government derives authority. And Section 14, subsection 2 states clearly that the security and the welfare of the citizens shall be the primary purpose of government. So politicking is just a channel to setting up a government structure. So the purpose of that government is what we should focus on. And I have mentioned today, I've mentioned Brunei, I've mentioned, I think, Singapore, Saudi Arabia. And you can go and check out Norway. Norway, I keep saying it, has the largest sovereign wealth in the world, about 2.2 trillion US dollars. And if you look at management of resources, which is one of the key roles of government, if you look at Section 16 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, you compare with a nation like Saudi Arabia, where the state manages the oil resource through Aramco. But here in Nigeria, what has happened to our refineries? So those are the issues. And again, Brunei leverages on oil and gas, and we have this oil and gas in abundance in the country.
Very soon, Mr. Jide, we'll get to these countries very, very soon. Hopefully,
it's our desire. That's why we come out here to at least show those examples.
Yes. Let's look at the national unity. What are the implications for national unity in this Muslim ticket that the APC has put up again?
Do we really have a problem with unity in Nigeria? I doubt it.
We do.
People just create that crisis for us, and I can let you know, if you go to Agege Market in Lagos right now, you see all the tribes doing their businesses at their own level, you see. And amongst the politicians, all the tribes are represented in the Senate. There are 109 of them in the Senate. They're representing all parts of the country, collecting the salaries, getting the SUVs, enjoying all the privileges, functioning in the committees. We have 360 in the House of Representatives. So, and I have said it, whether you talk of all thieves, they are all there from all the tribes. I mean, if you investigate deeply, you talk of illegal mining. You see, so it's because we have not enter that space of good governance. Who wants to be debating? Donald Trump is from New York, but he's the American president. Is New York gaining anything outrageous? Former President Muhammadu Buhari is from Katsina State. Is Katsina State the richest state in Nigeria now? Katsina State is about the third poorest state in the country. Katsina State has one of the highest incidents of insecurity in the land. So that's, you see, I'm speaking from the angle of benefits. From the angle of benefits. You see, so talk of, when there is a reason to oppress, you come together and get united. So a class is oppressing the majority of the citizens. They are united in that. That is why some people were asking. When, we spoke about the money voted for buying SUVs. So why didn't some political parties reject it then? That no, we are here for the masses, for the people of Nigeria. We are not going to read. They are there enjoying all these things now. After all, look at what I predicted towards 2019 election. I said a time was coming where party loyalty will give way to personal loyalty. Did it not happen? You see, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, and let me commend him, he's doing very well in infrastructural interventions in the Federal Capital Territory. True. In PDP, and saying, I am loyal to the president in APC. Until now, he has not resigned from PDP. You see, so you need, for politicians, it's a matter of interest. Matter of interest. Where the interest is, they move in that direction.
But you just said the federal capital minister is doing so well there, so his might not just be a matter of interest.
It's a matter of interest. Otherwise, otherwise it's like saying that you will not support your wife. You go and be supporting someone else's wife. But we know politicians. It's the way we are going, and it's coming. And you've seen it. You've seen politicians who insisted, no, this is my party, this is my party. But when the leeway is not there to get what they need, they move to other parties. So that's what we are saying.
Okay, let's move on. Let's quickly look at the opposition parties. Do you think the opposition parties will capitalize on this?
I hope so. And the opposition parties have been advised to see how they can further gravitate towards coming up with a strong opposition. And that takes me back to history. APC was given battle in 2013 with splinter members from APGA, New PDP, ACN, CPC, and those people. And they formed a cohesive structure. And fortunately, with strong leadership. And let me commend Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, one of the arrowheads of APC, who did not insist he must be the candidate. So strategically, and public relations helped them a lot then. They looked the person that could fit into the message, because the message was, oh, there's corruption in the land. We need a leader with integrity. And they came up with Buhari, who was presented as Mr. Integrity. So these are dynamics of politics. And you can see that later Asiwaju now had to come in after receiving several bashings within the same party. But he refused to jump boat to become the president.
Mr. Jide, yes. I quickly want to find out from you before we round off all of this. What factors could make the party consider changing or retaining the ticket for 2027? Do you think there could be any factors that will make the party, just before the election, say, okay, we're dropping the vice president, we want to get a Christian vice president?
I think that aspect is closed with INEC. They should have submitted, August, is it August 18 or so? It's close by, that they would have submitted their candidates. And after that.
But August 18 is still far. Anything could happen. The president could. So do you think there could be any factors that will make him change?
Maybe for some other parties, but for APC, I think it's a settled matter. And I think, again, parties need to really come up and be involved proactively. New issues have been introduced, these digital registration and things like that. Rise up, pick it up like business. And then right now there are still some matters in court that may go as far as the Supreme Court. If the parties don't jump out of court to resolve their matters, that may derail some of them. But by and large right now, we have about 3 strong opposition parties that may be presented during the general elections. So it's now for them to go out there and do their field work very well. It's not time to be slothful, be diligent.
Okay. Mr. Jide, what should Nigerians watch as 2027 elections approaches? Let's round off with that.
Me, I'm watching I need good governance in this country. I want majority of the citizens to enjoy the good of this land. If you read the Bible right from Genesis 1:28, God said, the Bible says God blessed man. He said, be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth, have dominion over the air, over the sea, over every creeping thing that walks upon the land. So that is aviation, marine, earth business, and everything. So God intends that man should enjoy the good of the land, and that is what we stand for. It's not his intention that a few should enjoy. And like I said, in Section 16 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, the Constitution says clearly that the economy should be managed in a way that wealth and the means of creating wealth is not concentrated in the hands of a few. You see, the maximum happiness, maximum welfare is provided for all citizens. And in subsection 2D, it says that affordable and available housing, affordable and available food, unemployment benefits, care for the old, reasonable living, minimum national wage, all those things.
Okay, Mr.
Jide, are provided for all citizens.
Because of our time, one word for Osun State election is just in a few days' time, and it is seen as a testing ground for INEC. So one word for INEC and the voters in Osun State.
For INEC, recall that it's only God that won't leave office. One day you will leave office, so don't let your conscience be compromised. And I have the same for the electorate. Don't sell your birthright. A wise man said, in life, you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. And that is true of any society. And with this, your vote, you can vote those you believe that will make lives meaningful for you and sustain your future and not mortgage your future.
Thank you
God
so
has
much.
blessed Nigeria already, but we need the machinery to make the blessings manifest widely.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Jide, for that advice. And thank you for always finding time to come discuss the issues happening in Nigeria. As the elections are coming closer, we hope to be having you in the studio often to continue the discussion.
Thank you.
And to our viewers out there, Mr. Jide has just advised us, especially to the Osun state elections coming very close by. To the INEC, he has given a wonderful advice, and to the voters, don't sell your votes. Go out there and cast your votes. Cast the person you want to govern you in Osun State. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Patricia Oremo Gabriels.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
A lovely morning to you, and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. The Osun State government has commenced legal action against the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, following the freezing of its bank accounts. The Osun State government also described the EFCC move as unlawful and capable of disrupting government operations. The state's Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Oluwole Jimi Bada, announced on Wednesday that Governor Ademola Adeleke had directed him to institute proceedings before the Federal High Court to challenge the anti-graft agency's action. Jimi Bada disclosed that the state government received information that the EFCC had issued a post-no debit directive to First Bank, where several government accounts are maintained, effectively restricting transactions on the accounts. He maintained that although the EFCC possesses the authority to investigate financial transactions, it does not have the power to freeze a state government's account without first obtaining a court order. According to the Attorney General, the restriction on the accounts could significantly affect the day-to-day administration of government and the delivery of public services across the state. The Kwara State government on Wednesday announced that victims abducted during the February 3rd, 2026 attack on Woro and Nuku communities in Kayama local government area had regained their freedom. The development was announced on Wednesday in a post on the official Facebook page of the Kwara State government months after 176 victims were abducted. The victims were kidnapped when suspected Boko Haram-linked extremists invaded the rural communities of Woro and Nuku on motorcycles, launching a coordinated assault that reportedly lasted several hours. The attack, regarded as one of the deadliest in Kwara State's history, reportedly claimed more than 200 lives, left several others injured, destroyed homes and businesses, and forced many residents to flee. Local vigilantes who attempted to repel the attacks were reportedly overwhelmed, with some allegedly trapped and burnt inside their office. Further details of the circumstances surrounding the victims' release were not immediately available as of the time of filing this report. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has declared that commercial tricycles, popularly known as Keke Napep, and motorcycles Okada, will be permitted to operate within the Abuja city center, citing growing security concerns. Wike disclosed that he had already signed the necessary approval following a recent FCT Security Council meeting, where members resolved that stricter measures are needed to address the situation. FCT correspondent Joy Goche Ehaikena has details.
Speaking during his monthly media chat in Abuja, Wike says the activities of commercial tricycle and motorcycle operators is not only a public nuisance, but also a serious security threat to residents of the nation's capital. The minister says security agencies have been directed to identify and designate areas where Keke Napep and Okada operations will be prohibited.
For issue of security, it has become a threat from our security reports. Bandits, so they don't act without using motorcycles. So it's the problem. And so I've told the security to map out areas where we do not need the Keke Napep and the motorcycle. But it will be difficult for you to ban them in the entire Abuja. Particularly, it is necessary within the city not to allow Keke Napep and the Okada. So they are working that out. They just made applies for to release some logistics. Even the destitute beggars all over the places. And each time we take them out, they communicate.
Wike maintains that the FCT administration will continue to implement policies aimed at improving security, orderliness, and the overall image of the nation's capital. From Abuja, Joy Igoche Ehaikena, ITV News.
The defense has closed its case in the trial of 4 men accused of involvement in the alleged kidnapping at the vegetable market along Airport Road, Benin City on June 14, 2026. The defendants Marvelous Isaac, Wisdom Michael, Rufus Emeta Michael, and Gift Raphael are standing trial before the Special Criminal Court on an 11-count charge bordering on alleged kidnapping, cultism, armed robbery, and unlawful possession of firearms. The Special Criminal Court was established by the Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Okungbowa, following a directive by Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo to ensure the speedy prosecution of kidnapping and cult-related offenses in the state. Patience Usaragiwa was there.
At the resumed hearing before Justice Terry Momodu Aigbona at the Federal High Court premises on Saple Road, Benin City, the second and third defendants, Wisdom Michael and Rufus Emete Michael, adopted their sworn statements through their counsel, Barrister Amechi Nwozo. During cross-examination, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Professor Roland Otaru, SAN, who is leading the prosecution, confronted the defendants with several exhibits relating to the alleged offences. However, both defendants denied the allegations and the exhibits tendered against them. Counsel to the fourth defendant, Barrister Phyllis Emerson, requested additional time to adequately prepare his client's defense. The application was granted by the court. Following the announcement by the defense that the hearing in the case has been closed for the first, second, and third defendants, Justice Terry Momodu Aigbona adjourned the matter to August 7, 2026 for continuation. Counsels to the prosecution and defense speak.
We are going on very well with the trial. We called several witnesses. They are now calling the defendants to give their evidence. And so the trial is going on very well. And I also have to commend the Edo State Judiciary for the proactive step taken in ensuring that these cases are heard expeditiously.
We have closed our case for the day. It's now for the third defendant to open her case. And hopefully, after the third defendant has opened her case, we'll come back to file our final written address and adopt our final written address.
We are ministers in the temple of justice. Everybody must be given an opportunity to be heard and to defend her position.
It is the expectations of members of the public that there will be a quick dispensation of justice in this case. From the High Court premises here in Benin City, I am Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
And still on the AM News, the Esama of Benin and Honorary Romanian Consul to Edo and Delta States, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Ogbeneji on Wednesday added another feather to his top list of honors as the League of Edo State Women Lawyers conferred on him the Grand Patron of the body in the recognition of his outstanding contributions to the development of the legal profession. Pius Osawa reports that the League, under the leadership of Mrs. Bridget Imwetinyaosa Igudala Esquire, presented the award during a courtesy visit to the Esama of Benin at his Okada country home residence. The visit also provided an opportunity to formally introduce its newly inaugurated executives to the patriarch of the House of Igbenedion.
Leader of the Forum of Women Lawyers, Benin Branch, Mrs. Bridget Imwetinyan Igwodola Esquire, said the Esama's philanthropy and contributions to the development of society is equal to none. She said the women lawyers are glad to be associated with him and prayed for continued good health, wisdom, and many more years of impactful service to humanity.
We have always wanted to come and see you, Daddy, because we know that you are a great man, a great pillar in Edo State. And we have seen all your good works. You take everybody as your children.
The delegation also extended warm goodwill messages ahead of the Esama's forthcoming birthday celebration in September. A highlight of the visit was the presentation of a beautifully crafted portrait of the Esama as a symbol of the forum's admiration and appreciation for his enduring legacies.
You are a father of inestimable value. Daddy, we love you. Daddy, we love you.
Responding, the Patriarch of the House of Igbenedion and Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, expressed heartfelt appreciation to the women lawyers for the honor and thoughtful visit. He commended the forum for its commitment to promoting excellence, leadership, and service within the legal profession, while encouraging members to remain steadfast in the pursuit of justice and nation building. The Esama of Benin warmly hosted the August visitors to a lavish reception which reflected the House of Igbenedion's renowned hospitality. Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
And that does it on ITV News for this time. Thanks so much for watching. I am Harry Igbo. TMI Socials is next. Please stay tuned.
Pati man se donne au
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass.
Good morning. This is TMI Socials. I am Nuluwakbo Stevens. Better still, call me a social media butterfly. And I'll tell you what, our video of today is a video trending on the space of social media where the General Overseer of Living Faith Church, Bishop David Oyedepo, slammed the president over the situation regarding insecurity in Nigeria. Take a look.
Against your household, against your generation, in the name of Jesus. The bubble is burst. You mean they kill people every day? And government is pretending not to know what to do. I've kept quiet. When you see God keep quiet at wickedness, it's because the bubble is about to burst. Yes. He said, I've long time held my peace, God said. But now I will rise like a wounded lion, and I will devour at once. Please listen to this. Take it down. When you see God keep quiet at the wickedness of the wicked, it's because the bubble is about to burst. As the Lord lives, whose I am, I'm myself. This.
Well, away from that, hashtag Osun State currently trending, hashtag EFCC trending on the street of social media, as the EFCC has finally admitted to freezing the account of Osun State government. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has confirmed freezing the bank account of Osun State government, saying the action was taken to stop what it described as suspicious movement of public funds, barely 10 days before the August 15th governorship election. Now let's take a look at the moment Osun State Governor Adeleke actually told the public regarding what is going on currently. Take a look.
This morning, we received a letter from our banker forwarding a letter from the EFCC instructing the bank to freeze Osun State government account. This action was taken without any court order. We are supposed to be in democracy, where the rule of law must always prevail. We will therefore not accept any situation where we have federal agencies trample on the constitutional right.
Now, Davido, of course, you know David Adeleke was also there present at the press conference, and here is what he had to say regarding the Osun governorship election come August 15th.
We're on here for one reason. It's for the executive governor of Osun State, the only chief security officer of Osun State. One of the best, if not the best governor to ever have ruled this state. We have our projects to show for it. We have our integrity to show for it. And we have our diligence to show for it. But I did feel it was very important for, us as the youth campaign mobilization team, to assure our people, our own demographic, which is the youths, of our views on the forthcoming election.
Oh, well, the 30 BG gang was definitely present at that particular place. Now, taking to the street of social media, let's see what you have been saying regarding this whole situation. We start off with this user who wrote on X, hearing EFCC has frozen the account of the Osun State government. Just 10 days to the state governorship election. We will all eventually wake up by fire or by force. Another user on X reacting, well, Rufai says, all is fair in politics. Freezing a state government account before elections. What is going on? Now, still on the story, this user reacting wrote, he should use his money, not state money, to buy votes. So you people need to wise up. Well, it's a good thing the Osun State government has headed to court already. We'll see how things eventually pan out regarding that story. Away from that, hashtag the president of the Arewa Youth has declared that the Labour Party presidential candidate for the 2023 general election should not expect support from the northern Nigeria in the 2027 presidential election, insisting that no northern state would vote for him. Well, speaking in an interview on News Century TV, the Arewa Youth president said Obi neither consulted nor reached any agreement with the group before indicating interest in the 2027 race. Let's take a look at that moment.
Peter Obi should count northern Nigeria out of his campaign zone. No single state in northern Nigeria will vote Peter Obi for 2027 presidential election. The reason is this: Peter Obi did not consult us before coming out to campaign or coming out to contest for president in 2027. And Peter Obi did not inform us about his presidential campaign for 2027. So you can never be president in Nigeria without the support of northern Nigeria.
Oh, well, the political season is heating up already. Whilst those are asking, who are you to be consulted? Like, what's your position in the country? Anyway, let's have all the reactions on this particular interesting video. This user wrote on X, who be the people where una say them suppose consult, make una use una sense and move una region forward. Development no be enemy. Instead of embracing progress, some people would rather hold their own people back and keep them in poverty and underdevelopment. Away from this interesting report, let's see another reaction if we can. Now, this user wrote, I hate the fact that we all have free will to talk in this country. Imagine what is coming out from a youth claiming to be intelligent. Well, still on the story, this user says, Now let's see another reaction. This one wrote, "Oh my God, just imagine the reasons he gave. Competence is not even listed. It's all about consultation and who supported the former President Muhammadu Buhari to the country in 2015. If this stark illiterate is the president of Arawa Youth, you can understand what the future holds for an average northern youth." Now, away from that, well, still on what's trending currently on social media, the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, is trending as he has defended the federal government borrowing spree, saying the reason they are borrowing actually is because the funds are being used to construct critical road infrastructure aimed at addressing hunger, insecurity, and economic challenges across their country. There you have it. Let's take a listen to him.
When people talk about hunger, we are using this road to fight the hunger we met on ground. When people talk about insecurity, Your Excellency, you know that before this Abuja Kaduna started, there were a lot of insecurity. There were a lot of kidnapping. Today, since the president started this road, no one has been kidnapped on this corridor. No one has been kidnapped. So we are using this road infrastructure that the president is doing to fight the hunger we met on ground, to fight the injustice. In some of the states, before we came on board, there was no federal project going on. You know, Plateau is one of them. Gombe is one of them. Ebonyi is one of them. Kaduna could say to have been one of them because nothing really happened unless it is Aswaji. So we thank you very much. When a road is built, it is a catalyst. That is...
Please make it make sense how road infrastructure, you get to construct road, gets to solve the hunger problem in the country. That's what a lot of netizens are asking on social media. Now, this user wrote on X. We start off with this one who says, let's see what you're saying. Well, Joy wrote, he's actually talking about local jobs. The road construction works is given to the indigenous people around. He is being quoted out of context. Okay, let's get all the reactions on the story. This user reacts wrote, Omo, indirectly, na stone them, they tell Una to the chopper. How does that even make any sense? Now, Vicky says that one on X. Now, finally, this user reacting wrote, explain to me, like I'm 5, how they are using roads to fight the hunger they created. Now, moving away from that, we move over to another interesting story, but this time around, it's actually a face-off between Channels TV Sheung during his show Politics Today, where he had Senator Kalu and they had a clash on air. Take a look.
Of your major senator,
no, you can't say
the second most important role of a lawmaker is oversight. But you were a principal officer.
No, being a principal officer.
You were a major stakeholder in the APC government at the time. But you watched on as the economy was driven down the drain. They were printing money. You agree they printed money or not?
Go and get the footnotes.
Do you agree they were printing money?
No, they printed money and we cautioned them.
But you still allowed it go.
The governor of Central Bank there is alive.
But do you realize, are you able to apologize to Nigeria that your party failed Nigerians? It's your party, isn't it?
And so what?
Nigerians are suffering today, Senator. Is that fair?
No, you can't call people here to harass them. You don't harass
I'm not harassing you,
No,
Senator.
you are not.
I'm just holding you accountable.
This is not
You're a member of government.
Why are you harassing me, Shira? That's the question there. Now, let's see how you took this online. With this user reacting saying, unprofessional and crude. If this trend continues, it will become a normal thing for serious people to begin sharing TV interviews in Nigeria. Jide Babalola on X. Another user reacts in real. Let's have one more reaction. The movement, or the moment you remind official APC that the previous government that ruined the economy is still the same government they brought, they start acting as if you are speaking a foreign language. Tell me about it. Now, finally, on TMI socials this morning, former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, actually stunned guests at a book launch on Friday, July 31st, when he jumped off the podium. Take a look.
Some people lost some bread, someone nearly died. Someone just died. Police they come, army they come. Confusion everywhere. 7 minutes later, all don't cool down, brother. Police don't go away. Army don't disarm. Everybody run. Everybody scatter. Some people.
Well, strong, energetic. I think it's above 80 already. A lot of persons actually questioning his strength and energy. Anyway, that's how we wrap up TMI Socials this morning. Thank you so much for being part of the show. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. From all of us on This Morning on ITV. We'll see you again next week. Have a great day ahead.
Any longer.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners at home today, and welcome to another exciting edition of Itches and Voices. Itches and Voices is brought to you by NABVID, Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disabilities, here in Edo State. We advocate for persons with disabilities, their rights, and everything that pertains to people and persons with disabilities. I am your host for today, and my name is Rebecca Mamedu. And for inclusion, which is something we always preach, we have our sign language interpreter, Cynthia Godwin Aya, to do justice to our hearing impaired community. Thank you very much, Ms. Cynthia. And before we dive right into the conversation and introduce our guest, we'd like to say this week has been one of celebration for the disability community, because our very own, the director of NABVID, was newly appointed as a permanent secretary in the Edo State Civil Service. This is a huge one for the disability community and one for the history books, because this is the first time a person with disability is appointed as a permanent secretary, and this is happening in no other time than under the administration of His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo. For now, I would like you to watch a short clip from his speech to see how it went.
In the same vein, Your Excellency, you have appointed today Melody Ismail Omosa, a visually impaired lawyer in the Edo as the permanent secretary of the This is first of its kind in the history of the Benga State. This appointment is not only for me, it is for the entire disability community and the constituency. You have shown that competence will always speak, and that you run an open policy of inclusion for which the disability community in Edo State will remain entirely grateful, eternally grateful. Long live the executive governor of Edo State, long live Edo State, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Welcome back. That was a very beautiful speech, if I should say that myself. Even His Excellency gave him a standing ovation. That was a very beautiful one, and it was on the lips on every single person that attended the swearing-in ceremony that day. So let's dive straight up into our conversation. During our last edition, we started a series where we talked about electoral inclusion, particularly about the current registration of PVCs for persons with disabilities. And still during our last edition, we brought an INEC official who is in charge of persons with disabilities and other groups. His name was Emmanuel Dedekuma. And today we have another amazing guest to help us do justice to the conversation, and he is no other than Comrade Bartholomew Okodo. Well done, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. So, sir, we're going to dive right into the conversation. Sir, you're a very well-known personality in the disability community, but we believe that there might still be some of our audience who do not know you. So, please, sir, can you quickly introduce yourself to us, and also tell us what role do you play in ensuring electoral participation?
Thank you very much. My name is Comrade Dr. Bartholomew Okodo. First, I am the President Conference of Non-Governmental Organization, Congos. Secondly, I am the Assistant Secretary Joint National Association of Persons with Disability, Edo State Chapter. The Secretary, National Association of Persons with Physical Disability, Edo State Chapter. Before I begin to dwell on your question, let me congratulate our able Permanent Secretary, Barrister Melody Omasa, on his appointment as Permanent Secretary, the Edo State Civil Service Commission. Melody has already proven that persons with disability has capacity.
Yes.
They can lead, they can govern, they can do anything when given the enabling environment to do that, and he has just proven that. So I want to congratulate him and also commend His Excellency, very distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, for showing to the world that persons with disability can perform. But there are a lot of persons he would have appointed Permanent Secretary, but he chose to appoint somebody with disability. So we commend him, and it's happening on the first time in the history of Edo State Civil Service under his leadership. So we want to commend him, and we want to urge our new Permanent Secretary to keep the flag flying, to continue to make us proud. So congratulate him. Coming to the question of
what role you play.
Yes, the role that we play. We have been playing that role. We have been ensuring that over the years, since 1999, when democracy started, we have been ensuring that election is free and fair and transparent. We have always been interested in the process of the election, not the result. And when the election is free, fair, credible, and transparent, the voice of the people will count. The vote of the people will matter, and that we have ensured. And the result of such engagement, election observation, engagement with electoral policy stakeholders has improved the electoral system. You know that in 1999 we started with manual voting.
Yes.
Manual voting that excluded persons with disability. Today we are now doing electronic voting or digital voting, where persons with disability to a large extent included in the electoral process.
Wow, thank you very much. So you mentioned something about how you guys, you're more focused on the process than sometimes even the result.
Yeah.
So sir, from your experience over the years, how would you say that the electoral process is for persons with disability? How involved is it for persons living with persons with disabilities rather? At
the beginning, it was not persons with disability were to a very large extent excluded from participating in the voting process. But as civil society, religious leaders, traditional rulers begin to advocate for inclusion of persons with disability, there was and there is a drastic improvement in that area. If you go to, though we still have a long way to go, but at the moment, if you go to when election is taking place, discover that there's inclusion. As soon as the electoral officer or even the security agent, even the party agent, when they cite persons with disability, they give them that priority to vote. They no longer put them on the queue. They, oh, Madam Oga, come and vote. And they are allowed to vote candidate of their choice. And if it is those that cannot, that need assistance, they are allowed to the use of assistance of their choice. And also in some voting area, you see assistive equipment being provided for persons with disability. There are times where we measure, monitor, observe election, the voting materials is placed on an elevation. But when they see persons with disability, they will lower it. So those with physical disability, they will lower it so that the person will be able to cast his or her vote. So it has to a large extent be very, very inclusive.
Wow, thank you, sir. So we had an INEC official come in during our last edition, still on this same topic, and he made mention of how since this voters card PVC registration started, which is ending today, and most of us are still pleading for another extension, he made mention of how a little over 30 persons with disabilities have come to register for their PVC, a little over 30 people, and I think that is a very low bench and a very low mark. So Sam, what would you have to say about that? What do you think is the reason why we are not having as much persons with disability come register for their PVC?
Yes, the reason is that the awareness for persons with disability to come and vote seamless is still very low. So people still look at, if I go there, go vote now, I may not be able to vote. The stress Let's look at all those negative factors. That's why we still need to do more advocacy to traditional rulers, advocacy to parents, advocacy to school, even higher institution, to urge persons with ability to come out and register and be able to cast their vote. The figure you just mentioned now, I do not have fact for that yet until they release the result to say actually across the state 30 persons came out to register. If that figure is correct, it's also an improvement.
Wow. So does that mean it was way lower than that before?
It was way lower than that. So
wow.
To a large extent, it's also an improvement in the process. And we also pray and we urge that those 30 persons that have come out to register should follow it up by going to collect their PVC at the appropriate time. And you know, these 30 persons, they are spread, they are not in one ward. They are spread across the state. So we want to urge them that they should go collect their PVC and come out and cast their vote. It is only when, you know, you don't know the efficacy of any law until it is tested. It is only when persons with ability come out to vote that you now say, yes, this was an impediment, this was successful. So when they come out to vote, we observe areas of impediment that needs improvement. We observe areas of success, and then we begin to advocate on those areas that needs improvement.
Yes, this thing you mentioned now is very true, because like a part of the Edo State disability law states that persons with disabilities should be offered, I will have to use the word preference when it comes to queue. They should be allowed to maybe move to the front. And exactly what you said, if people do not go out to vote, they would not know if this law is being implemented or not. So sir, let's go back to another thing you mentioned about creating awareness. How do you think awareness should be created? Because now you made mention of how the number was a bit lower than 30 before, but now it has at least gotten to 30, which is not so high, but is somewhere better than before. So sir, what other kind of awareness do you think should be made to further encourage persons with disability to come out to get their PVC registered?
It's going to be intense. When the time comes, it's going to be intensive advocacy. We'll still have to talk to the communities, the community health. We use also talk to the media to create enough awareness so that these persons will go and collect their PVC. It's going to be intensive campaign. It's not going to be, but we don't know them.
Okay.
If we know them, these 30 persons now, we just send persons to their various places, go and collect your PVC. We don't know them. So it's still going to be serious advocacy, serious campaign, not just for them to go and collect their PVC, but should also come out on the day of election and cast their vote.
Because it's way beyond just registering for your PVC. If you register for it and you do not vote, there is no...
So go and collect it purposely for use in the bank, for you for identification. No. That error should stop. Collect your PVC, go and cast your vote. Some say vote will not count. It will count. Because if vote will not count, people will not be spending their money to campaign. If you believe the power of equipment will affect the equipment, they are campaigning.
True.
They are campaigning. So if they are campaigning, it means they need the vote. It doesn't matter how they are campaigning. Whether they are using Mama Kara process, so anyway, but they are campaigning. In the last governorship election, even if it was a local government election controlled by those state government, we still see them campaigning. That shows that the vote will count because they need the vote. If they are campaigning, even if they are power of equipment, they are still campaigning, it means the vote will count. So your responsibility is to go out and cast your vote. Let those who are in charge of making the vote to count do their job. But if you don't vote, how do we go about saying your vote will count or not? So you must come out and cast your vote. And we're going to do a very intensive advocacy, very intensive campaign on the need for persons with disability and every other citizen to come out and cast their vote. First, your responsibility, cast your vote.
Yes, sir. And I feel like if someone that doesn't cast their vote doesn't have any right to complain about Nigeria not working, because if you do not vote, then how are you expecting the best Nigeria to come?
If you do not vote on election day, you have no moral justification to complain about bad governance. But who did you vote?
Yes.
Those that voted for bad governance. You go out, vote for the party, for the candidate of your choice. It is only when you have voted you can now say, yes, I voted, this is not happening. When you are not, when you didn't vote, the issue is that when we talk about democracy, you can only exercise your power as a citizen on that day of election. Immediately after that day, your power, you have seconded it to another person. You have told that person, your rep, your senator, your House of Assembly member, you have told them, go exercise this power on my behalf. You no longer have a say in the government, but you have given them that power. Say, go exercise this power on my behalf. So to be able to allow people to exercise that power on your behalf, you must go and vote for them. So it's not a matter of collecting your PVC or registering for the purpose of taking it to bank, but for the purpose of actually voting.
Wow, that is very profound. And so let's move to a little into the process itself. So sir, what are some challenges you think persons with disabilities still face when it comes to either registering for their PVC or voting itself? What are some of the challenges you think persons with disabilities still face?
Yes.
This is also a form of us raising awareness about it.
Yes, the enabling environment is still very not friendly.
No.
The enabling environment for persons with disability to vote is still not
so
that,
what do you mean by enabling?
Yes, the environment entirely.
Okay.
For instance, if you see in the last local government election where I observed the election in a local government Ward 2, precisely Anti-Maria Police Center, a person with disability came to vote.
Wow.
He came to vote, though he was allowed to vote, but he came a bit late. He came a bit late. So even when they asked him come and vote, he found it very difficult to get to the polling point, to the voting point, because of the large crowd. So he found it very difficult to get there. And even while he was trying to go, some people were still preventing him. They no, now we first come. They were still trying to prevent him. So that awareness is still not enough for them to give unhindered access to persons with disability. Now there are cases, if you are going, some of us, even including myself, cannot walk to the polling unit because of the nature of the field. Some are slippery, so one needs to be very careful in order for you not to.
Season.
Yes, so the environment, they still need to improve on the environment. Even some of the electoral officer, the presiding officer, the electoral, they are not aware. So there are times there will be argument for them to put down the polling, the voting point for people to be able to vote. It will at times lead to an argument. I was supposed to put it down, but at the end they will put it down. But if they are fully aware, during the time of training, they were told this thing, they will not be arguing. So when they are training, the training should also be inclusive. The curriculum should be inclusive, so that it will also include persons with disability. It should be an all-inclusive training. And also they should also give opportunity for persons with disability to be presiding officer.
Wow.
To be presiding officer, to be local government returning officer, to be even the state returning officer. So they don't have a permanent secretary as persons with disability. Before I became a permanent secretary, was he picked from the forest? Has he not been functioning as director? They should also make at least somebody with disability a returning officer, a state returning officer. We'll be proud if in the next governorship election, in 36 states, we have at least 3 persons with disability as state returning officer to announce the next governor. This will make the process all inclusive. For instance, if in the last local government election, where we have about 18 returning officer, we have some persons with disability, it will make it inclusive.
Yes. And I think I agree with that, because if a person with disability sees that the returning officer is a person with disability, it will make him feel more included and want to actually go and vote. Because I think one of the reasons why some persons with disability might not go out, because they might think about the discrimination, the people there might not understand, and it might further want to make them stay back and not participate. But exactly what you said, having maybe a returning officer who is a person with disability will help the community feel more included. So I really appreciate that. So what are some of the things that you think are currently working? Because I feel like when we just talk about the things that are not working, it makes people stay back more. But when we talk about the things that are also working, so people know that this is some of the reasons why you need to come, because some of these things are working, I think it will encourage more people, more persons with disabilities to participate. So what would you say is something that is, or a few things that is currently working with INEC when it comes to registration and during election?
Yes, we are, at this point we commend the INEC and all stakeholders, including NAVIB, for being able to work this process. A lot of things are now working for persons with disability. For instance, if you get to the polling voting center, by the time they say person with disability, on their own, they will say go and vote. Even if the crowd will be much, but they will allow them vote. Not only in voting point, even at the bank, some other places, they give preference to persons with disability. And through NAVIB, some time ago, some assisted people were trained on inclusion, and some assisted devices were presented to INEC. And when you go to some polling unit, you see these things. INEC will provide this assistive device for persons with disability to use in the electoral process. We see these things. I also commend political parties. Political parties, they provide chairs. So when they see persons with disability, they will give chair to the person. It has happened to me severally. When they see me coming, they will give me chair to sit down. Even when they know I'm there to observe the election and possibly vote, they will give me chair. So some of these things they are working, and when the re-annex staff are there, they don't allow persons with disability to waste their time in the voting process. As soon as they see them, they allow them to go and cast their vote. And ANEC have a disaggregated record of persons with disability. The very unit where they are, ANEC has them. So to a large extent, ANEC will make that particular unit favorable for persons with disability to vote. And in most of their dealings, they include persons with disability. When we attend their stakeholders meeting, very soon it will start all over again. They make deliberate effort to ensure that persons with disability are invited to that stakeholders meeting, so to also give their view on what will make the election seamless. So we commend INEC for that, and we also commend stakeholders who, when you advocate for persons with disability, they join you in that advocacy.
Yes, thank you, sir. So this is us commending INEC for the job that they are doing and the things that they are doing very well, while still saying that there is so much more to be done. But yes, we commend them for what they are doing currently. So sir, since we are also educating the public, so sir, for persons who have already registered for their PVC, if they want to go get their card, how do they get it? Do they go back to the place where they registered, or how do they go about it?
That would depend on the INEC.
Okay.
I remember in the last PVC collection, in the first instance, everybody go to your ward, the headquarters of your ward, to go and collect your PVC. Every particular ward has the headquarters, so the PVCs were available in the headquarters. So when you go there, you pick it up at the ward headquarters. After a given period, that windows have elapsed, they will ask you to go to your local government headquarters. For instance, where they were doing that, because I did a transfer from Oredo to Igwebe. So the people were collecting it at the ward level. I could not go to Igwebe. But when they were collecting it at the local government level, I went there. I was able to pick up my own.
Okay. But so will there be like an announcement? Like how will people know it's time?
And I do a lot of just the way they did publicity on the just about to be concluded voter registration, the same way they do publicity, and the same way we also do advocacy. We go to radio, television, community to tell people to go and collect their PVC. So that's the same publicity that follows this CVRO. The same publicity also follows the collection of PVC.
Oh wow, that is amazing. So sir, lastly, before we round up, running out of time, so sir, what is a word or something you would say to persons with disability? Like, we want you to say something to persons with disability to encourage them to vote. So sir, is there any message you'd like
to? I want to appeal to persons with disability to deliberately not just go and vote, participate in partisan politics. Not just going to go there and vote for the sake of voting. I want to say that I've read the constitution of some political party, at least 2 or 3, make provision that for persons with disability to be included in the executive council, or what they call ESCO, from world level to national level. And some of these provisions are not filled from world level. It therefore means if Edo State has 192 ward, there should be 192 persons with disability in each of the ESCO of those political parties.
Wow.
There should be 18 persons in each of the escrow of any of those parties, the local government, then there should be one at the state level, persons with disability. So we should, as persons with disability, make effort to participate in partisan policy, to have a say in what is happening, in the electoral process, to even come out and run for election. By the Assembly, they have opened the way to say these things are possible. We want to see persons with disability contesting for House of Assembly, contesting for Senate, House of Rep, and just as they are talking about reserved seat for women, there should also be a reserved seat for persons with disability, because we are vulnerables. Not only the women, there should also be a reserved seat for persons with disability. That this particular seat will be 2 in Edo State. Only persons with disability will contest it. There should be such thing. So that is what I'm praying for.
Wow, thank you very much, sir. It has been an exciting time in the studio today. Thank you very much for joining us. Like he has already said, everybody needs to participate. Every person with disability needs to participate from every level in their state. Not just registering for your PVC, you also need to go get it once it is announced and cast your vote. Because you cannot complain about a government if you are not voting. If you did not vote, it is not right. I remain your host, Mamedu Rebecca, and remember, this is Itches and Voices, and Itches and Voices is brought to you by NAPVID, Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability. Till I come your way again next week, remember, spot a itch and be a voice. Thank you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agima bota. Ota omere ota nyowa. Nle magwa kanne na. Okay ya gboso we amamufua amirie. Uma dole ni yi yaki umi enoro o adweki una riyo so la ni adweki ere mi no poloro amamufua amirie ibota e manadwe na ya ye ne de ai to kwawo ma no pa ne ai to kwawe emani rewo ai to kwawe nigi ai to kwawo ba ai to kwawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wo do amoko ebo wa ya kwe isu ina tabi bota eniki o ri de fie o so ba ja mi ebe o kan ro awe ma ni wi yoko awe ma ni ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we ya no ame ya na we no ko ko ge do e we no ba we ya na we no de wo yi e bota ma na he ya fe no mario ibota o emorede emiyoko no agba ko wa o no mario iworati imati eniwa o no mario so pera me so pinje me ni ma agba ko wa o no mario emedoya ta ibeka ido akugbe no kwa eno ada ho beni ya ye amamufua maye na ni wa no ma dole ni yi iwo we ami no ma oda no dole ni yi o mi ma oda manu ya gwa amamufua ki wa ye ni kere inyare kere gwa inyare kere wa mi wa ye no koko gwa ero be no nwe na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamufua amiri eba ni agbon egbon ye na utana ode la utana Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba ato ipo ewo alauda ma ya kan mi se ma ya mama na we adu gina ni ma ota me do ni ro wa ke ni si when I free we dey gare da gbe ma ya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi le mo e go gi ma e go no gbera e go gi ma ma ye o sa ba gege Maria oba ato ipo ewo
ise ore wa otana ye paso kabari hunamure
ibe do no wo me wa bebe ne kai wa bidan yo ofun gbo sa ogba go yaro oba atope
ise niwa zero ni ma ta de si we amamufua aneri emina ya ka no we udolo da oyi enu ya uwese uwa ma no bohie we ubohie emata uwa ma no rie no wa eba nu rie na jawe mata wa ma no gbugbo ugbo jawe mata gbese mekena mi kono ma iro uwe te mata se gona na ma fo amere all de kan o to se webo ni mari mi na oni our politicians imuna ni awon ya amuna amufo ayero irimu ni a we e ni vote ni a e ni ladyan ya wi ko se osegeni ya yewu ya se no ma mi no ya win no ya me kon mo boyen kega oni ayeri na no mo keke ari do amuye no roka wani ya mu na he wo se ti mu na he wo tuwere ha se ti mu na he o ha no re aro ene eni bon na no ma mu fa amieri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe se ti we ma me yi no aseti arioba yete mo ina le lo ogba na ya aye mi gbo ya wo to boy mo gba yo wa wo to boy we mi aye mi do mi o yo ogba mu yo wa eye agbon iri ase ero iri yese o sa ba de ga mo lo ma yi amamu family otenwe ibisugbe amamu family yegun ayo yi lo ka ni bunewo ekene kina kana
adona wuwa ya wese wa magele mufua amiri ni ho ikobo we wi nu mu pise fua oni amamufua amiri na ewi na ya ka amamufua amiri o ma no maru emiesi ka ni si wodawo we ga we emiesi yoto we amwe we emiesi ka be suru dada gbo we umyobiye ogeva wude amegbede we me khara una be ame roba na yagwe una mo pane eyesi we wu neni oni egwe o omo yimu gwe o usagba de godi nu e inu ka sunu dagwe wa ko odigba no ogeva de yana miewe amaso gare imoto ekena na la moto ere moto egbo la moto egbo aba oyi yado iwo hi ne begere ya re park o mai yin fegere ha asa mo mi wo hi ri iwo no ke obuwe o gba ogeni una hai ne ino uwe mu fuani so pon inu sabo aya ha we gberegbe o ti gba so ni me yere ikayo we awe igi emi ilala di awupo pe Lagos road ni we je ba la moto ibi e ka de ke school de yan si yan han yan rugu moto ne ina ka mo paro da we pagbe ya mo ye ko awe ona gede pagbe na mo to ta ko gbebe ayi mu mese kiri na turi ina wa ya de wa ye school di wa de boto en ya ha wa ya ne wa ni go na ni driver I pa all of it. Away your money made 20 naira way I want to give you as change. I not get it. You know this change. I need not to talk about without you know yani.
Only no try power.
When you go in ati mu emu na money in your body. I atamawe ori pede va. Ina pa ina ari ogida. Ina la moto. O ma pa na rugu moto ni. Ma ri gbera kena che Ogida junction boy ina wa to the motor awa opia ehwe ha de ya ni yekeni ala wa di go ida o yin ha ta ni aya awo di che we carry go ala wa pa lo pa today ije ina ni me wa hu na eja na ọba wa ri ha ni me ni be
oh my god
be amamu
so bo
ayi ya mi imi ami e de ni na wa age kaka yi awo ri ha ta ni me ni mewe ano ma na dia amana wa ya de mewe na ina weso fundo ni keke mariena mamie abi osoja wo ni ma agbona yi na owo paro no mo agbona ri wa omo pare ya si wa owo zuwo o weta ma gbo yo wa ai mu agbo ri wa yi ko du we ku yan na o ge ba ri o ya de we agogo yo we ko ye po u ya gbo so yi woto igo ni de bukebuke edenu adu arai o so lo bo ma sare bo na fi ma ya gbe fi ma ra mu fwa ma me kina me no ma we ri gele amu fwa ama mu fwa gele ni ri o wa na we wi si da ma ebi si be su nu da ya ina wa ma mu fwa abere ni ma gwa na we ekina na o ana bi sare bo no de ba ma re de ri yeke ta bo fi agbe ma oba to pe
ise anyone yai wa da na mu fwa ma mi amamufua amieri otene pastor kabari amamufua amieri ye we no yare bible ya ta amamufua amieri e ma wo no e ko do ba ibota majena
ibe do no pe o zemi na dey sin o deni mi alage untana amamufua amieri ya gwe ibo ebugun anokan me odion we o kaigele ya be gwe ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije ivira we ukunaga ikwe mo aba mu family na emi nu ada gbi biere we giere akia what so egbe sokun mege na ya sini gie mu akia osalo bagi maya iye webo e na wete no gie mu akia iye ti yun yo e oti mane Jonathan carry oba te Nigeria ya wa election e bona te ekwe ogen itemo pa owa gani owe esagie owo omakoma ose adani yege amu de sagi anu pa no to yo to nu daye o ni e o ta ona mo si ona madara na mfua o ma soa e o egbeyo agwa na ya mi adani e bo na iwa ligi na ya mi de otinye moto ni no rodo de reservoir na aba mi we magi obi ra ma obi ya wa ligi egbe na erio wege grenori agberi agbe amamufua amirie erio wa no o mani meri adu wona ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e o yu yo e o eko no amani o mo ni wuyo eko o ga be yu ge ewebo amamufua amirie mami o mana wesi ni emi ona mi we mi no eko no say e o sa do ya enu eba gwa kan e bi no wan eba no kan me opopa na la tie e Jefta be no wan ka tai era na tie Gilead oyoko ga no oyoko ona meko ni iye na bi ejokun yo ga omodion ne Jefta ne Gilead ya so ha bi omo so plan ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do bi ele omo ni ge Jefta na bora ado de by Monday ni e bi e yo wa ori je ko mai pekere okpe ami ge Gilead ona do wu ori wu idi era na gbagbe we iwe ti gbe ma do ri ku ora me nda ma mu iwo yi yu ohun wu seti ye na gbe ma ya na ku e no ru ahun no mu epe ya mu fua yo ya mu fua ya na ku e fua ye na gba o ma gun ya sini yo te o modion so ko ma sini ona de e pora zozo la wa gbo ori se bo na te mo abona to ta bona agbe zobo so ko ni egwe ni na leleri ye odawo ko be so ogwa agbina ona do so e otu esogia yere do emani buna do de ba na mai enwi na mai eni ori sewe oko gare ro na do na ga tie no ka o ye na e pekere e bo na ku ye fa oko na de ana la gwa lo wa no ka o amamie ara ogbe gwale ga de eso na wo ha no ele wa ya yin ye unda bi ni we otu agbe okay ye na ewe ọmọ náà tẹ́wé nẹ́rẹ́ ra ọ̀rẹ́ nẹ́rẹ́ ra rogúpò ọ̀rẹ́ ga yìí ni ẹ́ ni edu ọ̀ka ẹ̀bù ìyáfẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ ọ̀ka ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀ka ẹ̀bù ayíra yìí ni ènìyàn yé ń dẹ́ ẹ̀mọ́ ìgbẹ̀ni ẹ̀yà bùfù àbẹ̀gẹ́ ni yẹn ẹ̀yà mí náà sẹ́ eré yẹ gbòdà o àgbọ̀nàdó máa yẹ ṣayọ ògùpò lọ́kọ̀ọ́kọ́ yẹn ra yẹ amámúfọ́ àbí ẹ̀rù dọ́wọ́rọ̀ pọ̀lọpọ̀ yàwó ẹ̀bẹ̀ gbẹ́tù mi òun yé mi náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ ilé tu gẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn ni yé náà wẹ̀sìn ẹgbẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ ọ̀gẹ́ ọ̀sàbọ̀ yẹn iye le ma gwe ojo we edun nu da igbina no ro me bo na no kai mu hu no pa wo ye oluko se we na we e o we wo more o wese unu no na me mu aneje na ro da e vi osisi ye ige lo bo wa gboza iya we ya gbo ba dia ara gwezo akedo gwezo e police station aya Abuja igo ne mo ni e muria nu de so wu normal say ni alado bokye kenagana even why say police station igo ni egbai bagi sinina dagi mwe na zio wema since man no wagaga na sedike ani na ewerezo na gbemi na okedo ma doge so kun gbe e o yikweyo egbeyo yikweyo aya tie ma no ro otu ekoko ya fe ni ya fi osisi aga ligi o ma mi ewe owo di o like na mojo rebo o mo no sunu na ni a ibi ebo mo boro owa ibuse na ni ibi ebo mo gbe fi osisi na boya gbinu wu ya ka gbe oko ya do dem awe o ga lo dezo na la do si esi otie wa ni baba no bo wa ye ebuye o wa me be ye isen re we wa ya do mo re wa ba ri pe wa be bi mewo ni wa amamufu ama amirie
ni gege wa to payo ma me ni we wa gun kan na ba ne asini otona gbidi i ma do wa tona o e wa ma kan re se ayi e ri ma do wa tona e ya se ayi If mana Dubai, I said, mana Dubai, Mahamu Adiwa. Ilé wa ìwé kabetu ìwé kole ìwé ọfúnwégbè ìwé ọgbà wàkùkù wàgẹ ìgbìnà wàgẹ ìkùn dọlẹ wọlé yìí
no da
àbúwárọ amamufua àmì ẹbí kẹne ó sọ wẹgbẹ wẹdìẹ normal dọwọ wẹni fianẹ nọfún gbẹgbẹ máa yá ara rọ ìdọkùn ọba àtọkùn.
wẹ́sì àwọn àjùjẹ ta ìyẹn wẹ ìwọlá ìrùnú yọ náà ọwọ́ rẹ̀ dẹ̀fẹ̀ amamufua àmì ẹbí ẹniwọn ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ̀ o ló wà dàrẹ́ màtánà esoro ọwọ́ ọrùmàwọ̀ àtàní èyí ní nya àwọn ìdòmú ẹ̀mí rẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ ní ẹ̀mọ́ta wẹ́rẹ́ tani wẹ́ náà mú ẹ̀mí rẹ̀ náà
ìṣòro ẹ̀gbẹ́
sopa wẹ́ náà ẹ̀wọ̀n máa nya ẹ̀ rabọ́ ìwọ́
wọ́n wé by force
rabọ́ ìwọ́ ẹ̀yìn náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀n gbẹ̀sọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni màtánà náà ọwọ́ ẹ̀wọ̀n náà sẹ́ àdìmọ́ èyí ní máa yọ ya mọ́ ẹ̀ ǹda ẹ̀rọ wẹ́ ni ǹdọ̀mí ẹ̀wẹ̀ ìtọ́ à ẹ̀yà wẹ̀ẹ́rẹ́ ẹ̀bẹ́ ẹ̀rọ ìlú máa ń yà yàsẹ̀ gbọ́ inú ka pásọ̀ inú ka ẹ̀bá yàsẹ̀ gbọ́ yan wẹ̀ ní àìsínrin náà wẹ̀ yàfẹ́ ọ̀wà náà ẹ̀ra má bí ìyẹn orí ẹ̀wò ọdún àṣìyàn ọdún òwúrẹ́ wò ẹ̀dọ́ ní náà sùn ẹsẹ̀ sísun ló tẹ́ wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀
àbáwọ̀
gbẹ̀mí náà orí ẹ̀wò òun wà sí ohun mọ̀jọ́ máa wọ yìí ìlànà ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́ pàmò yìí ni kò tẹ́ Yorùbá kò tẹ́ Ìgbò kò tẹ́ Haúsá ọmọ náà bí ẹ̀rẹ̀ wò náà nya wò ẹ̀ẹ́dà àmàbíẹ́rà rẹ̀ wò anábìwẹ̀ wa ẹ̀rà wọn àmúparí ẹ̀wọ̀ rẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ náà kéré yàbẹ̀rẹ̀ wẹ̀yẹrẹ wa ọdún wo ẹsẹ̀ tí sùn ẹgbẹ́ ìjọgbẹ̀rẹ̀ wa àwọn táwọn mú ìlà rẹ̀ yé wa ẹ̀yẹ yẹ ṣe ra wẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sọpọ̀ òbí wẹ̀ ìlúhi ọ̀rẹ́dọ̀ ọmọ tí so wẹ̀ gbé wẹ̀ ní ìrárí ọwọ́ náà ana rẹ̀ nú wẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ amú ẹ̀pà sọpọ̀ wẹ̀ àmúwẹ̀ yé wa ọ̀wárẹ̀ ràrí ọ̀wárẹ̀ yìí nya ẹ̀ oníwẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sí ìyẹn wọ́n sọ ẹgbẹ́ amamufua amerie nga ọmọnìyàn amufua nga enye sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ do ni màálù ayagbẹrẹ mìíràn una gbẹrẹ mìíràn èyí náà ọwọ́ ẹ iyekẹ ẹmà nga ìmà tani awẹ náà ọhọrọ ara wò but mama ha wẹ èyí náà ọwọ́ ẹ ní yóò sisi yẹ ti yà á mi wọn ayé nuye udekode ya mi wa nuzigo ya lo de fe ya ze ne abo ulapa ya ze ne ya fe ayimunwe uto mero ala oda ero my god no yero eye wo kugbe eye wo yago da ya mamufua amiri oruwebo ten oruwebo bi rawiye yobo na uno wa amamufua hi udo owono ruse useso ogwale ni ohamegbe unahi ene era ni wori ene ntu wa lo mutu mufua umaide mufua yeye owono yowe ha ugbera uwe ni uyobone yobonu ne egbeno taba oto ebizugbe umiewe ye iwe school no ri ene mo o ha ri na ni ya o wa ri na do ha ni no mako ede yeye amamufua amiri edolopo ibude mai unu wa we na lao na yobone egbe na èmi maya wìgé na ya fẹ́ na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe oyibo tawe de na yoto ọba àtọpẹ ise
ITV, certainly the best.
Gbogbo aṣọ́gé, abáàtọ́pá ẹ̀. Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́dọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kè abẹ́rẹ́dọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àdàyè àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́dọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
Now that right there is one age-long question that many of us are yet to find out. As a human being is not knowing who you are. A lot of people are actually just trudging through life without being able to figure out their true identity. And Africans are known for their culture, their way of life, their, everything. We have a unique way of doing things, and that constitutes our identity as a people. Now, a whole lot goes wrong when that identity is lost, especially to civilization or modernization. So today we're going to be taking a look at a very, very important topic, the modern day African and identity crisis. Now, it seems to me that a lot of us, especially in these modern times, have lost touch with our true identity. And that's as a result of the incursion from the West, I think. Well, to unravel the mystery behind this, or whatever else it is that we need to know about this particular topic, are two amazing gentlemen. One of them is a historian, and he's also a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Foster Nosahai Yamo. It's good to have you on the show, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harry.
Good afternoon,
viewers.
All right, welcome on board. And of course, seated next to Foster is someone else who happens to be an educationist and a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Ramsey Abusonwa Uwaila.
It's always a pleasure to be on this show.
Always a pleasure. I actually had to mention your native name in full.
Of course,
because I usually say Abu, but I thought I should, Uwaila. All right, it's good to have you on the show, and let's get started. A very interesting conversation. You will agree with me. The modern day African and identity crisis. First off, sir, let me begin with you, Mr. Foster.
Yes.
What is your identity as a person?
Your identity refers to the sense of who you are and the social group that you belong to.
Okay.
Your identity stems from your name, personal traits, as well as your culture that distinguishes you from others, either as an individual or as a social group that you belong to.
Okay.
However, in spite of the fact that we are born into different social groups, sometimes we find ourselves identifying ourselves with the groups that we do not belong to, which boils down to the question of identity crisis. So if you cannot identify yourself, who is going to identify you? I always identify myself as a Benin man. My name, my native name, is a part of my identity. Using the word Foster currently means Foster. It could be an American, it could be a Briton. But that native name, Nosahai, oh, this must be an African. And I'm proud to be an African because I've been able to identify myself. So my identity is everything about me, right from my name, my language, my culture. What makes me a typical Benin man is my identity. Now look at, I think I sent that video clip to you some time ago when Okonjo Iweala was in Switzerland. Look at the Igbo, they came out. Even with their dressing alone, you will know that they don't need to identify themselves.
So their dressing was an expression of their identity.
Of their identity. The songs, even the local instruments that we are using, it was part of their identity. So my identity is what makes me who I am as a Benin man. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. That was a very good start. Now, Ramsey, a famous philosopher once said that man know thyself.
Of course.
And, from what Mr. Foster has said, your identity is, the totality of what you can be, what people can use to, distinguish you from others. So what's your perspective to that?
Identity is an umbrella term, but we'll begin to unhead the various aspects of it. First, your language is your identity. Your tribe is your identity. Your mode of dressing is your identity. The group you belong to is your identity. Your denomination when it comes to religion is your identity. So the totality of all of these accumulates into what we call identity. Where then does the name or does the problem crisis comes in? It is when you don't know who you are and you are fighting or clamoring or longing to be what makes you a foreigner. Identity crisis simply is when an African is now being ashamed of being African and wants to, is promoting those things that make him a foreigner. It becomes a crisis because a crocodile will always be a crocodile. A lizard is always what? A lizard. No matter how big a lizard is. So Africa for Africans, Europe for Europeans. So when an African is now fighting to become what he or she cannot be, there's already a crisis. So identity encompasses all aspects of your life, your dress code, your language, your ethnicity, your tribe, your workplace, all of them together makes you who you are.
Okay, so what are the major causes of identity crisis?
Of course, there are numerous causes of identity crisis. First, we have the internet. The internet has come, I've said it before, it can be a blessing, but not without some costs or causes. Now you see, many of us Africans now want to be like the Europeans.
Why? I think it's very important to examine the rationale behind it.
It is as a result of influence.
I mean, why would anybody want? Yes, why would anybody want to adopt somebody else's identity rather than theirs?
As a result of inferiority complex, misconception, and as well illiteracy. First, they believe that their culture, their language is not good enough, so it's a badge of shame.
It's inferior to somebody else's own.
The Western culture, so they want to adopt it, and before you know, you can't be more American than the Americans. You can't be more European than the Europeans. No matter how you try, you form your accent and all that. And Americans will tell you, you tried, but you still got some accent. It's reminding you of your identity, not here. A day will come, they will remind you of where you are coming from. As close as, what's his name, Elon Musk, to the United States of America's president, he reminded him that he's from South Africa. So when our chiefs are down, they will tell you, you are not, you don't belong here. So the fact that we feel our culture is inferior, we want to take what we are not, is a problem. It's one of the causes of identity crisis. Another one is the fact that our curriculum in school was projected in a way that it founds the ego of the Europeans, the colonizers, the colonial masters. We need to go into our education and start changing things to reflect these Afrocentric tendencies and not Eurocentric one. We are grooming our students to become servants. No wonder some of them grew up to serve. They want to get employed. They want to be employed by someone. They were taught how to obey your boss, obey your master in the office and all that. Where is the commercialization of skills in our schools? Where is the Africanity? Someone knows Drake's birthday in America and he does not know anything about the Obas Palace. He doesn't know anything about his own tribe. But he can tell you the various things concerning the celebrities outside this place. So our schools needs to be looked into. So our curriculum in school is another cause of this identity crisis. Besides that, our parents. Many of the parents, they see their language something to be something of a badge of shame. You hear a parent telling the child, don't speak, when I talk to you, reply in good English, don't speak your dialect here. So what are you invariably saying? You are telling that child the dialect is inferior to the English language.
But don't you think that has something to do with the fact that English is the language of communication in schools?
English is our lingua franca. It simply means you decide to use English when you speak with someone that does not belong to the same tribe.
So the essence is the essence is the ease of communication.
Of course, because we have that vast ethnic group in this country, so it becomes our lingua franca. It becomes a language that we use as a means of communication because we are not of the same ethnicity. But a parent telling the child to speak good English in the house, that is wrong. A child is supposed to acquire his dialect in the house, then learn English in school. If I'm not speaking my language in my house, I'm speaking English, where else is he going to learn the language from? That's the problem. So the parents should not see their language as a badge of shame, as an inferior language to the Western language. Rather, they should project it. Do you know what? If you are very important in this country or anywhere in the world, even if your language is not my language, I must memorize your name because it's important to me. Osimhen wears Osimhen. and not Victor. But there is no white person who is a football fan that cannot pronounce the name Osimhen. So you
because he has distinguished himself.
Because he has distinguished himself, so people want to reckon with him. So
in other words, if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that rather than channel our energy into trying to change our identity, we should strive to stand out.
Is indispensable. That person that everybody wants. If you call the name Wole Soyinka, even if it's primary six, you hear that name Wole Soyinka, even if you are not Yoruba. So if you are important and you are doing something and people really need you, they want to know more about you, your native name will not be a barrier. The whites will fight with an to make sure they memorize or pronounce it well.
All right.
So you saying my name is not this, my name is not this, so that it will use pronunciation. You are trying to be a crocodile when you are just a lizard.
Okay, thank you very much, Ramsey. I know there's a lot where all of that came from.
Of course, sir.
Okay, Mr. Foster, I don't know if you have more causes, to point out as the factors responsible for identity crisis.
Like you said before, which I already keyed into before now, is inferiority complex. I keep telling people, if you are not able to add value to yourself, you now become a counterfeit among those who have added value to themselves. So if you cannot go back to your originality, is it in the social group that you were not originally born into, you now become an original? No, it's not possible. Now, you find out that some times ago, some of our women here who are financially buoyant, they get pregnant. When they are due to give birth, you see them, they run to America, run to UK to go and give birth so that
they have a Western identity.
Yes, because the moment that child is born, another American is born. But I think
Donald Trump,
has come to
the law.
Reverse the law. Now, for the fact that you are born within the community of a social group does not make you to be born into that social group. I don't know if you understand. You can be born within the community of the social group, fine. But you are not born into that social group.
So are you saying that even when the law held sway,
yes,
that that doesn't change anybody's identity?
Now look at this Nigerian girl who was born in South Africa to a Nigerian father and a Malawian mother. She was supposed to represent South Africa in a beauty pageant.
Chidima Additional.
Yes, Chidima by name. But the South African government deprived her of it, in spite of the fact that, yes, by birth, you are a South African, but by originality, you are not. You are a Nigerian. You understand? Now, thank God for her. She came to Nigeria, where her originality is, and she's making sway in Nigeria. So, you, as a person, you have to be original. If those you feel superior, they think you are superior to you, you also tell them that you are superior to them. Why should you look inferior?
All right.
They are human beings like us. It's just the color difference. I said it before here. I said, God did not say, let us make the white man or the black man. He said, let us make man in our image and after our own what? Likeness. So your color does not make who you are. It is the quality, your uniqueness that makes you who you are.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster Iyamu. Well, in case you're just joining us, it is Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at the modern day African and identity crisis. Well, we have to go on a break now. The program continues afterwards. Stay tuned. Many thanks for joining us again. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, I would like us to up the ante a bit. My question goes to you, Ramsey. In what ways do you think globalization has affected our cultural identity as Africans?
If I say that globalization has affected us, it's I'll be rendering a disservice to my belief and to those out there that believe that globalization has not done anything to us. Going global does not have a way of affecting your culture. It's just that we took it to another level by abandoning our culture. I can be coding in Python and still speak Edo language. I can be piloting or flying a plane and still speak Edo language. I can be chatting with an American, and when it's time for me to identify myself and still reckon with my culture. So we can make our own culture go global. Some places have done this, especially in the aspect of the music industry. Some people speak in Yoruba, they sing in Yoruba, as Asake and the rest of them. Even the whites are not beginning to listen to us. You know, when you are trying to be like these people, they don't take it too seriously. But when you come with the originality, they feel like this person knows what he's doing and they want to be like you.
They respect you as well, yeah.
That's because you believe in your culture. So our problem is not globalization at all. Our problem is we went global by leaving our culture behind. So we should go with our culture. And that will make us sell out in the international world, in the international market. Now when you see, let's come to schools. Now you see, most schools now, every day is corporate. You will have one day for their native way. And that day is always tagging the culture day. Once in the 10. So are we English or we are Edos? Are we English or we are Asans? Are we English or we are Yorubas? That's the question I keep asking. Now you make English compulsory in school, but you say that cultural science is optional. So we remain longer because we want to speak English. So English is just a language that we could use
English on an empty stomach.
Of course, because we have people from different ethnic groups. It shouldn't be taken to that level where agriculture that we're supposed to take seriously is now being taken as optional. And English is compulsory. Now, in school, if you speak your dialect, they say no, speak English, that's vernacular. In school, if I don't learn about my culture in school, where else will I learn about my culture? So this identity crisis, it will get worse, not even in this generation, the next generation. Because right now, all of them wants to take name, like ask people what's their name, just keep asking. You hear some funny names, they don't even know the origin of the name or the meaning.
The meaning, yeah.
So they downplay their tribal names just to project this English name. They want to be English by all means, whereas English will not accept you because they know where you are coming from. So I think the problem is not globalization per se. The problem is that we went global by leaving our culture, our identity behind. So let's go global with our culture and identity, and that will sell us out. That will promote our industry. That will make us stand tall in the Committee of Nations. That will make us Nigeria. The Nigerians in Nigerians will come out at that time.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ramsey. Now, what's your take, Mr. Foster?
I'm quite
globalization
in support of what he has said. It is one thing for you to give me something. It is another thing for me to accept it. Now, if you see somebody from the north, you call the person Hausa. But it is not everybody from the north that is Hausa. How did it come about? When the Europeans came here, the British to be precise, when they tried to impose their rule in the north, the Northerners did not accept the English language as their medium of communication. Hence, in order to ease communication, Hausa language was not adopted as their lingua franca. So that is why right from the middle belt to the interior north, whether they are Hausa or not, they speak the Hausa language. But we couldn't do that in the south here. When you are in the midst of the Northerners, even in your own state, they carry their identity along with themselves by their way of dressing. Have you ever seen two Northerners speaking English to each other? No. They speak in Hausa.
They don't even speak Pidgin English.
They don't even speak Pidgin English. So the whole world, haven't you heard of BBC Hausa? BBC News Hausa? Have you heard of BBC News Edo? Because we decided to discard our own and adopt the one that is not part of us, and the one that we can never belong to, whether we like it or not. Like he said before, no matter how big a lizard is, it can never become a crocodile. Like these gods are not to blame that I read in secondary school those days, when King Odewale was addressing his people. He said the mangrove tree dwells in the midst of water. He said, however, it does not make it a crocodile. No matter how long you stay in the Western world, they will still tell you this is where you are coming from, because that is your true identity. My younger sister, they have their children all born in Canada, but some certain occasions will arise and they will tell them of their history. Yes, born to Nigerian parents. In spite of the fact that they are Canadians by birth or Canadian citizens, but they are born to Nigerian parents. So my sisters, they use the Canadian passports, but they still know, the Canadian government still know that they are Nigerians, whether we like it or not. So globalization has not accepted us. We decided to go global by ourselves, telling the world that yes, we are no longer Africans, and now we are in the middle of nowhere. Because when you lose your roots, you lose your source. You will not know where you are coming from, and you will not know where you are going to. It becomes a psychological conflict, characterized by being confused, or being who you are, or the group that you are born into. Yeah. So globalization has not done anything to us. Look at the South Africans, for example. When you listen to the South African music, globally, in fact, there's a way they infuse their cultural traits in their music. You will know that this is South African music. They don't want to sing like Tupac, no. That is the respect that I still have for Fela Anikulapo Kuti today. In the world of music, he made Nigeria to be recognized globally. When I was in Japan, I went to a musical shop to buy this compact disc. Could you believe there was a session for Fela's music? While other African music were being mixed together, Fela had his own section all to himself.
In faraway Japan.
Faraway Japan. All my CDs, Fela music, I bought the whole of them in Japan. He made Nigeria to be global. Why? Promoting the African culture. Telling the white man that if you think I'm nothing, I will tell you I am somebody. So the idea of, oh, it is globalization that has affected. Yes, fine. You can learn and add to what you already have.
So globalization is not necessarily the problem.
It's not necessarily.
What you make of it?
Now, what about the Chinese? What about the Indians? What about the Japanese, the Koreans? Even the Eastern Europeans. They don't speak English. They speak their own dialects. And meanwhile, they call themselves Europeans. Why? They value their culture. A number of times when later, what's the name? Not Gorbachev now, the one after Gorbachev, I've forgotten his name. He went to conferences in Europe. You see, they get a translator for him to translate for him within Europe. He speaks his Russian. Because that is who he is. He's a Russian. But how many of us here does that? Would rather speak English even if it's the other way around, so long as, yes, we are not speaking our dialects. Be ashamed to speak your own dialect? No. Be ashamed to identify yourself as an African? No. Be ashamed to dress as an African? No. It's not supposed to be. We are supposed to showcase who we are. Take our identity to the global stage so that they will know, oh, these are Nigerians. These are the Edo among the Nigerian states. These are the Igbo, these are the Yoruba, just name them. So that is what I believe.
Okay, now Ramsey made mention of the fact that in most of our schools today, credence is not given to indigenous languages, indigenous culture.
Yes.
So rather than have the majority of the days of the week for our cultural identity, we have just one day reserved for our culture. Now, do you think it's practically possible for, you know, our modern day education to coexist with African cultural values?
As it is now, it is not possible. Why? Can you give what you don't have? The crop of people that are supposed to do that now, they don't even identify themselves with the African culture. So how can they possibly impart what they don't have into others who do not have what they don't have as well? It's like a blind man leading a blind man. I remember when we were in primary school those days, like Abu Sawan said,
yeah,
we speak English in schools, not even to your friends, so to your teachers, your educators. With your friends, the ones that are Bini, you speak Bini. They're the ones that are not Bini, you speak the pidgin English. That is why when you see your teacher outside the school, because you don't know how to draw his attention to yourself, you just say Isa or Aima. So that one we know that, oh, that person must be one of his or our students. And the teacher will now look back, good afternoon, sir, good afternoon, man. You understand? Yeah. And because they had all it takes them, they even promoted our culture those days in school. Why? By way of handiwork. What is handiwork? Those things we are able to make, those crafts we are able to make locally with our hands.
Okay. All right, I'll have to pause you there, Mr. Foster, because you know, we have to go on another break. But please hold that thought, because I would like you to throw more light, you know, on the need for us to build young people who are in touch and in tune with their culture. But that will be right after this break. Please stay tuned. Great to have it back. Still Flipside on Independent Television. Now back to my question before we went on that break, Mr. Foster. You were actually, you know, attempting an answer to the question, how does, what role does language play? I know we've actually talked on language before, but what role do you think language plays, you know, in further dividing us, especially detaching us from our identity as a people?
Language is a means of communication in the first place, and it is also a source of your identity. Now, we are speaking in English so that those who are not Bini that might be watching this episode, they'll be able to grasp whatever we are discussing. Otherwise, language is not supposed to divide us. Language is supposed to bring us together and make us to identify with ourselves.
Our roots, okay.
Now, like I did say that I was in Japan before. When I was in Japan, do you know, if a Japanese man sees a black-skinned man, whether he's from Ghana, whether he's from Ethiopia, you are Nigeria, they call all of us brothers because of that
skin color.
Skin color. They don't even differentiate us by our countries. They group us together as Africans. They just believe that Africa is just one country that houses all of the dark-skinned people. That is just their belief. They don't believe that Africa has different countries and different cultural backgrounds. No. They believe we are all one. They call us brothers. And really, we stuck to it. When something happens to one African in Japan, then
everyone rallies around them.
Everyone rallies around them. I know a number of times we as Nigerians will hold parties. Ghanaians will come, Ethiopians will come, Kenyans will come, Ugandans will come, Tanzanians will come to felicitate with us, because we are seeing ourselves as one, in spite of the fact that we had different cultures, we had different languages that we speak, but yet the language did not divide us. The Africanism in us brought us.
We're united by race.
Yes, brought us together as one. So language was never a problem. But this time around, we have now made language to be a problem. How can a father tell his son not to speak their local dialect in his own house? A mother will come out on social media and start bragging about how the son or the daughter can speak foreign language, and meanwhile your own local dialect. How many mothers, how many fathers have come out on social media and say, oh, my son took first in the Edo language, my daughter took first in Yoruba language? No. They will even tell you, you are going to read the Edo language. You think that one is a course? Where is it going to get you to? It's not going to get him or her anywhere. He's encouraging that child to lose his or her own identity. He is going to take that child somewhere. Why? The child, it will help the child to carry his or her identity along wherever he or she goes. So language has never been a problem. We are the one that is creating problems out of language.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. Now, Ramsey, let me ask you this. How do you think the entertainment industry has influenced our cultural identity, especially, you know, the youth amongst us?
Of course, kudos must be given to them. In fact, they are the people that sometimes made us proud of who we are now. They did not disregard or discard their cultural identity or their roots. People like Burna Boy, Davido, mentioned them, they've done well. Now they've made people outside Nigeria to respect Nigerians and Nigeria as a country. Even at the World Cup, you see some of them speak our dialect there. They use our dialect in their songs. So the entertainment industry is one industry that we must give credence and kudos to. In this country, they've never been ashamed of being called Nigerians. In fact, they are promoting Nigeria and Nigerianism. They've done well in that industry. It's our time the government even started helping them.
Partner with them.
Because the one good thing that we can talk to say about this country, Nigeria now, is our entertainment industry. Of course, the Nollywood are also trying now. They are projecting it to the global stage. They are using our Nigerianness. They put our Nigerianness in their various plays and all that. But the music industry, those guys are doing great. In fact, they should keep it up. Many of them tried imitating or mimicking the Americans at the initial stage, But they found out that the originality was not.
Would you call that a phase of cultural crisis, identity crisis?
When they found out that the Americans will not accept you because you are trying to be like them, they will accept you when you are committing the originality. So they all have to fall back to.
Sorry, if I have to interject, I think in the early 2000s when Wyclef paid a visit to Nigeria. He commended the Nigerian musicians. He said, but the problem with them is that they do not have their own pattern of music.
That does it.
They want to sing like the Americans. They want to sing like the Jamaicans.
It is.
You have your own pattern.
It is recently, or let's say for some time now, that the Nigerian artists have come back to Nigeria to say, what sells you out? What makes you unique? Is when you're doing that thing that nobody has been doing before, you're creating a path that others will follow. You see Charlie Poppy, for example. He came out with this idea of Edo, Benin.
Infusing the Edo language in his music.
Some of the white people, they will sing along whenever he's singing.
Lahore.
And all that. So if you say you are Edo anywhere and they say Lahore, they say, hey, that's the first thing they will say. And so that is what they should be doing, and they have been doing it. I must commend them. The other aspect the set of people that we also need to talk to in regards to this identity crisis and all that is the government of the day. The government of the day are making us more English than the English, and it will not help us.
How so?
Thank you, sir. Now, if you see language, like Mr. Foster rightly said, it's not just a medium or a means of communication. It is your identity. The first thing that will tell who you are is your language. It even reflects in when you are trying to speak on that person's language. That's what we call accents. We also have the idiolect, which is peculiar or unique to you.
Okay.
But your dialect for a group of people is that language that serves you out. So this dialect of ours should be promoted in the educational sector. The government should pay more attention to how we are going to promote our culture globally. Let the students know things about their heroes and not the heroes of other countries. They can say something about French Revolution and all that. They don't even know what happened in Konidia or the Obas Palace or Queen Amina Zaria and all that. So what has happened to history in secondary school? Why are they dilly-dallying with it? Today there is history, tomorrow there is no history. We hear there is implementation, but when they are not on ground, what is happening? So children don't even know more about their history, but they know about the history of French Revolution. They know about the history of
the First World War, Second World War.
So what about us? So the government should just come in to promote our own identity, because we are losing it already. The kind of language that some of our children try to speak, for the Beninese example, I call them Ignedo. So sometimes they will be speaking and say, are you speaking Edo? Or they say, is Edo? And I say, no, this is not Edo, this is Ignedo.
It's a hybrid.
Yeah, that television here. Television is still English.
That one is even good. There was one I met in Uniben about 2 months ago. She was trying to print out something. So the printer asked her, what's your name? She said, Elo Busa. I said, what? Elo Busa. Said, are you a Benin? She said, so you cannot even pronounce your name. Do we have Elo Busa in Benin, or we have Elo Wosa? So to me, it's a shame. It's appalling.
Very appalling.
But whose fault do you think that is?
The fault of the parents.
The parents, the society, the government, including you, my brother, the media, the broadcasters. So why did I say including us? Now the government must enforce the idea of speaking the dialect in school. If the school is in Yoruba land, let Yoruba be a medium of communication.
Okay.
It is only when they are speaking to someone that is not Yoruba that they can now resort to English. If it's in Edo or if it's in Islam, like that, project or promote their dialects. Then for the parents, they should know this, that they cannot be more English than the English
one. Okay.
So in my house, you don't speak English. In school, you speak English. You acquire my dialect in my house. You learn English in your school. So we must teach our children our dialects. Either they were born here or outside this country. Let them know how to speak their dialect. When all chips are down, they come back to the roots. Now for the government, I've talked about them, the parents now. Then even our religious houses, our religious houses.
Yes, I was actually getting to that.
If I dress in my attire now, and I do attire, we all wear the tie wrapper with the white and the bead and all that, they may ask the gate man to lock me out because they don't know if it's a native doctor that is coming. So they believe that to be in church, you must dress in suits, you must wear your suits and all that. Then even the Igbo, if they dress in that attire, and I'm like, what's this guy trying to do with his fetish and all that? So people see our dialect, our tradition, our culture now as things that are fetish. And that's because of the way they have been groomed. So we need to reorientate our children. They need a reorientation. Now this thing doesn't work like this. For the fact that you know how to speak good English doesn't make you the most intelligent person in the room. It's just a language. I studied English in university, up to my master's level. So someone will expect me to say, project English as the best and all that. I said, no, English is even still a badge of colonialism, neo-colonialism. So we are fighting to speak like them. It means that we are still under colonial governments. What then do we use as a country? Our project that we use in Nigeria, which is Nigeria Pidgin. This thing has been analyzed by many professors and doctors in university that Nigerian Pidgin should become our national language.
Now you're going to tell me, you're going to give me more reasons why you think we should adopt Pidgin English as national language. Because I mean, one would think that because a lot of persons, just like you said earlier, Pidgin English is considered. Yeah, Pidgin English is considered to be vernacular.
A debased language. It's not.
What about if you call it vernacular? Then what do you now tell the Jamaicans about their patois?
All right, we'll examine that even more right after this break. Please stay tuned. All right, thanks a lot for being there. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Ramsey, you are advocating for the adoption of Nigerian Pidgin as a unifying language. Why Pidgin English?
It's homegrown. It's from us. It started with us. That is our identity. To the extent that even outside this country now, many whites want to learn the Pidgin. That's what thrilled them. They are fascinated about it. They want to know more about this language. It's so encouraging. As a teacher, sir, if you are teaching in the classroom, you're trying to explain a particular concept, you are not getting it with good English, switch to Pidgin. Before you know, the students start nodding. So that is innate. That is our identity. That's part of us.
So the most important thing is that it's a mode of communication?
Yes, it is. There is no part of this country that don't understand Nigeria Pidgin. But there are some persons in Nigeria that don't really understand this good English. So Pidgin should be our identity in the global world. Let's standardize it. Let's analyze it. People are working on this already. It's a language. Despite how it started, many languages started as contact languages. Yes, Pidgin is a contact language. Just as some of these languages. English is a conglomeration of many languages. Go back in history and trace the history of English. You find out that there are so many languages that have been borrowed, that have been infused into English. So there is no superiority of language. It's just the people that owns the language, the people that are the native speakers of the language that are quite good economically and all that. And that's what England and other speaking countries like America have been. So it is the people that attract others to learn their language. Same way we can groom us and attract foreigners to learn our language. So I think if we decide to infuse Nigeria Pidgin in government, in entertainment, everywhere, communication will flow. And people will study it. The whites will want to study, that becomes our identity.
All right, so as we begin to wrap up now, because time is no longer on our side, what steps do you think individuals can take, in embracing their African identity rather than chasing after Western civilization? Mr. Foster.
Yes, we have to first of all identify ourselves as Africans. Then we know that we have a root, and that root is our source. That source determines where we are going to. So we have to carry our identities, our culture, along as much as we can, right from our homes, our families. Like my daughter is in the Department of History and International Studies, UNIBEN there. I think there was a day I went to UNIBEN. I was with one of my lecturers, Professor Benson Sadolo, to be precise. My daughter came and saw us. So Sadolo, Prof, good morning, sir. I said, are you in your right senses? Before she now said, Daddy, Ladi Sansa. Because the professor you address as sir, good morning, sir, is older than your father in age. He is also a Benin man. And we Benin, we have our family greetings. Don't forget, that was one unique thing about the Benin before the colonial masters came. Every family, they have their family greetings. So that is why Benin will say, how does that play out? If somebody commits a crime in Benin those days and goes into hiding, they will not ask, what is their family greetings? The moment they make mention of it, they know the family that person is from. So they go to that family. And because that families, they do not want to contend with the other, they will bring that.
Fish him out.
They fish him out. You understand? So their family greetings help to identify them. So all these things, they were done from the grassroots. But after the colonial masters came, our fathers did it to some extent, and they forgot about it, adopted the colonial style, which we are also selling to our children. But I'm saying we should go back to our roots, so that we will not lose our culture in its entirety.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. That was a very powerful advice, and I'm sure that it will go a long way to help us reorientate ourselves and start looking in the right direction as far as our cultural identity is concerned. Now, Ramsey, what's your advice for parents and of course all the stakeholders involved in this, the government, the schools and the rest of them? What's your advice for them? What do you think they can do better just to...
Parents should teach their children their culture. That is their identity. They are not Americans, they are not Russians, they are not Canadians, they are Nigerians. Teach them your culture, And even if the parents, some of them don't even know their culture, employ someone that will teach them the culture. And for the government, which will begin to infuse cultural education in schools, let's have days for days, not just one day in a term, they call culture day. Let's have days that will showcase our culture, our food, our dress code, our style of dressing, our language. It should be encouraged in school. They should not call my language the vernacular. They should not call our dialect vernaculars anymore. In fact, these are the real language. The English is just a way of unifying them because they have different languages. That's for the government. Then coming to the religious home, churches should not, should I say, being biased when it comes to your dress code. There should be nothing like you must always wear a suit or be corporate and all that. No, you can wear an attire and go to church.
Apart from the dressing area. Yeah, when you sing the Benin song in the church, you raise eyebrows.
Like what's he saying? Because they believe.
And this is Benin land. But the moment you sing an English song, you see the whole of them jumping up and down, even when they don't even know the meaning of the song.
The pastors are now using some accents, English accents and all that. That does not make them English. Then coming to our society, the society should know that this is the only society we have. The Italians will not allow you to play with their language, but that's the only country where they speak their language. So they project it. Every society, every group, every tribe, every ethnic group should encourage their language. And with that, the children will know that their language is not inferior, but rather it is their badge of identity.
All right, Ramsey Uwaila Abu Soma. It's been an amazing time on the show with you. Thank you so much for your amazing thoughts, and I hope that next time I call upon you, you do me the honor of being with me on the show. All right, and of course, the one and only Foster Musahai Yamu, historian and public affairs analyst. Thanks so much for being on the show.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, it's been an amazing show so far, and I want to say a very big thank you to every single one of you out there for making today's episode a success. Well, it's been a very interesting conversation, the modern day African and identity crisis. Well, our identity, just from what the panelists have said, is who we are. Okay, your language is who you are. Your dressing, your dress code, the way you carry yourself, the way you walk, the way you talk is who you are. All right, and you should never feel inferior to anybody else, because nobody, even the white man that you are trying to imitate, would not want to be like you. So how about you just embrace your culture and your identity? My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamui Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upoma Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
A very good afternoon to you and thanks for joining us on ITV News at noon. I am Harry Aigboje. We begin with the federal government, which has reaffirmed its commitment to completing the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway within the lifespan of President Bola Tinubu's administration, dismissing concerns that the project may terminate in Lagos. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, gave the assurance during an inspection tour of Section 4 of the highway project in Ondo State.
Taking during on-the-spot assessment, Senator Umahi expressed satisfaction with the pace and quality of work on the Ondo State axis of the project, noting that the progress recorded so far indicates that the section could be completed ahead of schedule. The minister emphasized that the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway remains a strategic national star communities across several states. Responding to the recent comments credited to Senator Adams Oshomole, who reportedly urged the federal government to focus more on existing roads, Umahi explained that the Tinubu administration is constructing only 2 new major road projects, while most other road interventions across the country involve rehabilitation and reconstruction of existing highways.
What my brother said, that we should stop doing new roads. We are doing only 2 new roads, the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and the Sokoto-Badagry, super highway. And these projects are not just road projects, they are investments. Section 1 has been completed for 7.47 kilometers by 2, and it is under bidding now. People want to pay the entire cost of the project so that they can toll it.
Members of the National Assembly on oversight duty also inspected the project, stating that their visit was aimed at ensuring transparency and verifying that funds appropriated for the highway are being judiciously utilized. Community leaders from various parts of Ondo State, alongside Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, led by Moromi Ojodu, commended the project and highlighted its potential.
We are here to ensure that there is value for money, which is public money. And that is our primary duty as parliamentarians.
This road would open up a lot of economic opportunities for our people, the grassroots, and also open up villages to development.
Instead of taking like 7 hours from Lagos to this place, by December we will take less than 2 hours to take place.
From Lagos, Aigbuji Horia, ITV News.
Over now to Osun State, whose government has denied allegations that 11 billion was looted from its coffers, describing the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission's reported claims as a failed attempt to cover up illegal action through unfounded allegations. In a statement issued on X by the Commissioner for Information and Public Enlightenment, Kola Kwalimi, the government insisted that there was no financial misconduct and accused the anti-graft agency of acting on the directive of former Governor Gbuyega Oyetola to frustrate the payment of palliatives to workers. The government maintains that despite the account freeze, it had already paid the palliatives to all state workers following negotiations aimed at cushioning the effects of the country's economic challenges. Rejecting allegations of misappropriation, the state government accused the EFCC of pursuing a politically motivated investigation. All material facts point to the fact that the Commission is pursuing a hatchet job for the Osun APC by illegally freezing the state account and falsely accusing the government of looting ecological and other state funds. According to the statement, available state resources have been spent on infrastructure, workers' welfare, and sectoral development. The Federal Capital Territory Police Command has recovered 2 FN FAL rifles and live ammunition during a raid on a suspected bandits' hideout in Dajin Madam Forest, located between Plateau and Bauchi states. In a statement by the command's public relations officer, Josephine Ade, that the operation followed further investigation into the arrest of 4 suspects allegedly involved in supplying arms, ammunition, and illicit substances to bandits. Others stated that operatives of the command's anti-kidnapping unit carried out the operation after receiving credible intelligence from one of the arrested suspects, identified as Mubashu Isbal. She stated that the information led the operatives to the forest where the criminal syndicate allegedly maintained one of its hideouts. Further investigation established that Mubashu Aishak obtained arms and ammunition from one Rabiu Hassan and supplied them to one Baba Al-Haji Sanusi, a suspected bandit kingpin currently at large and believed to be hiding in the forest in Katsina State. She added that efforts were ongoing to arrest other members of the syndicate, recover additional weapons linked to the group, and charge the suspects in court. The Nigerian Navy, in furtherance of its offensive against crude oil theft, has successfully deactivated 2 illegal refining sites while maintaining pressure by dismantling a reactivated illegal refining network in the Niger Delta. Navy Captain Abiodun Folorunsho, Director of Information, made this known to the media, noting that 85,000 liters of stolen crude oil products were recovered following disruption of additional illegal refinery infrastructure in Rivers State under Operation Delta Sentinel. The development comes just days after the discovery and deactivation of similar illegal refining infrastructure within the same general area, highlighting the persistent attempts by economic saboteurs to reactivate illicit operations despite sustained enforcement efforts. The recurring discoveries underscore the effectiveness of the Nigerian Navy's sustained operational presence in identifying hotspots, which continues to deny criminal elements the freedom to establish and maintain illegal refining networks. The Nigerian Navy remains resolute in its commitment to dismantling illegal refining networks, combating crude oil theft, and safeguarding Nigeria's maritime and energy assets through sustained operations under Operation Delta Sentinel. The Esama of Benin, an honorary Romanian consul to Edo and Delta states, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion, on Wednesday, added another feather to his top list of honors as the League of Edo State Women Lawyers conferred on him the Grand Patron of the body in recognition of his outstanding contributions to the development of the legal profession. Pius Onsawa reports that the League, under the leadership of Mrs. Bridget Imwetinya Osai Godala, Esquire, presented the award during the courtesy visit to the Esama of Benin at his Okada country home residence. The visit also provided an opportunity to formally introduce its newly inaugurated executives to the patriarch of the House of Igbenedion.
Leader of the Forum of Women Lawyers, Benin Branch, Mrs. Bridget Imotiyan Igbodola, Esquire, said the Esama's philanthropy and contributions to the development of society is equal to none. She said the women lawyers are glad to be associated with him and prayed for continued good health, wisdom, and many more years of impactful service to humanity.
We have always wanted to come and see you, Daddy, because we know that you are a great man, a great pillar in Edo State. And we have seen all your good works. You take everybody as your children.
The delegation also extended warm goodwill messages ahead of the Esama's forthcoming birthday celebration in September. A highlight of the visit was the presentation of a beautifully crafted portrait of the Esama as a symbol of the forum's admiration and appreciation for his enduring legacies.
You are a father of inestimable value. Daddy, we love you. Daddy, we love you.
Responding, the Patriarch of the House of Igbenedion and Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Igbenedion, expressed heartfelt appreciation to the women lawyers for the honor and thoughtful visit. He commended the forum for its commitment to promoting excellence, leadership, and service within the legal profession, while encouraging members to remain steadfast in the pursuit of justice and nation building. The Esama of Benin warmly hosted the august visitors to a lavish reception which reflected the House of Igbenedion's renowned hospitality. Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
And moving on, independent television and radio has been praised for its enduring contributions to the promotion and preservation of Edo music, as well as its consistent support for the artists whose talents helped shape the state's entertainment industry. The commendation came when members of the Edo Music Elders Forum, led by its chairman, Prince Roland Igbeneghe, popularly known as Akaba Man, paid a courtesy visit to the management of independent television and radio at the station's corporate headquarters on Airport Road, Benin City. The visit was aimed at seeking the station's partnership and support for a musical concert planned to celebrate the lives and legacies of Edo music legends. Ofurea Neto has details.
Speaking during the visit, Chairman of the Edo Music Elders Forum, Prince Roland Igbeneghe, popularly known as Akaba Man, alongside Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Comrade Nehizen Arase, said the proposed concert is intended to honor the pioneers of Edo music whose contributions laid the foundation for the state's rich musical heritage.
We are to celebrate our past musicians. So in doing that, we must carry you around. Person like Savito Waipo, Okosun, and most of others, they are among the least of the demands in some way to celebrate.
We know the role ITV has played as far as music is concerned. Ask our young musicians voluntarily come and perform any of these musicians' music live on the 28th.
Responding, the Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, described the initiative as timely and commendable, noting that recognizing the achievements of Edo music legends is vital to preserving the state cultural heritage. He assured the delegation of the station's support and commitment to giving the event adequate publicity.
It's a thing of honor to talk about our legends. Now we want to celebrate those that are gone. And why in front of us are those that are alive. I'm surprised to hear that this is the mark of Mochikobe. So if we have this opportunity to give back, I don't see any reason why those of us in ITV will not support events of this nature.
Present at the meeting were the Executive Director, Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ujomo, Director of Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, General Manager, Commercial Services, Mrs. Odum Balogo, General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Mr. Egosa Agbonlaho, and other members of the station's management team. From Benin, Ofuri and Neta, ITV News.
And now to the business world, where Nigeria's upstream oil and gas sector is projected to attract between $30 billion and $50 billion in fresh offshore investments over the next 5 years as the country moves to unlock new production capacity through 22 major offshore projects. The Commission said the anticipated investments expected between 2026 and 2030 will not only increase crude oil production but also create thousands of jobs, expand critical infrastructure, and strengthen Nigeria's energy security. The Commission Chief Executive of the NUPRC, Orishemeyiwa Eyeso, disclosed this in a keynote address delivered on her behalf by the Executive Commissioner for Development and Production, Inorese Amadasun, at the Society of Petroleum Engineers Nigeria Annual International Conference and Exhibition. According to the Commission, the growing pipeline of offshore projects reflects improving investor confidence in Nigeria following reforms introduced under the Petroleum Industry Act and the Commission's drive to make licensing and project approvals more transparent. Let's now take a trip to the breathtaking world of sports where Nigeria's Super Falcons have qualified for the quarterfinals of the Women's African Cup of Nations WAFCON after defeating Egypt 6-2 in their final Group C game. The result means the Super Falcons finish in second place on 6 points, while Malawi, also on 6 points, topped the group despite losing 2-1 to Zambia in the other fixture. Asisa Toshuala, Gift Monday, Uche Nakano, Christy Ucheibe, Rashida Tajibade and Joel Mewa were the scorers for the Super Falcons, while Nadine Ghazi got Egypt's 2 goals. The Super Falcons will now face Cameroon, who topped Group D in the quarterfinals on Sunday. And with that, we've come to the end of ITV News at noon. Many thanks for watching. I am Harry Aigboje. Do join us at 3 for the World News. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Mobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Owan West and Owan East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Owan people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to Women in Conversation. We call it in short WIC. It is a table where women sit together to discuss issues pertaining family, not just, usually I'll tell you issues pertaining women, but we have found out that the women are the family. So we discuss issues pertaining family, when we say family, children, brothers, sisters, husbands, in-laws in total. So today that we are sitting here, I have with me, as usual, my pretty women, as usual, they are always sitting pretty to discuss issues pertaining family. And to my right, I have Mrs. Gift Furera Onuzo.
It's a pleasure being here. Morning.
Gift, this is your Furera name. Anyway, because I know the meaning, I'll be biting my tongue whenever I want to pronounce it, because the meaning is so pretty. The meaning means beautiful
flower.
Oh my God, beautiful flower. And you are sitting like a very beautiful rose.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this day. And then we have Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sani. Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sani, I know why I paused there when I said Mrs. But it's all good and well. She is the founder of House of Refuge Foundation. Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sani is always pretty. I have told her we have to go around Miss Nigeria so that she can represent us in the contest. Thank you for the compliment. I'm glad to be here too. You are pretty too. Thank you. And then we have a first timer here. Would we say the first timer joining us? She is Miss Bola Ige. Not the Bola Ige you think, but she is Miss Bola Ige Oyebade.
Yeah.
Oyebade. She's an artist. She's going to be singing for us before we leave this table today. And she's also a real estate consultant. Did I tell you that Chief Gift is also an executive chef who had promised us some food before we leave this table today. You're all welcome to the table this morning.
Thank you. Good to be honest.
Okay, so we're going to be talking on, can love alone sustain marriage? That's the topic of what we're going to be talking on today. Can love alone sustain marriage? Should I start with you, Tony?
If I have to answer that question properly, it is yes and no. Yes, in the sense that love is the foundation of all marriages. That's the foundation. Apart from the physical attraction, emotional connection, and everything, we bring out the love. And that genuine love comes with trust. And it's as if you are okay with every condition that you meet in that marriage. You'll be glad, you'll be happy because you are doing what you're happy doing. You are with somebody that is making you happy. So it's sustained marriage. But to some extent, that is a marriage where there's provisions, where there's vision and provision, where there's trust and friendship. But when there's love and we are hungry, something will happen to him.
So you're saying love cannot hold hunger?
To some extent. When it gets to a point that we love ourselves, but we can't afford rent, but we can't pay children's school fees, and we are hungry, something has to be done. Love can't go beyond that level. But love can start from Genesis to Revelation if there is provision, trust, and friendship. Love will balance to sustain the marriage. But it can never sustain the marriage alone without those subordinates.
I see. I understand what you're going to, what you're saying. You know, some people will tell you that they can't love in an empty stomach. I mean, you hear them say, I can't be hungry and I'm loving you. So that's where Tony is going. So what's your own take? Can love alone sustain marriage?
Well, love is a good thing, like the Bible said. But it can't sustain marriage. It can't. Like she said, it will take you to a point. And after that point, what next? If I love somebody and the person is not providing, because when you love somebody, you give. Love is giving. So when the love that you say you have in a marriage is not providing, the love dies. So a love alone cannot sustain marriage. The condiment that comes with love will have to go with it. Because when you want to pay the bills, the children are crying. You cannot afford seeing your child crying, hungry, and you say this love that will sustain that child. It's not possible. So love alone cannot sustain marriage.
Okay, let me come to you, please. Love alone cannot sustain the marriage. But then again, when you love, you sacrifice some things, and then you tend to, support your husband or your spouse, okay? And she's saying that love alone cannot sustain the marriage because when you see your child crying for hunger, you want to turn away from love and make sure that this child eats. But supporting your spouse, maybe you have enough to bring to support him. Would you still be in love when you're the only one, bringing out, dishing it out, paying the bills and trying to run the family? Will that love still be there?
I think the woman should understand that the man is going through process. But it's going to be bad when the man now eventually just relax because the woman is providing and he doesn't want to do anything. He doesn't want to like help, especially when she comes back, he's with remote watching TV. Then when she comes back, she's still the person that will still enter the kitchen, do some chores in the house again. You know, why he's still with his remote? I mean, they at that point,
the love dies.
The love begins to die because hurt will come in, resentment will come in. You understand? So that is why I said it's either yes or no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we have had a situation. Let me give you a scenario that I saw some time ago. I was called into this. So the man is a pastor, okay, and the woman works with the federal government. And now the man doesn't want to do any other thing than just the pastoring job. And so the woman walked up to me and said, she's getting tired.
Wow.
Yeah, that she's actually getting tired. That she has tried to set him up with different things, but he just keeps saying, I'm a pastor, I'm a pastor, I'm a pastor, I'm a pastor, full-time pastor, you're right. And so she called my attention to say that she was getting tired and all that. So I walked up to the man because I have been called. I said, because actually the lady happens to be a relation. So I said, this is what your wife said and that's what your wife said. Why don't you want to do anything? She was trying to set you up and all of that. And he said his time is committed to God's work. In this situation, what do you do to him?
I'm calling him on this time.
Oh my God. No.
Because let's go to the Bible. In the Genesis, God called Moses. Take Israelite, my people, out of this land to another land. It is Moses that have direct relationship with God, not the Israelites. It's because of the love of that God that made those Israelites follow Moses and obey Moses. And they see the trials, they pass. The trial, they pass. So this God really loves us to be doing this. Do you know at a particular point, the Lord filled the Israelites when they were hungry?
Yeah.
He did. They asked Moses, give us food, but let us go back to where we are coming from. Examine the marriage. When there is no proper provision, it won't work. Even when they need water, they change. Even the love they have for Moses expired. Because they did something. I don't understand the scenario of calling. Because everybody has a calling. It is for you to discover your own. Thank God I know my own calling from the calling of my own dear pastor. I pick my God directions, put me in my own calling, and I'm okay with it. But I have no head that God said, drop your hoe and cutlass and follow me. I am not the disciple. It's only the disciple, 12, that Jesus Christ called. You know, they were doing something.
Yeah.
It's not as if they were just
dormant.
They were doing something. And he called them, follow me. And they obeyed. Because that call is with provision. They were doing something and God called them. Jesus called them, follow me. And immediately provision for them. I never read where they lack till the very end. But you are not doing something. God knows they call lazy man. No, God, I don't understand. God cannot call a lazy man. You must be doing something. God must have trusted you with what you are doing with your life and with your career before you can now assign a duty to you. When you are failing yourself, why would you fail God? You can't manage any resources. You can't bring anything to the table. God will now pick a disciple and put in your hand to trust you with disciples. It's not possible. How will you take care of the sheep? Of the sheep, it's not possible. So me, it's a zero. That man, they will not come my way. They will not come to the generation's way. That you will tell me God.
Toy, that's okay. That's fine. That's Toy, that's okay. Let me get your view on this.
Oh my God. You see, The Bible says, he that does not provide for his house is worse than an infidel. So,
but in this case, he has been called and is working for God.
He is working for God.
Twin.
How? There are pastors, there are lawyers, there are pastors, there are so many, even the some.
Yes. Well, me, I would say that, you know, because when we are talking about is love enough, it starts from there. Because sometimes, because love is just a feeling. And that feeling can be punctured.
Anytime.
You understand?
Like a balloon.
Yes, it can be punctured. Now, initially, you know, when this love thing starts happening, you may not be thinking outside the box
at that time.
Because I believe the problem started from there. Yes. Because you know, there must be a discussion, or they didn't discuss. Of course, they should have discussed. You know, initially.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a man of God. God has called me to full time. You know, and I'm going to marry you. You doing the work.
We're going to stop there. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be back to continue this interesting discussion. Please sit.
Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking about, can love sustain, love alone sustain marriage? And the table was being heated before we went for a very short break. I called for that break so we could have water, because Tony was already shaking the table and was telling me, listen, they shouldn't call me for that kind of thing. But anyway, welcome back. So you were saying something, Eve.
Yes. So, you know, because of love, so probably there was no discussion outside the box. Okay, I'm a full-time pastor. God has called me. I don't want to do any other.
So full-time pastors don't eat?
No, they know they buy things. No, the truth is
they don't go to market.
The truth is, when we are talking about this full-time, let's be realistic. There are exceptions. You understand? Yes, there are exceptions. Yeah, it's not absolute.
True.
It's
there
not
are
absolute.
exceptions. True.
You understand? Yeah. So you know, we look at this.
Let the viewers understand what you mean.
We can even use the Jew as an example. He was a lecturer at later, and he has to stop and the ministry.
Yeah, because the demand was much on him.
Grow to that extent.
To some extent, yes.
The ministry must have been ready to sustain itself.
Yes.
Before you can drop. A church that you are just planting, maybe you have just 50 and 100
members, yes.
And you now say God call you full time. Those people need food.
Your family needs food.
Your family, you pay bills.
Yes.
You have parents. Was that where you were going to?
Yeah, part of it.
Okay.
It's part of it.
All right.
Now,
let us understand.
Yes, when I said that there are exceptions, because when somebody said, I am called, you understand? You are not there. Me, I'm not there. It's God that called the person, and the person and God know what they discuss, what their relationship, what they said. You understand? There are some people that God might really not say that they should go and do something. You understand? But where the missing line is that the man of God should bring the wife to a place of understanding. If he does not bring the wife to the place of understanding, he will be finding it hard with the wife.
Exactly.
Okay. The place of understanding, I mean, is that make the woman to know that, when I say place of understanding, from the little of the man, the woman will be able to know that if this man has much, he will be able to do more. You understand? If this from the little, of course, he cannot say he's not getting anything.
Gift, let me come in there. In such a scenario, for me, I don't think the man needs to get married and bring in children. Okay. Because who are you expecting in the first place? Yes. Yeah. Who are you expecting to help take care of your children?
Responsibility.
Did God say that you should come and serve him and don't cater for your responsibilities?
No. God did not say that.
I mean, because even if you're not married, you must be living in a house. You will eat. So how do you do all of that?
Clothe yourself. Yeah, just like she said that it is only the 12 apostles that God permitted to do that.
To leave whatever they were doing and
to follow Jesus.
So do you know that? And I will make you fishers of men because they were doing something.
But let me tell you, the truth is that as a man of God that is called, as in quote, called, because there are people who call themselves. But
Mm,
there are people who call themselves. But if you are actually called, you are called with your provision. God bless you. You are called with your provision. God will meet that need. You understand? But but somehow there are ones who call themselves, and there are ones that are hiding under that God has called them. You understand? And if they hide, of course, they become lazy, and then they tend not to.
Let's leave this argument because truly, Toyin is not agreeing with what you are saying.
Okay.
In fact, she's nodding her head already. She's not agreeing with what you're saying
All right.
because a man of God is also a human being who has to, face the
normal life
that
hurdles,
we
yes.
all live.
Yes.
He has to eat, even if he's not married. He has 8 families he has to take care of, and take care of himself. He has siblings that he has to take care of. But let me ask this question. We're talking if love alone can sustain a marriage. Yes. Okay. For love, who do you think sacrifice more in marriage, the men or the women?
A very big topic.
Let me start with you, Bolaige.
It's obvious. There is a woman that sacrifices more. Is the woman that sacrifices more in the marriage, because what she does, she take care of the man, she take care of the children when they start coming in, she take care of herself. Now the extended families are in there too. They'll be expecting so much from her, not minding what she herself is facing. She might be going through so many things and nobody cares to know. And she might not want to say it because I don't want my families to, or my husband's family to like maybe have the bad impression about me. So she keeps swallowing everything. So she
keeps bearing.
Yeah, she keeps bearing. She wouldn't want to fall. I mean, look the weak part, especially when it comes to her children. She wants to show them that I am strong, no matter what. She wants to be out there for them. And she is the pillar of the house somehow. Not just somehow, she is even the pillar of the house. Yeah, the husband is the head. She is the pillar of the house. Because whatever...
She is the neck of the head.
Yes.
She's the engine of the house.
She is. Because whatever she runs in the house is what stands. The husband just goes outside. Some men don't even care what happens in the house. She goes out. They go out, bring in the thing that they want to bring in for the house to... I have given it to you. If not,
so she's the master planner.
Yeah, she just do it and whatever have I not provided. Some men are like, I provide for you, so what else do you want? You know, so she is the one that sacrifices the more in the house. The woman bears so much. Is it the childbearing? Is it the labor? Is it the menstrual wahala thing that women go through? Menopause, you just name it. And
is
nobody
it the prayer?
cares.
You're not talking about the prayer aspect.
Exactly.
You know, they are always
so
24 hours on their
they
knees.
don't. In fact, the man was my children. The man will just be there doing whatever he's doing outside, and my wife is there.
Okay, let me hear your view. You know, who sacrifices more?
I'm not going to agree with that 100%, because this thing we are talking, it depends on the kind of partner that God bless you with. Where I will agree with you is in a situation where the husband is working and the wife is working. They are both going out to provide for the family. And when we now come back, the house chore and everything is going to fall on the women. In that aspect, there's no two way about it.
The woman is doing the sacrifice.
Major. But in a situation where my gender will be at all, painting nails, washing dishes, checking all the program. There is a cook, there's house help, there's a nanny, there's a driver.
Okay.
And the man is
out there
hustling.
That's the generation we have now.
Eating whatever kind of food. And with all those provisions, you didn't even remember to give him breakfast before he left the house. And it's going. Some men might not even eat till around 3, 4. And you are the one providing for all days. In that scenario, it's not the woman.
Yeah, true.
Don't be selfish in this aspect.
True.
So
That
it
was my thought.
depends.
True. It's my thought.
It depends. We have some women that they don't even know how much the husband is giving to their own family, to our own family.
It's true.
The husband is bearing the responsibility of his own family and the wife's family. We have some women like that. I know them. They have the time when they will go to spa, when they will go to cinema, when they will go to shopping, when they are all that is what they are planning. When they will go for holiday. Those people, are you telling me? So,
but like it says, it's soft life. It's called
soft life.
Yes.
We have a lot of women in that category now.
Of course.
Yes, of course. But we have a lot too that they wake up in the morning. The wife wake up 3 a.m., prepare the children, prepare herself, prepare even the man.
True.
And the honorable man will just wake up to the bathroom, go and wait in the dining for the breakfast, and they go pressing on. I'm waiting for you. Oh.
Exactly. Because she has to hurry up.
And we go together and still come back on the traffic of Lagos. And you will now say it is Arsenal that is playing today. It is Liverpool.
Exactly.
While I'm in the kitchen and hope work of the children. Another thing in that aspect, I give it to women, I give it to my gender. God bless all those women in that category. And to my other people too, in the same other category, that it is nail, eyeshadow, the screen, the everything. I give it to you too, but you are not doing too well in the marriage. We can compare you to those that need special, called the special award. They are doing well. For all the responsible men that are doing their duty, I give it to you, sir. And we have a lot of men too that when they fold leg like this, they talk about the league. The women are providing financially, emotionally,
mentally,
in fact,
spiritually.
Everything, even for the children, upkeep and upbringing. I give it to those women. So it's
two ways. It is two ways, of course.
So do you agree with her?
Yes, I agree with her totally. That's my thought too. Yes, I agree with her.
Okay, so there's a story making headlines on the social media where a woman came and was asking questions. Should she divorce her husband? We're talking about who sacrifices more in the marriage. Is it the men or the women? And so she said her husband, during the Ileya, bought his own family rams, 2 rams, and never gave her anything to give to her family or bought her family ram. In this situation, do you think the woman in that marriage is sacrificing in a negative aspect?
No. Let's be very realistic.
Yes.
Let's be very realistic here. Ileya, let me assume you are the husband.
Okay.
Ileya, your family. Ileya, my family. You bought
ram
for your family too. It is my responsibility to buy for my family too.
You don't think it's the man's responsibility?
Why? It is when the man chooses to. And it depends on the relationship and how much you are contributing to that marriage. If a woman is a good woman and you are contributing well, you don't even need to ask him in that period. And it depends on the kind of family that the husband that the in-law is to. If the in-law
actually disagrees to it.
No, it's possible.
Yes, I disagree to some points.
No, it's possible you disagree. But my point is, see, it's a good thing that we all have expectation from all the spouses. Good. But do you know it's killing them gradually?
Let me Toyin, hold on. Toyin, let me come in. Let me ask you a personal and private question.
Thank you.
Now, if your daughter gets married, and let's assume Christmas, has her husband, yes, she's working. It doesn't mean that she's not working, she can't afford it. It's the respect that the man, her husband, has for you as her in-law. Now, this is Christmas. He has bought his parents, let's assume, goats. And his wife is seeing it. And nothing is extended to the mother. Not that she can't afford it, but that she was expecting that.
So it depends on the kind of relationship that is between them. I'm telling you, there are some family, the in-law do not deserve a loaf of bread. Because when they were going, You have even used your mouth to run the man down, the guy down. You never think that guy, I'm talking
Could
from
amount to something.
experience.
Yes.
You never think that the guy can turn to anything in life. And no matter how this guy tried, you keep using your mouth to bring him down, bring him down, bad-mouthing him, bringing his ego and everything down. If you are a good wife and your family is good, as the husband is doing his own, he's doing your own without being asked.
He doesn't because he's into the both families now. Yes.
He will do it gladly. If it is the woman that is ranting. If we have a time to interview the man will tell you that I did it and I do it for this very reasons.
Yeah.
But in a good way.
Gift. Let's round off with gifts.
All right. Okay. Yeah, my idea and my thoughts, for the reason why, for the purpose of, or will I say, for the reason he bought 2 rams, 2 to his own family, and didn't buy for his wife's family, is the reason why they are rancouring against him. That is it. It's the reason why, because this thing, we are talking about sacrifice. Even if they are bad-mouthing him, they don't like him. I mean, you don't pay evil for evil. For the fact that you are marrying their daughter, and probably she had children for you, even if you are not doing it for her, what about for your children? You understand? So, and 2, instead of like, okay, let me buy 1 and take 1, if it is for the money that is not, let me take 1 and then take 1 here. But doing it not at all. I don't think he even wants the marriage as for the man, because he knows that
judge we outside. Because we never knew whether this man bought last year and it was chaotic, or bought for an ingrate family.
Okay, that will come in again. But both answers actually make sense to me. They both make sense to me. I have seen a husband too who went to marry a girl in the family when he had nothing. They kept bad-mouthing. In fact, the girl cannot even speak where families are talking until the man grew to something. And when he grew to something, he refused to look at that family. Even when the wife would cry and say, just give my mother, I said, I will give later. And later talking. I really didn't want it to get ended, because I also had a lot of questions that I would have loved to ask my women here. Of course, with Toyin will always shake this table. Toyin will always shake this table. Anyway, we've come to the end of today's program, and we hope to see you next time. Join us when we come back again for Women in Conversation. I'm Patricia Owen-Gabriels. Thank
ITV, certainly the best.
celebrate another exciting time on Heritage with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikokai. Wherever you are, get ready as we will be bringing tradition, culture down to your doorstep, as we will be definitely taking a ride down to Delta State to go see Ubuluku traditional dance. Yes, talking about the costume, the beats, the drum beats, the music, yes, and of course the way they move their body. So wherever you are, come along with me as we take a ride down to Delta State. Don't go away. Ubuluku traditional performed by the women, and the dance is specifically associated with the history, culture, and the spiritual traditions of the Ubuluku Kingdom in Aniocha South, Delta State. The dance, often referred to as a part of Ubuluku celebration, is rooted in the narrative of bravery. The Ubuluku traditional dances are believed to have begun when a great ancestor, often recognized as Ezenu, a renowned hunter and healer, and his children celebrated a victory over a potential conflict. This is the root of these dance steps. However, the dance is described as a dance that celebrates bravery and the wisdom to lead the people. Ubuluku women dance is a central component of the people and is performed annually. The dance is spiritual and rituals to cleanse the land. The dance serves to promote unity, cultural pride, and to celebrate the community heritage. traditional dance is deeply tied to the history of Ubuluku cultural norms, either in agriculture, social, or spiritual practices.
these are the Otonyo Gane, Bozike of Oboloko. They are here to train us. That's the tech group. They are here to train us with their performances. Please watch and enjoy.
sure you will agree with me that it certainly has been an exciting time, mind-blowing at that, on Heritage Today with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikokai. We did take a look at Ubuluku traditional dance, yes. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time. Do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe...
Good afternoon. Welcome to the live studio of Independent Television. Right here, Communication Complex, Oloko Ibosa. I must tell you that today's program on 60 Minutes is one that is of relevance to all residents of Edo State, and is a must watch. You need to be seated and enjoy what my guest will profile as a solution to this problem. My name is Erusa Agbolao. We are looking at two topics today, but they are related. One is on the issue of flooding in Edo State, flood waters creating a menace, creating problems, affecting socioeconomic activities. And I must tell you that these problems is one that has also given cause for concern. Well, to join me to the discussion today, I have very distinguished and respected Nigerians. His Royal Highness Bako Dogo is a traditional ruler. He is also a man that has made his mark in different fields of human endeavor. His Royal Highness Bako Dogo, you are welcome to today's program.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Asato.
Okay, we also have with us a very, very distinguished politician. He understands the political terrain very well. Omo Ogbe Iwanfo. Nice to have you with us today.
Thank you, Erusa, for having me once again on your program.
Thank you. Well, before we commence the discussion, like I told you, we're going to have two segments, but they are related. Okay, we'll just take a brief break now, and when we come back, we'll start the discussion proper. Okay, it's always a delight to have you back on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. Today's program, we're looking at the menace
created by flood in different parts of Edo State. Later tonight, we'll be having a report, even in our news, from Edo North, what heavy rainfall has, how it has affected farmers in Edo North. It has affected their crops. That's to tell you that this part of the world, or this part of Africa, is a country that will normally experience heavy rainfall. And so it means the federal government, the state government, the local government must prepare adequately to contain the menace of flooding. Flood will surely come after heavy rainfall. But if you do not control it, then there's a problem. Let's just take this report now. Let's see what flood did recently in different parts of Benin City. Our reporter was there to capture it.
Heavy rainfall has once again left a trail of destruction across parts of Benin City, with homes, filling stations, and business premises inundated by flood waters. A visit to the affected areas revealed drainage channels clogged with sand deposits, refuse, and overgrown weeds, restricting free flow of water storm and causing water to overflow into surrounding properties. Residents whose homes and businesses were affected lamented the loss of valuable property and the disruption of their daily economic activities. They appealed to Edo State government to immediately embark on the desetting of drains, channels, and clear all identified blockages to prevent a reoccurrence as the rainy season intensifies.
The problem is that the gutter has filled up. Government need to help us because we are suffering.
I've been here for the past 4 years now. I have not experienced it before. It was seriously devastating. All my materials, my documents, my system, my computers, everything was submerged in the water.
I was able to raise some of my things up before it gets to the counter.
Once rain fall, even station cannot sell fuel. Motor not fit enter our shop to do. The erosion is too much for here.
The residents also advocated the establishment of an environmental task force to ensure routine maintenance of drainage infrastructure and enforce compliance with proper waste disposal practices.
Any small rain wey just fall now, we no go get peace. Now so we go stand for inside rain or inside water until both people wey dey throw away dirty, both shit and everything. Now so we go dey inside until e go dry. E no be like this before.
The sand don overfull and the erosion dey pass sand come. Now so they carry am down to barrack side.
The residents maintain that regular desilting of drains, improved environmental sanitation and stricter monitoring of waste disposal remain critical to tackling reoccurring flooding menace. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Okay, nice to have you back on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. I hope you were able to follow that report by one of our very senior reporters, Patience Osaugiwa. It captured the menace of flood in different parts of Benin City, but our focus on that day was Siloko Road. You could see the problem right there at Siloko Road. The side drains created by the state government, taken over by weed, taken over, by grasses, and then filled with sand. So we are calling on the Ministry of Environment. Ministry of Environment need to go to Siloko Road and remove the sand from the drains so that whenever there is heavy rainfall, water will have its own channel. There's a local language that says water must find a level. It's a language in local palace. Once there's rainfall, water must find a way out. If you need to enter people's houses, you enter. You saw that filling station there. Water has taken over that place. That means the workers there may not be paid because the filling station there cannot even sell, cannot dispense, because of flood. You saw the other man operating a shop close by. He said his computers, that's a business center, trouble. So if he has workers surely they are in trouble. So that's the economic loss of flood. And on this program, I go to provide solution, because this flood menace is something that can easily be handled. But I want to believe that officials of Ministry of Environment and Sustainability Edo State will surely rise up and move straight to Siloko Road and remove the sand from the drains, remove the grasses as well. So whenever there is rainfall, then the water can move. But we get our very first reaction from His Royal Highness Bako Dogo. I know you were disturbed when you watched that video and saw the volume of water. You know, even that filling station was taken over by water, so they cannot sell. They are in trouble. Look at the business center. Look at the petty traders. Look at that woman complaining that she had to quickly lift up her things. You know, this is very unacceptable.
Yes. First of all, I want to find out, do we still have Ministry of Environment?
Yeah, we have Ministry of Environment and Sustainability.
I'm not seeing what they are doing, because I remember 5 or 4 years ago, yes, during the Shumole time, Ministry of Environment was very powerful in Edo. But right now, I don't see anyone what they are doing right now. And the drainages, the gutters within Benin, nobody is attending to it. With the kind of rain that is going on now, I see that there's supposed to be every 2 months. They should employ people that will be on it or have something that will be taking away the drain. Let me tell you, if you remember, in 1974, we have underground drainage that is connected around the Benin. Underground drainages that is connected around Benin. Any water that drops there goes direct to the Koba River. Although we, the citizens, are also doing the right thing, because when it is raining, you see people now use it as a refuge bin, carrying refuse, everything pouring inside the gutter. So I think the government should be up and doing by way of, you should not wait until it rains. We should start doing something. If it's something that you want to employ people to be evacuating the gutter all the time, because rain, flood does not give sign. You can see right now how flood are taking over the river, and the river is overflowing. Farmers are suffering, which is by primary consequence. Yes. They are suffering right now. So I expected the government not of people to be running after the governor. When the governor is going, you see almost about 100 cars following the governor. I don't know what they are following for. They should, if you are in the Ministry of Environment, stay in the environment, be doing your work in the environment. You see works, everybody, if the Ministry of, if the government is going to expect road, let the people in the middle of works follow him. But everybody, every commissioner, every permanent secretary want to be with the governor, that people will be seeing them moving around. No! We should, at this time, because if you look at it, Benin is expanding every day. Although many people have also encroached on moats, Benin is supposed to be a place whereby that's not supposed to be single erosion. Some people have encroached on moat and build on it. They say it will not fall. The local will say, hey, boy, day. But the government could have woke up and say, sometimes we see the government will say, okay, we have come to this place you have built is a moat. After that, nothing happened. When settlement come, nothing happened. The person still put the house on moat. I think this time we should wake up as well. Because look at the flood right now. Look at the weight is ravaging everywhere. People are suffering. The other time in my area, flood entered an old man's house. A very old man, if not God has saved that man, I think by this time that man will no longer be alive. We should also, we citizens will also be careful. Have a rough, if you watch that now, most of the problem is not only citizens, the government as well. If you go to other areas, there are designated refuge bin area that is not far from each other. But at those states, you will see one here, you want to see one and another one in far away. There should be a place you designate as a refuge where you put your refuse, so that with that people will not be taking it and now dumping it in the car. Look at the gutter right now.
Yes,
it's taken over by wind.
Yes, and you see sand. The gutter is filled up.
Are we growing tomatoes in the gutter, or are we growing pepper in the gutter? Why must gutter have grasses? That is what I am saying. Those who are in the ministry that is in charge of
environment is in charge of flooding.
If there is no money, the government should allocate money to them. The government should.
But they've not complained. They've not complained that they don't have money.
They will not be complaining because we outside we will see it and we complain for them. If there's no money, then the government should complain to get money for them. Let them be up and doing within the Benin vicinity and outside Benin vicinity. Because it's only not only Benin, but Benin, as it was designed in those days, a place that is surrounded by moat. A place that is surrounded by moat not supposed to have a single flood. But the moat that is the beauty of the Benin is no longer there because many people have encroached on the moat and nothing is being done about it.
Okay, thank you very much. His Royal Highness Bako Dogo will come back to you. But let's get the thoughts of another very reputable man that knows the grassroots very well. He knows the grassroots very well. I know what I'm talking about. Awanfo Morogbe. What's your take on this?
First of all, on the issue of flooding, what is actually the meaning of the word flood?
Okay.
Flood is a collection of waters.
Yes.
That is covering a dry land, you know, and in most cases, it has an adverse effect on daily activities,
yes,
like agriculture, transportation, and even personal movement. If you look at the real situation of this Edo state, or our state, our dear state, taking into cognizance of your Northeast,
okay,
and part of your Northeast.
Okay, that's the local road. Is Ego. That's Ego area just now.
Bazua,
okay,
and to Ogbese and
yeah, we'll talk about that one later.
To Okada and all the rest. I wouldn't want to go far. 2-3 kilometers from here, there is this river we now call River Megon. I live on the right side of that river. We call it that river now.
Is it opposite S&T?
Opposite S&T.
At Selugbowo?
Oh, yes.
Opposite S&T. Okay.
Yeah. Just before main gate, if you are coming from Oluku, and after main gate, if you are coming from New Benin, you know, the truth of the matter is that over a very long time, government has actually not done so well as regards what affects the common man. Because the primary responsibility of any responsible government is to provide security and the welfare of the ordinary man. Because in the first place, if you look at those, the bourgeois, the politicians, the big men, most of them might not have been affected by this flooding and all that because they don't live in some of these areas. But fortunately or unfortunately for them now, the flooding situation of Edo has moved now to the main GRA. It's fetching them now, and I laugh over it because when you are feeding a monster, be very careful because that monster you are feeding might get at you when the time comes. On the issue of what has actually happened to our drainage system is government neglect over a long time. I'm not talking about the fact that I'm not talking about the present government. Our Royal Highness mentioned the issue of the Ministry of Environment should step up, should wake up and all that. Does it actually end there? As far as I'm concerned, we have representatives from these areas in the different houses of assembly. We have a member representing this area in the House of Rep, and we have senators representing these areas in the senatorial district. What are all these people actually doing? Because it will be an understatement to just put blame on the ministry, to say the ministry of the commissioner should swing into action and all that and all that. It is not everything most times that the commissioner or even the governor will get to know of. That is why we have representatives in some of these arms of government to push forward what actually is affecting their people. Because it is unfortunate that most times when we are choosing our representative in the House of Assembly, in the House of Rep, and even in the Senate, we look at who is richer, who is finer, is the person from a very reputable family and all that. We have not actually gone down to look at people that can actually push our yearnings. What prevents the House of Assembly member in these areas to legislate or to push in the House of Assembly on, because sometimes when things are not law, they brush it aside in government. Push that such and such area should be addressed, you know, but because of the fact that the kind of government we are now operating in this country, the executive is so powerful nowadays. We now have a rubber stamp representative at different houses of assembly. Because in the first place, if you look at the local side you are talking about, we have somebody in the House of Assembly there. And most times I look at or I follow up their proceedings in our House of Assembly. I've never seen one of them draw the attention of the executive or even the leadership of the House of Assembly to say, look at what is happening to our people. Because we are thinking that because we are a little bit fortunate to be on the other side today, water will always get to you. Water will always get to you.
Yes.
We, on the other side of a river, Medona,
that's the flood.
The flood.
Opposite SRT. So that our people can fully understand and situate what you are talking about.
If you go to that area now, there's a filling station at that junction. That's my junction.
Okay.
Street. I live down that road. At that filling station, I can tell you for free, they've not been able to sell up to 10,000 naira since morning. That is just about 7 or 8 liters since morning. There's another bar there, and Mego is a guest house and all that. Businesses around that place are just shut down. They sell wood around there too. You find out that people goes to work in that area and just sit at the end of the day. In the evening, they go back. We're talking about the issue of insecurity and all that. These are things that can push and increase insecurity. Because you cannot go to work with about 1,000, 2,000 naira transport. You go back home without nothing. Well, you understand? No sales. You have your products there. Nobody comes to buy because of the river or the flood around your doorstep.
Thank you.
So initially, or finally, in my opening, we should look at those representing people in these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to you, but we'll take a brief break now to enable us to introduce our third guest. Is already in the studio, a very reputable legal practitioner, talking about Barrister Patrick Isekwene. But that will be after this break.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Nice to have you back. Like I told you, it's not just to talk about the problem. We are going to suggest possible solution to the problem of flooding in Edo State. Just joining us is Barrister Patrick Isekwene, a notary public, and is one man that knows the law. Well, Barrister Patrick, you saw the clip of flooding in Edo State. Siloko Road flooded. The drains filled up with sand, taken over by grasses, and this under the purview of the Ministry of Environment. And we believe that government through that ministry can remove the sand from the side drains, clear the grasses so that water can flow. What's your take on that?
I think I agree with you 100%. And the issue of flooding should not be treated with levity. As far as I'm concerned, I think I was driving through somewhere. Even though during the deed, it made very big, but today, sand has taken over it, almost covering. So what I'm trying to say is that the government should declare state of emergency, the governor, over issue of flooding. Flooding is known to everybody, everywhere. And you have two types of disasters that you must be cautious, meticulous with handling them. The issue of fire and the issue of water. They can do and undo. Particularly water, the way they flow, it can bring that building, can bring that a lot of things. When rain falls like this, people are worried. It takes the grace of God for you to survive your own building. And the environment can be taken down. Yeah. So you understand me? So issue of law should be, everybody should be a stakeholder. Nobody should not let another to government. Yes, government should first perform their responsibility. Because the welfare of the people is paramount to government. Yeah. And created by our constitution, under section 14. It is the duty of the government for issue of the welfare of the people. Government should take it serious. After that, then we, the masses, they come into play. Corporate bodies, local government, they are part of the state government. Everybody should play a role. Everybody should play a role. Now, I'm looking at the issue of the solution than to, because we are aware of.
Yeah, we are moving to that now, so just go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I'm viewed divergent when my highly respected chief in the left-hand side here, I highly respected my respect so much. Yes. Talk about putting the government, those when government is encouraged, the environment and the permanent, they are with him. No, sir, they should be with him. Government should declare some emergency is moving. Oh, where's the Commissioner for Environment? Where's the Commissioner for Works? They should be with me. So all those platforms should be seen by here and taking notes. Taking note as he's there, giving order. He'll be commanding them. Oh, you take note, take note, take note, take note, take note, take note. Because they're there with him. They are there. They'll take note. At the end of the day, I would expect the government that they should give report back to him within 4 days. Even more 4 days, 5 days, you get their report. make sure those places are revisited to make sure those works are carried out. So I tell them now give report, visit him. They cannot tell him their problem, the cost, what do we need to fix those areas we just visited. Not just visit. At the end of the day, no action. So the blood should be matched with the way what they are seeing on ground. The government should follow it with all force.
Okay, I will interject now, Mr. Patrick Isekwene. We keep talking about state government, we'll be talking about Minister of Environment. What's the local government?
No.
What's the local government doing? We saw the footage of that local road. We saw the drains taken over by grass, filled with sand. Can local government take excavator there, remove the sand? Must it be only Minister of Environment? What the local government doing?
Let me come here.
Yes.
Sorry, sir.
I'm still talking.
Okay.
The admission local government. So help the all stakeholders.
Yes.
I don't accept local government. Everybody should outside. They also need involved. They have the role to play. Government also mandate them. The local government put them into tight corner. Make sure your area is taken care of. I'm coming to visit. I'm coming to this. Mandate them. Not only the government, don't know for assembly. They have oversight function to perform. Make sure they are from various constituencies. Put them under pressure. Let everybody be involved, not just the state government, the local government, corporate bodies around there. They should, if all are involved, and mostly the governor, is to chairman it overhead the whole thing. It will be lesser. We will get results.
Thank you very much. Let's get the thought of Awanfe, you were about talking. Now, the people too have a role to play. Local government have a role to play. Just look at that Siloko road. Just remove the sand from the drains. Then whenever there is rainfall, the flood will flow to designated areas. Look at what is happening to the people there. So Siloko road is very paramount. It's a major area in Benin. And look at how flood has, ravaged that area.
Like you have actually said, to add to what Barrister has said earlier, actually the local government, I'm a trained local government manager from University of Benin. It pained me to my bone marrow to see the local government system not working in this country, because actually that is where the action is supposed to be seen, because they are the arm of government that is closer to the people. You cannot expect the governor of this state now to know that there's river Megon, or in my street there's a pothole in my street. But we have a councillor.
Whenever you talk about that river Megon, say opposite S&T. So I don't know the flood has taken one part of the road, of the highway.
Yes,
that's the expressway.
Yes, that is
one part is taken over by flood.
And we have a very established entity there, the military base there. Unibay is just a few meters away and all that. So like I was saying earlier, we have a councillor representing this ward. What is the councillor doing? Because most times, politics is local. Let's talk about the issue of the local, because we're talking about local problem now, flooding. It's local.
Yeah.
If we want to even have to blame one or two persons, we should exempt the governor at this point. There are people closer to that menace, to that problem, that sees that problem every day. What are those people doing? That is my concern, because in the first place, if anything happens in my street now, insecurity or whatever, you see somebody going on air and all that, blaming the president, there's no whatever, you understand? The president of this country...
Well, you have a councillor representing that ward.
You have a local government chairman. You have somebody House of Assembly. So that is where the problem lies in this country, because we are actually missed it from the beginning.
And the biggest problem, immediately we started talking about Ministry of Environment, and they'll be happy to say they are not talking about local government. They didn't know we'll come and talk about them. It's not only ministry, local government, residents. What are residents that put refuse in the drains?
The councillor from that ward.
Yes.
What is he doing? What is he pushing when they go to Okada? Do they just go to Okada and they share envelope and they come back to Benin? Until we start telling each other the truth in this country, we'll continue to come here, we'll talk, we'll leave our talk on this table. Next year, we'll talk about flood. The other year, we'll talk about flood. We'll get old, we'll die away. Our children will continue. You understand? My wife used to say, these things you people say, where do you leave your talk? Most times, we leave it on the table. because we have not been able to sit down and look at it.
No, but we expect government officials, they are watching this program, to do the needful.
Yes, because at the end of the day, we must look at the grassroots. If you go, you know Megan, sorry, you know Agen,
yes,
the roofing sheets.
Yes.
If you go down the Omore Road, just go down.
That's the road by the side.
Yes, go down the Omore Road. Because me, I won't give example from what is happening in Ikeja or what is happening in Kafachan.
Yes.
My own locality. You
yes.
understand? Go down that road, go down and see what gully erosion is doing there.
You don't mean it.
In fact, it is beyond the state government. It started by way of this water collecting from
yes,
house to house,
and nothing was done.
Street and all that. Houses are falling inside already.
That's ecological problem now.
You understand?
Yes.
And as we speak, the present local government chairman of this local government resides in that locality. What is he doing about it? If you talk, they say because you don't belong to their party. It is not like that. The people are supposed to be the mirror. They look at what you are not doing as government, draw your attention to it. But in this part of the world, if you say it, they say you are an opposition and all those stuff. And democracy actually strives well when there's a vibrant opposition.
I agree with you. Let's also get the thought of Bako Dogo. Yes, solution now.
You see, let us be frank.
Yes.
I said just now, the governor, people followed him, different people.
Entourage.
Are they not seeing it? Are they not there? I also want to commend the governor, the same fraud that almost take off Ute. That gully that was here today, yes. I think Ute is now a small order for us. I give the governor kudos. I am not in opposition.
Yes.
Any government that comes is my government. Of course. Of course. You see, go to government house.
Yes.
When the governor is going to the office or living his house, then it don't pass. There's a river by the
golf course.
Golf course there.
Yes. I drove through there and I was scared that my vehicle could be affected.
Pass there. They will take him to pass the other golf road, and if he's coming from his gate, he passed through Esama's house. There is no fraud there. Are they not saying that? Let's all be frank to ourselves. That is the government house. People are there. Let them first of all manage that. If rain fall, if there is rain, that the golfers' feed is now a place of collection of water. You understand me? So the issue.
And the GRO is supposed to be government reservation. It's supposed to be well taken care of.
I think now there is no more GRO. There is no more GRO in Edo State. The people who we live in Ute area, Ute have now become a GRA because we're living in the village before. Now we are now the one in the town.
Because you now have a third road.
Yeah, we now have a smooth road, tar road.
Yes.
I want to commend the governor. Even my personal road, HRO, his back at JP Street, is doing it right now. I give you kudos for that.
Yes.
That the governor should not be listening to sycophants. The sycophants surrounding the governor are too much.
They're too much.
Let's not be frank to ourselves. It's not
His Royal Highness,
yes.
Permit me to interject.
Yes.
We remember late Ogbemudia,
yes.
Samuel Ogbemudia. Now, I was told that when late Samuel Ogbemudia was alive as governor of the Midwest state, that sometimes he would just drive alone round the Midwest, round, different areas. You wouldn't know that he's the governor that is inside the vehicle. That you go and inspect project by himself. You go and see whether the contractors are working. You go and see different areas. That's the reason why he succeeded and made Midwest State a vibrant state.
Yes. Initially, the governor was doing it. There was a day he drove to my street when it was not, that nothing happened. On Sunday, just on Sunday, people said, Your Highness, look, the governor is in front of your house. I said, I beg consider, why governor is looking for a place to go? Why my house? I didn't look when I come. That day I was short of words. It was the day I said, look at my road, Your Excellency. It's not good. Look at the gully erosion here. He said, the way I will do it. And another day, I was told this coming quickly. I wear my skirt. I went to go and look at when the governor saw me, it came down from the vehicle. We start trekking. As soon as he gets to my junction, he said, Right. I said, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I said, let us go to. And the road, they were doing the gutter.
Yes.
Went to pass inside the field and come back to the road. White man, I go to do his Royal Highness road. I said, say it again, so that way. He said, I now have to call the press. He said, go to do my road. And I give him kudos for that. But now, the government is trying. Even the work they are doing is durable. But the thing is that the local government, let me tell you something you understand. We should not be deceiving ourselves. A man that is not prepared to marry, when you force a woman on that man, you are only wasting the man's time. The man will not perform. It is when the man says it is time for me to marry. When he marry, he knows the value of a woman. The same thing with the people we are electing, the local government chairman that was forced on us. People who are not ready because we are a leader, you go and bring somebody come out to make you local government chairman. He don't know anything. He have no ideology. He have no manifesto about anything. Because before you start becoming a chairman of a local government, before you become a councillor of a local government, you must have prepared. It's like you would want to go to university. You must start reading. Say, I want to pass this exam. But it is not so. That is why when they are in office is not because of anything, because they must pay back to the leader who brought them in. It is not for development.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I told you on this program that we are looking at two topics.
Yes.
So, another road now. We're looking at the Upper Siloko Road, Ogbese, Igwobazua, Ogbese, Okada Road. That road is in a deplorable state. Now, let's take the report by Ehis Onamure, who visited the area. Then we'll look at it properly.
For many residents, commuters, and motorists traveling on the Upper Siloko Igwobazua Road has become a daily struggle with deep potholes and failed sections, making movement difficult and time-consuming. 1 week after independent television news first reported on the deplorable state of the road, residents say there has been no noticeable improvement.
This place have punctured my tires 3 times because of the bad road.
See, they affect us well. We want to know if they come, carry our food out if we do and finish.
We are begging the Edo State governor to please help us fix it.
Business owners say they are bearing the brunt of the deteriorating road. Food vendors report a sharp drop in patronage as customers avoid the area because of the difficult access. Phone technicians also say many clients are reluctant to visit their jobs, resulting in reduced income and slowing local economic activities.
I beg, Mona can't do the road for us.
The residents appeal to both the Edo State and federal government to urgently rehabilitate the road, noting that its reconstruction would improve transportation, restore business confidence, enhance access to essential services, and boost economic development across the affected communities. In a recent interview with Independent Television, the Permanent Secretary, Edo State Minister of Works, Dr. John Obano, assured residents that rehabilitation of the road would commence after the rainy season.
It's not as if government is insensitive to the plight of the people. We are helpless now because of the weather.
This is Upper Siloko Igwobazua Road in Ovia Southwest local government area of Edo State. It's more than a transportation corridor. It is an economic lifeline for several communities. The people are crying over the worsening condition of the road. From Benin, Ehis Onamure, ITV News.
Oh, it's always a delight to have you. I must tell you, it gives me joy that you are spending your 60 minutes with us on the program, or part of your 60 minutes. My guest, Royal Highness Bakodogo, is here. Omo Ogbeawanfo is still with us, and of course, Barrister Patrick Isekwene. You just watched that report by Ehis Onamure, and I must commend the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Works, Engineer Dr. John Obano, for responding to the questions of the journalist. As a government official, he came out to say, okay, the weather is affecting them now, but he has taken record of that problem and he has assured that the road will be done. Why I'm commending him is that some commissioners, you will not see them. They will not talk to the people. Journalists will go and do report, they will not react. It is not good. You need to react, not just reacting. You must carry out any promise that you give to the people. So that's the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Works. He reacted. He saw the report and he said, it's the weather that is affecting them, but it will be done. Let's just get the thought of Patrick Isekwene as we conclude to this program?
Yes, this is Benin Siloko Kadabese Road, where the flood is a serious one. I expect the governor to come into this issue, because this one might be beyond the local government. Then you can do it along with the side with the local government. In particular, they have a role to play. The local governments, but the governor should play supervisory role. The state governments coming into their aid to assist them is highly required, because the erosion there is a very serious one.
Okay.
It's now a policy situation.
Thank you very much.
Of the state government.
Thank you. Quick one from Morugbe.
This is a sincere appeal to our amiable digital deputy governor. That road leads to his.
Then that's Dennis.
Yes, Dennis.
Honorable Dennis.
Yes, I think he should. He has been a very outstanding
deputy
governor, and while he was in the House of Rep, he tried very well, and we should expect, or I personally am expecting that he should do it through as regards that road, because it leads to his own maternal home.
Thank you very much. His Royal Highness.
Yes, I know Okpewo is a homeboy, and he will not leave the deputy governor to suffer by road, because the people are suffering. Their waste are paying them, so that road should be done right now. I know by dry season, our able governor who have a listening ear is going to work on that road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the show. I hope you've enjoyed every bit of our discussion. I must commend those who have been watching the program. Thanks for being a part of this exciting current affairs program. Have a wonderful weekend ahead. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat us.
RTV, certainly the best.
Well, it's another lovely episode of your ultimate socio-cultural program on television, and I'm talking Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, this happens to be the very first episode for the month of August 2026, and it's my pleasure to have you join us on the show. Now, today we have a very serious conversation, serious in the sense that it affects us as a continent. Okay, we all know how powerful the West and China are as far as their occupation in Africa is concerned. Now, today we're going to be examining their influence on us as Africans. China versus the West. You know, they say that when two elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. Okay, so today we're going to be taking a look at the activities of the West and China in Africa. Okay, so the topic basically is China versus the West in Africa, the gains and losses. Are we actually gaining from their occupation or their influence on Africa, or we are losing? So these are the questions we are going to be attempting answers to during the course of the program today. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it's always my pleasure to host you on the show. Now, I've got two amazing young men in the house. You know, these men are erudite scholars. This is actually their field. So most of the time when topics of this nature come up, you know, it is their names that come to mind. To my far left is someone who happens to be a social impact commentator and, of course, a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Favor Sadze. Welcome on board, Sadze.
Thank you again.
Yeah, always a pleasure to have you. All right, and of course, seated next to Sadze is someone who is a clergyman, but beyond being a clergyman, he is a very, very, intellectual personality. He's someone who gives in-depth analysis to every discourse. He goes by the name of Mr. Kingsley Ikeke. He's a public affairs analyst, and of course, like I said earlier, he's a clergyman. Welcome on board, sir.
It's good to be here. Thank you very much.
All right, it's good to have you. Now let's get talking, sirs. China versus the West, gains and losses. So when we say the West most of the time, because I think before this conversation came up, before we came on set, someone was asking me, what's the West? Okay, and I think sometimes the word could be ambiguous. When you say the West sometimes, I think what comes to mind is America. But is it just America, or there is more to, the term the West?
It's not just America. I think it also comprises Europe and various nationals. But it's just that over time, America has been the frontiers of when it comes to matters of such, because they've been there, they've gotten to a lot of places in Africa, and so we are more familiar with them representing the West.
Okay, so they are more like the face of the West.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Kingsley.
Well, like you said, Americans actually came from the Britons, America and France. They are actually breakaway personalities from the British rule, because British have been there. Just that for now, because they hold so much economic power and they are quite vast in terms of landmass, they seem to be the major voice, because you are here based on your capacity in terms of your technology and your financial wherewithal.
Okay.
That's why America is always seen at the forefront. But like he said, Europe and every other allied nations are part of what we term the West.
Okay.
But in terms of who is most vibrant, when other countries are talking, when the Chinese are talking, when Russians are talking, it's not the British that answers, it's the Americans, because they have the capacity to match them for every area of endeavor. They can match them economically, they can match them, nuclear arsenals or whatever.
Is it just the Americans that have the capacity to match them?
Exactly. There are if you want to look at the world as it is currently, there are very few superpowers. You have the Chinese, you have the Russians, you have the Americans. Maybe to an extent you say Germans, but they're not there when it comes to real power play. And these are the people that are actually playing the power right now, because they have, when it comes to the nuclear arsenal, American and Russians have the highest. Even in the technical know-how, precision missiles, they have the highest. So you can't be talking where someone who's more advanced than you is talking. Like I just said once here, where the rich men are talking, the poor man say he has an idea. It will not fly. So America has that economic wherewithal, strength, both numbers, which is a very small place when it comes to landmass. Even in population, it's a small place compared to the Americans. So that's why you see they are like I said, on the forefront. They're the one that dictates the pace.
Okay.
As it stands now.
All right, that was a brilliant start. Now, what are the major differences between China's and the West's approach to engagement with Africa? Are they the same? The way China engages with Africa, is it the same thing as the way the West, talking about America and the rest of its allies, deal with Africa, especially, in the economic and, maybe technological sense?
Okay, they're not really the same. They have different approaches.
Okay.
For the West, I think they are more into, they want to know exactly how the money they are sending or investment they are bringing in, how it will be sustained, the security of those money, the democracy or the kind of government that is running that particular country. Unlike the Chinese, they don't interfere with your domestic affairs.
Okay.
They just want to partner with you. It doesn't really matter whether you have, yes.
They don't care what's in it for them.
They don't even care about your human rights records. They feel that is your personal domestic business. Resolve it yourself. What we want to say is a trade agreement that benefits both parties. So Chinese, when they deliver projects, they are faster because they ignore some indices that the Western world will not ordinarily ignore. There are certain things that will transpire in your country, the West will not invest there. Certain things will happen in your country, maybe military.
So the West have some indices.
Yes, they have conditions from which they intervene. Even the World Bank that have been intervening in Nigeria's economy, go and check all the loans given to us. It comes with condition. They will tell you, lift up subsidy before this loan can be given to you. Lift up this, free the power sector. There should be no subsidy there, or you cannot get this funding for power sector. So they have conditions for everything that they do. Unlike the Chinese, they are not into that. Their own is direct. They deal with you directly, and they deal more of infrastructure. And it's easier for them. Why it's faster for them is that they rely more on their very mega banks to give you credit facilities, and that makes it even faster. And since you can get, although it's still a debt you have to pay, it's not as if it's free.
I was actually getting
yes. Their approaches are quite different. It's not the same.
All right, Sadzi, their approaches are different. Now, he just made mention of the banks, the mega banks. Now, do you not see this as a financial trap that they set for African countries?
Yes. Most times when you see people lending, sometimes there's always an undertone when it comes to matters of such. Okay. Especially if you look at the two ideologies, just like he mentioned, the West, they are interested in the policies that runs the affairs of that country that they are assisting, and sometimes they will come as aids and all of those interventions. But for the Chinese, they are more industrial, and because they are more industrial, they care about how fast their money will come back to them. And
so they are more interested in returns.
Yes, and by that odds, that's why, like I said, they'll ignore all indices, both for safety, security, and whatever, because they need to be sure their money is going to come back fast enough. But because they are also going to be wanting their money to come back fast, it brings in some level of desperation. And when there's desperation, there's always, like I said, an undertone. It's always going to be a trap, whether we like it or not, because at the end of the day, we do not sustain the terms and conditions of payback, and so we are left at their mercy.
Okay, so from your observation thus far, would you say that China's occupation, or should I say presence in Africa, has fast-tracked, its development so far?
Infrastructurally, yes. But in terms of governance, in terms of government, and in terms of interventions, aids, and technology, no. Because they do not care really about the institutions in these countries.
They don't care.
Exactly, yeah, he's right. The enforcement of or the implementation of one of the loan facility, they don't monitor. One thing they give to you, you already have your reserve. What people don't understand is that if I'm dealing with a country, there are securities outside the guarantee of the fast return. They have facilities outside their confines that we can seize if they default in their contractual agreement. So they know that we have those templates. And second, like you said, they're not coming here. Nobody's coming here for free. Nobody's partnering with you for free.
Even China?
Even China. Nobody. That's the notion you must erase from your intelligence, that whoever is coming with this mindset of investment is coming for your benefit.
So I guess it's true what they say after all, that nothing is free even in Freetown.
Nothing is free. Every Western investment, every Asian investment has an undertone, like you rightly said. There's a return. No, let me tell you, to Chinese, they are interested in our minerals. That's just the truth. And we are so endowed. I've said that several times here. In terms of rare metals, minerals, the golden mineral now is the lithium, and we have them in abundance. Go to the north, go to Kaduna. They are already mining. in national, they're already mining. We have it. And once they see you have the resources, the natural resources that they're looking for, they come down here. But come to think of, what is China actually getting from Nigeria? It's basically the oil and the minerals. And that's why it saddens my heart that we have these resources, and because of lack of intelligence and poor management, we now depend on people to come and invest. Do you know that there are Nigerians who have refineries outside this country? And they built it in other places.
Why such refineries not here?
You see, what you're going to bring, like what he was trying to say now, risk factor. You're going to bring refinery here as a Nigerian. You want to look at the risk factor, safety. You want to look at maybe the source of your wealth. If, for instance, you have worked in government, it could be traced that your investment here were born out of stolen funds, and they could be seized. So there's so many apprehensions that make some of them to go out to go and do some investment.
If I understand you correctly, you're saying that some persons may not have the have enough resources, like genuine resources, to invest in such facilities.
Genuine resources. Let me get you again.
Genuine.
Yes, some of them may not have the genuine resources to. Okay. No, they have the resources, but it's not genuine. You can't defend it.
Okay.
So if you now invest it here, the chances that the communist government may not be favorable to you, just like the Pharaoh that came and didn't know Joseph. It doesn't matter what has been done. He can revoke it. So some of them are apprehensive. For that reason, they prefer to invest outside the shore of this country. And we're now looking for the same resources from elsewhere to come into the same country. So it's a very terrible concept that we're actually operating. We are not underprivileged. We are not underdeveloped. Actually, we have a leadership crisis till date. I tried to check the Chinese record. I observed that it has been fluctuating for a time. They've been there. They've been at a point. And they declined. At the time when the West went to China, to get some level of technological advancement. I thought that there were 4 major things that were invented by the Chinese: paper making, printing, gunpowder, etc. like that. They were more advanced than the West. But because of this, they ran this dynastic kind of government. They were having problems, leadership changes, and you have people having different perception about how things should be done, and there was this fluctuation until most recently.
Ideological dynamics.
Exactly. So it was more recently that we now have a more stable flow of leadership that is interested in the China concept, the what they call the communist or whatever you call it. We don't want that here. After the Second World War, they were able to unite all the mainlands of China, and they had one voice. I think what our major problem has been is that we don't have one voice. We speak with different voices. It ought to be a blessing, like I said, but it's not a blessing. That diversity, which should have been a blessing, is now more or less like a curse, because it can be used to raise up sentiment. You don't like me not because of what I've done, but because of where I come from. And even if I'm competent, it doesn't really matter. You prefer an incompetent person who is your younger brother or your nephew. Let him be there. Let him just be there. Let them be paying him the money. That's wasted. It's not going anywhere. That's why we are where we are. So their investment, to me, is not born out of the desire to help us. It's in their own interest. Although we may get a little from it, but it's not in our interest.
Okay, so what we get from it, is it enough, that you consider?
To me, it's not commensurate to what we are losing. Nobody is investing for the sake of, I just like the way you look. He's investing for profit, for his own nation. So he's not investing because he's sympathetic towards your plight. He's considering the future of his own country. So whatever investment he's bringing in, his final aim is to make profit.
Exactly. All right, very good way to begin the conversation. Still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at the occupation of China and the West in Africa. Is it a blessing or a curse? What are the gains and what are the losses? Well, we have to go on our first break on the show, and when we return, the program continues. Please stay. All right, many thanks for rejoining us, and it's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Sadzi, you mentioned earlier, way before the break, that one of the benefits of China's occupation of Africa is the infrastructural development, right? Now, who do you think invests more between the West and China in Africa? especially as regards infrastructural development?
Okay, so now that you specified infrastructure, the answer is not far-fetched. It's still going to be China in looking at it in a shorter perspective. Okay. But in the long run, you know, looking at where we're coming from and where we'll be going to, you still want to give it back to the West, because they'll be there for a while, and even before China started becoming financially independent enough to start, you know, assisting and investing in countries, the West had been there. Yeah. So
are you saying that the West attained financial freedom before China?
Yes, yes, of course. And this is evident in the long fight that even happened between the West and even the Chinese. You know, for a very long time there was this feud between the West and China.
The Cold War.
Yes. So not until China got their feet and became very financially, you know, strong, and with all the power that comes with having so much economically, they didn't start going around helping people. I mean, you have to first of all be self-sufficient to be able to say you know.
After all, like they say, you can't give what you don't have.
Exactly. So all of this is coming, you know, as a, you know, in the last 2 decades, because it is just they are the wave of the moment, and so they want to get as much as they can. But like I mentioned saliently a while ago, lithium is the new gold. As far as the technological sector is concerned, you cannot operate without lithium. Whether you are considering alternate power source, whether you're considering telecommunication, lithium plays a very, 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 very vital role, and we have a lot of it here. And so they're interested. And you know, as you give with this hand, you are collecting with the other hand, because they know in the long run we will still not be able to meet up with these conditions of the debt. And that's what we get most times. So they are even happy. They'll give you more. They want you to derail. They want you to not be able to meet up, because they're not after the money. How much can you give to China? They're not really after the money. They're after the resource. And so we hoodwink ourselves because we have refused to do the needful. You mentioned the need for our own self-development. Nobody is talking about that. We see institutions that are so weak that we can't even process Gary anymore. It's going that bad. If you go to the villages now, nobody wants to be involved in those local processing. Everybody wants to, you know, be on TikTok. Everybody wants to use an Android phone or a smartphone.
Are there no technological inventions to make the processing of such items much easier?
Yes, but that's a chain. That's a chain of process that he mentioned again, that, you know, investors are not even sure of the policies on ground. Okay. So if I'm going to invest in farming, for example, and at that scale that I'm putting my money, and tomorrow the government wakes up and say pack, what happens? So everybody is skeptical about what they should do. Not like these things are not possible, but because I am not supporting the current party today, the party on ground can decide to, you know, out of vendetta, you know, attack my businesses, attack my investment. What happens to my business? What happens to people that will be working there? They don't even care. We've seen this happen.
And then that boils down to the diversity that you made mention of earlier.
Maybe, or maybe it's just sheer sentiment, or it could be there are a charade of reasons, you know, influencing all of these things. Okay. But one is the end result here, the resultant effect is that we are backwards, and we remain backwards for a very long time.
That doesn't sound like a gloomy. I mean, that doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like an optimistic.
But truth be told, when I was younger,
I've always known you to be a realist, though.
When I was younger,
a little bit of optimism wouldn't help. When
I was younger, I used to hear music of Fela talking about the problems that was happening in Nigeria as at that time. In fact, there was an ad I watched for a particular political party that was saying, we want to improve on power, we improve on this. Yeah. The same. I think I was a baby as at that time. The same problem.
Still the same
problem. It had gotten worse. So and I would be deceiving myself if I say I want to be optimistic. The only good that can happen to the country right now is the one that will happen to you personally.
And the change begins with us, like they say.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Kingsley. Now, do you think Chinese loans are more beneficial or more burdensome than Western development, you know, financing?
For me, although, like you said, they have their gains and losses, I think the Chinese, because it's not properly monitored, and there's no proper accountability, so to speak, except for those ones that they execute directly. Okay. There's some of them that their companies are the ones that bid, even though it's a loan you are owing. For those ones, yes, they can be executed, but that's not the problem. The problem has to do with the recipient of the loan.
Okay.
You see, it's the way you present your spouse or your husband. That is how your in-laws will treat him when he goes visiting. If you have ridiculed him before them, he will be sitting and asking to come and pound yam, that the yam is ready, come and pound that you want to eat. And you'll be wondering, me, come and pound yam here. But that is how your wife has presented you. So the point is that some of this exploitation or some of these returns may not eventually benefit us, not because of the Chinese or no, because of our own policy and the way we treat our citizens. There was a time where I was using a Chinese cable, and there was this one that was called Strong. I bought one before. And my in-law said, no, let's buy Strong. I said, but whose product? I said, it's still China, but I don't find they have different quality based on your purchasing strength.
Different grades.
So when we go to China sometimes to ask for product, what we ask is that, so product, this product. When they give us the cost, can you do it somehow so that it can come down and affordable? At the end of the day, they don't give you what's called substandard.
Heavily.
That is not even, it doesn't go through quality assurance test. And that's what you can afford. So in less than 6 months, I used to think that Chinese products are bad until I got to understand that it was not necessarily their fault. It was what we were demanding for. Why I said that is to say this. That
was when the whole, should I call it propaganda about China phones and China products.
Exactly. Check their phones. Check some of their current phones. You understand that it was not an issue of the quality of the product. Because this same China you're talking about does a lot of manufacturing for most of these big-time mega companies.
Corporations.
Okay. Toyota, what they name them, they have plants in China. They have. And even in the US, they have Chinese products, but it undergoes some quality assurance test to ascertain that it meets up with the criteria or standard of that country.
Okay.
But in our own case, that's not the case. That's not what happens.
We don't even have a standard.
If someone is even there, you can even easily grease him. He will just accept whatever is being sent. There was one that happened when I was in Lagos with United. Then it was in Mobile. I had a colleague, a friend, a colleague too, who was running the lab. You know, there was this plastic for this oil, this Mobile oil. You know, that he was supposed to test Tron to check the quality. So the first time it came, he rejected the product. Came again, he rejected it the second time. So the person that had the contract came. What is it? What have I done? So by the time he got the phone, Otemeno, it's my Benin brother. So you have to now start saying, please, let us still try and get it to this level. Now the man was whipping sentiment that you are my Benin brother, and you are the one rejecting my sample. You want me to lose out in this country? Well, you are giving us a substandard product that we should buy. And you're asking that guy to act on the basis of...
You're suggesting that I should consider
yes, I should consider you because you are from my lineage or from my tribe, and you will supply the nation this kind of substandard product. So you now appeal to the contract, please, you just scale it up to this point so I can approve. So you see, it's not an issue of the loan that is being given to us or the investment. Are we doing the proper check and balances to ensure that the country is not losing in this investment? Everything is properly harnessed to the fullest. In terms of the negotiation, do you know how China got to where they got to currently? After that World War, most of those treaties they entered, they revoked them. What a new treaty. You see, the treaty you had with me does not benefit me. It's lopsided. I don't want this kind of treaty. Then you brought a treaty that is mutual to both parties. The issue of this world trade is just to balance trade amongst nations, because if you don't do that, some will take advantage of weaker nations. No, this agreement must be beneficial to both parties. That's why we say it's a trade. If one person is gaining the trade in an unusual manner, there's unfair. It's not exploitation. It's no longer a mutual business. No longer investment.
Not a symbiotic relationship.
No.
All right. Let me ask you this, Sadzi. He just made mention of negotiation earlier. Do you think Africa's bargaining power has improved, in its dealings with China and the West so far?
Are we really interested in bargaining? We sit down, whatever is true, realistically speaking, we sat down and things have been thrown to us, and however it comes, we take it because it favors a few. If it was about the majority or the citizens, maybe the conversation would have been different. We don't go to the table of negotiation with anything. Now, look at it holistically. What do we have when we go to the table of negotiations? what do we really have? Is it not the same country, I mean, the same state that you and I are, that somewhere around last year, I saw a particular company here in Edo State that produces bottled water. Everybody was complaining that if you just open that bottled water, you dare not forcefully open it, because once you open it, it just bursts open. Because the carrier or the container was so thin that it was just a little bit stronger than nylon. That's how bad it was. But was this container still sent to the market? Yes. The people still buy it? Yes. Was anybody held accountable? No. So at that point, what do we have? We've not even been able to internally
So you're saying that we do not even have a bargaining chip to begin with?
We don't have any. You tell me of one. I don't know of any. The only thing I know we have that is very, very, very much trendy and sellable at the moment is social media influencing. Yes, everybody's into influencing.
Is that even sustainable?
Those are the questions that I'm asking. That when we go to the table of serious negotiations, those are not presentable.
They're not tenable.
They're not. The only time you want to consider Nigerians who are doing very well that can actually negotiate, they are not even in this atmosphere. They are not even in this region. It's not the same country that fought an athlete for being good. They did everything to bring the athlete down. That athlete was supposed to be representing who? The country. But that didn't happen because according to them, they said she became uncontrollable. A lot of sentiment. So how do you not expect these people to look at us and say these ones are serious? So it's still about the same thing. Let's just throw bananas for the monkey and the monkey will dive.
All right, let's take a look at the employment part of this, right? It's no news that one of the challenges bedeviling Africa as a continent is unemployment. Now, would you say that the partnership between Africa and both parties has, brought about more sustainable jobs for Africans?
Yeah, maybe in the long run, yes, we can want to consider a particular fintech now in the country. I don't want to call name. They are doing so well. They have a rival fintech group too, and it's interesting how they are playing the game of banking, and they've taken banking to a level that is so interesting and reliable, more than the mainstream banking sector. Okay. But look at what they've offered Nigerians over time. Employment.
All right, before we look in depth into what they've offered Nigeria so far, we have to go on this very important break. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Do stay. It's great to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, sadly, before we went on that break, we were trying to examine how the partnership between Africa and the West and China has affected us so far as employment is concerned. So do you think it has produced more sustainable jobs for Africans?
Yes, it has. It has. We're looking at a particular fintech before the break, and I tell you for a fact that they are doing amazingly well. If we could have about, say, 5 or 10 of those around, maybe that sector would have handled a lot of persons. We see this every day in the streets, though it's nothing so big, but at least it has given a lot of persons who would have been stranded something to do. But that's just one out of many problems that have been solved. Okay. Because they cannot do it alone. They cannot do it alone. There are more that can be done because at that level that they are providing these employment for the common man or common citizens. What about people who have bigger dreams? What about someone who is not interested in owning a POS that wants to do something bigger? What are the opportunities for these people? We've not seen government on the table where they do this discussion say, okay, this is the quota we want for social sector of the economy. No, we've not seen that. It is still however it goes, or however it comes. Let's just take it like that. I feel the people who sent to represent us has a lot to do.
Okay, so there's a lot of work on the shoulder of the people that are supposed to be representing us. Yes. Now, Mr. Kingsley, much earlier you made mention of the fact that China seems to reduce its interference in the domestic affairs of African countries. Now, would you say that has benefited us thus far, or it has been counterproductive?
For me, I don't think it's a benefit too. But I want to add a little to what he has said earlier. There's what we call this local content. It's in the Constitution. Now, you mentioned the fintech. Now, who monitors the percentage of Nigerians engaged by those multinationals? Okay. Normally, by that Constitution, there's a number, there's a certain percentage of Nigerians that will be engaged by your company that's operating here and churning out profits out of the country. Then there's also the part of the technical know-how. Sometimes you engage more of the laymen. Then when you run a multi-dimensional company or a very multi-facet company, one of the agreements is that the locals should be technically trained to take up, when there is need for, instead of having those expatriate, they should get enough knowledge to be able to fill in those spaces occupied by expatriates. Okay. But that is not done. And when it's done, nobody monitors it if it's well implemented. And it's unfair. So back to your question, I'm trying to recall your question now.
The question is as regards, the benefit of Africa thus far, as regards China's non-interference in its.
Yes, I said the non-interference sometimes gives too much leverage, to those in power to do what they like. What you don't understand sometimes, when a loan enters this country, it's not necessarily for the intended concept that was sent to acquire that loan. Some person have vested interest on that loan. Part of that loan, take it from me, ends up in the pockets of individuals.
Why? Why is that?
I get a loan from China, maybe so, and if I'm able to give that loan to a local company, which I have interest in, they come and give me kickback. For instance, I have a loan of 100 million. I will look at 10% of that money is mine, or 20% of that money is mine. You get the money, you execute the project. You now send me my 20% from the back door. So you see, the person is not just doing the loan to benefit the community. He's doing the loan for himself. There's another part of it that has to do with community. A place decided in your own community, you are asking for your own kickback, something that will bring the loan to your own community. Those that call themselves the youth of the area, we ask for their own. So it's a circle of indiscipline and corruption. So at the end of the day, the 100 million that was given as loan, you will end up finding that about 15 million or thereabout will now be used for the execution. So how do you expect that particular project to be of quality? When a lot of interests have come to take their share of the national cake. So I don't think they should just allow a loan that we are going to repay with interest and leave it in the hands of some of our persons who may not have the country at heart. They should also monitor its implementation, especially when they are not the one executing. For instance, my younger one worked with some firms while he was doing his NYC in the north. I want to mention the state. Those that were doing roads, China being too rural. What they do is that in asphalting the road, you can look at the thickness of the asphalt. It may be captured in the contract that the asphalt should be 1 foot, that's a ruler, or half a foot. Then you see that when you go and do a measurement or to evaluate what has been implemented, you find that it's barely half a foot. For every inch they remove from that asphalt, somebody is making millions. But you as a layman will know this road. How durable are the roads? Initially I stayed at the Kenwa Road. When I only came to be around the 80s, that road stood for 40 years or so thereabout, till Obaseki's time to re-asphalt. It was still motorable till when it came. It means it was done with the highest of regards and quality. That's how it could last. Roads are lasting less than, you are still in tenure, you want to construct it, you are yet to leave office. It has
already packed up.
Dilapidated.
And when you go and check the amount that was used to award those road projects, it's alarming. And these are things that we observed. We're not trying to mention them, but that's what's happening. So we don't even have the interest of our people at heart. And that's why whoever is coming to invest, Mr. Harry, already studies the behavior of the people he's dealing with. And he now looks for, do you know that there are illegal miners in this country, and some of the foreign countries are involved? Like I said, I don't want to mention names that are on air. They're involved. Some have been arrested. It's in public glare. How can somebody go and to your country, enter your forest, mining? I don't know people living there. How did they get there in the first instance? And how does the goods they are mining, how does it leave the country? Escape all the borders, escape the checkpoints, like the regular checkpoints we have. Once you are coming, officer, just drop maybe 200 or 500. Even if somebody's head is in the boot, it doesn't really matter. Nobody's checking anymore. It's when you don't drop, you just say park. Open your boot, bring your papers. So until these things are changed, we'll keep having the same problem.
All right, thank you. That was another very brilliant analysis. Now, one cannot help but notice the should I call it competition between the West and China. Now, how would you say that competition has affected us so far, especially, economically speaking?
It is popularly said that when two elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. In this case, we all know who the grass would be. Having said that, the competition is supposed to be healthy. It's supposed to be good for us.
Okay.
But it brings me back to the question I asked before. When you have two options to pick from, you want to pick from the best option. And let me use the words of the street. You cannot do shakara because you're the one who is calling the shots in this case. But in our situation, we actually are not the ones calling the shots. We are the mercy of those offering the support. So it is a case of we look at where it is easier for us to continue our corrupt practices and not be accountable, in quotes. That's what we are after, or that's what they are after. Because if it was a case of they're interested in the welfare of the citizens for which these aids are for, maybe the conversation, like I said before, would have been different. The West, we all know what they're about. They are interested in governance. They're interested in policy. They're interested in institutions. They're interested in democracy. They're interested in tech and technological advancement. The Chinese, they are not. They want to see manufacturing happen. They want to see industrialization. They want to see railway being built and all of those things that can commute services, goods produced from one point to the other. You see, the ideologies are different. So on our own, what do we really want? And what are we after? In a country where we are actually not interested in industrialization, it begs the question what the Chinese offers will do to us. And that's why we see when they bring the money goes to the table and it is a case of cut and divide. And the practice is so bad that why before we even point hands to the government or the people who does all of these things, let's look at ourselves clearly. I've seen people who wrote what's it called, proposals for grant and all sorts. Immediately the grant came, the sole reason why they wrote for the grant were never implemented. And I'm like, that isn't a business. You say you won't use this money. It's like, this man took half of the money and went to do a lavish wedding ceremony from money that was given to you to start a business. So you see, at the end of the day, it is not even, before we point fingers to those up there, we have a problem. And most of the times, the problem is not even the government or the leaders. That small citizenry that we occupy as a position is terrible. We are terrible citizens, terrible followers. And it's so bad that when we even see a leader who wants to do the right thing, it becomes a problem. Like he always says that in a society where evil is normal, it is criminal to do the right thing. So why would you want to not change it? You go somewhere and they'll tell you, now so that they do it, yeah, it's tradition. You have to do it like this. I'm like, are we even okay?
Like how did you even get to the point where, abnormality has become the norm?
I don't know.
Poverty is one of them.
Survival instinct.
Yes, you're not sure of your future. Nothing is certain. For instance, someone is supposed to be 70 years and he has changed his age several times. He's now 55. And he has 15 years has been removed so that he can still stay in
and work more
and get money. Because he's not sure of his pension, he's not sure of his gratuity. That does not happen in a regular country. Whose
responsibility is it to create that certainty?
That safety.
Security.
It's a government thing. You see, the degradation started from the government. You see, the fish does not start, the rotting of the fish doesn't start from the body, it starts from the head. It's the head that's what the problem is. I told you about the Chinese. When they rewrote most of their treaties, and they had sanctions for offenders. And I was saying the other time, I was in China last year. We had a banquet. It's like a sending off banquet. And we'll be working like the government of Nigeria and that of Chinese. And Edo State is one of the biggest beneficiaries in that program, technical exchange program. What I observed was this, Mr. Harry, was that when we were to be entertained, those that were Chinese government employees, I thought they have been going with us all this while. It's now for them to enter the banquet. They didn't enter. So I was asking why are they not entering? He said it is a law. You cannot get any kind of gratification from a non-governmental body, as in, because the person organizing the private banquet is a private company. You as a government official who is on official duty cannot go there and go and eat. Really? You're not eating, it's not as if it's giving you bribe.
But it's not for
you. To
you.
me, I said, you're just eating, it's not an issue.
You thought it was extreme?
I thought it was extreme. Because they have zero tolerance for corruption.
And corruption starts in the little things.
Exactly. In Nigeria, there's no punishment. In fact, there's no, when you say the wages of sin is death, that's biblical template. Yeah. In Nigeria, wages of sin is not death. It's once you are in the carcass, your sins are forgiven. You can move on. It doesn't matter the wages of sins.
The wages is
even applauds for your sins.
That guy is so smart.
So in corruption in China, is the death sentence. Okay, we cannot implement a death sentence. Why don't we implement a regular jail sentence? Let's say for the gravity of the offense you have committed, because you did not put this road in order, a lot of lives were lost. You are going for 20 or 30 years imprisonment. It's not there. Somebody is accused of corruption. Before you know what's happening, he has 30 SAN, senior advocate. Somebody has 50 SAN on his payroll to go and defend his corruption. And they will gladly line themselves, looking for technologies to ensure that the person is freed. Is that what we are going to continue? Is that the way we'll continue?
And then you realize we are intellectually powerful. When it's time to defend evil, when it's time to defend corruption, we have so much resource. You know, people have actually studied the Constitution back and forth, and they will tell you, yes, this is. So where have you been?
Yes, where has this intellect?
Why has it not?
Why have you not deployed this intellect
for good? Because we are what? Hungry.
All right. Well, I mean, that's a whole lot. And you see, the culture of impunity is something that really needs to be re-examined in this country. I really don't know how we got to the point where people think, as a matter of fact, you know, it's not uncommon to hear people say stuff like, I will do this to you and nothing will happen. And it actually goes to prove how should I call it, indisciplined we are as a people. But well, I guess that's the essence of this program, to throw light on these issues and, you know, to see how we can provide solutions to them. Well, it's the flip side on Independent Television. We shall be going on our final break on the show, and when we return, it will be time to wrap things up. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. Now, let me turn to you, Sadzi. Okay, I know you were actually examining a whole lot before we went on that break. Now, what are concerns about debt trap diplomacy? Because I know I made mention of that earlier, the debt trap thing. Do you think those concerns are just a myth, or they are real? Because there's this, I don't know whether to call it a conspiracy theory, that when you are indebted to China, that they eventually come and occupy your country, occupy your airports, occupy most of your facilities, you know, your national facilities. Is that a myth, or is it substantiated?
Personally, I want to believe you in what I can see or what has happened before. I've not seen it happen before. And so I cannot say it is substantial. But he who wants to dine with the devil must learn to do it with a very long spoon. And that's because anything can happen. They say, who use mouth take cut meat? And I know the one with big pass. And what that means is accountability at some point will still be embedded in the person giving the assistance. So he or she determines what he wants at the end of the day. Because firstly, on the table of negotiation, we didn't come there with so much. Imagine you're taking a loan from a bank and the bank decides to waive collateral, waive all the necessary documents you're supposed to provide. You know, at that point, you'll be at the mercy of the bank or your lender.
Because it's not for nothing.
You get. So they will not decide what they want from your business. They can tell you that the percentage for repayment, or rather the what do you call it now? Apart from the capital, the money you're supposed to pay back alongside the interest. Yes, the interest
rate. Okay.
Can be 100%. At that point, you are desperate, and because you are desperate, you wouldn't have any other choice than to, you know, yield, because you don't even have the prerequisite factors to get that loan. So in that respect, on this case, we fall into that category of the debt trap that we are not even aware of it. China is not ready for us yet. When they are ready, we will know. They are not ready. They have their plan. How many years have we done? When the things will start to manifest, then we realize, oh, this is where we've gotten into. We've seen it happen with the West. We see how they do that. They come, they usurp the government and turn things around, and you are left at the mercy of these people. You can't even do anything. They can interfere with your sovereignty by one way or the other, by a trick. You wouldn't even know, and you cannot even defend it. Do we have the right intelligence to fight back? No. What do we have? Nothing.
All right. It's time to wrap things up now, because time is really not on our side. But let's begin to talk solution. All right. And this is for you, Mr. Kingsley. What strategies should African nations adopt to ensure that engagement with both China and the West leads to sustainable development and greater self-reliance?
Well, I want to put it on this platform because we saw she was recently on air, Konjo Iweala, one of our ministers. When she came on board, she brought up a concept that helped us to wipe the entire debt owed by the nations at that point in time. So we have the technical capacity to do so. We have the intelligence to do so. The point is this: whoever is leading, will he bring those technical, capable hands into his our government to ensure that the right things are done, even your negotiation, looking at the pros and the cons of that contract, the traps or the loopholes, and be able to advise the government this particular negotiation will not benefit your nation in the next 10, 20 years. We need people like that. We need to speak with one voice. One of the things that has hampered our development is that diverse way of talking. We speak with one voice in the interest of the country, not in your personal interest. If that is done, most of these things that we're talking about, they can be dealt with. Even this investment we're looking for, we have the resources, we have people. I told you once, one of the times I was here, that Dangote was proposing to go into power. And I was going to raise about 20,000 megawatts of power. At current generation now, we are on 6 point something. And one man said I can raise 20,000. I say Nigeria. So it's not lack of capacity or lack of, it's the leadership, the template, the environment to ensure this thing thrive. People feel their investments are safe. People speak with one voice. It's not as if I invest today, tomorrow there will be issues and you will come at my throat and all my investment is lost. So we must be able to. And lastly, we must also learn to where credit is due, credit is given, and where errors are made, punishments are also given. People should not be seen to be doing things and they are not held accountable. That's when they are holding public trust. They should be held accountable for what has been kept in their custody. When we start doing these things this way, like I said, you don't want to steal in China and be caught because you are gone. You know the repercussion of being caught. So you understand the consequence of your actions. Well, in Nigeria here, if you have the resources and you are caught, just part with the little part of the resources, your sins are forgiven. You can go on and continue. And other persons are saying what is happening and they are learning from the template. This is a model. You can escape.
And everyone is already thinking of that.
And you now think of doing the same thing because there are no repercussions. Because when there is no law, if you read the Bible, it says people did what they like, and there are consequences. When people are allowed to do whatever they like without, the repercussion of what they have done, without they will do whatever they like. Because the human being itself must be tailored by law. If not tailored by law, where there is law, there should be no sin. If there is law and there is sin, then sin is judged. And if sin is judged, the wages of sin is death. Must be penalty.
All right. I'll take that to be your final word. Now, Sadzi, I can already see you smiling. The realistic Sadzi. All right. So what's your final analysis?
The truth is that we know the right thing to do. We know how to do the right thing. Proof. When people go to the embassy and they are denied visa, they go home and wait. They don't find a way to go around it, right? Okay. When these people now finally leave the country, they go to those countries, they go to the West and behave themselves. So we know the right thing. So we need to work on our institutions. And our institutions here does not just mean the physical infrastructures here, our mentality, the mindset. When the changes occur in the mind, I think every other thing will follow.
It begins in the mind. Well, I must say a very big thank you to you for doing me the honor of being on this show with me. It's been a very fruitful conversation, and I'm hoping that somehow this discourse rubs off on, as many persons that have been taking notes, as many persons that have been paying attention, because national development is not just the government's responsibility. It behooves on every single one of us to do the needful, just to ensure that the country is better for us all. Because if we ever get to a point where we become so indebted to the West and China that we can no longer, take care of ourselves, we can no longer handle our affairs, then the question is, where are we going to run to? Well, these are questions begging for answers. I must say a big thank you to every single one of you out there for being a part of the show. It's been Flipside on Independent Television. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and ensure you have a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
And sure, it's another day, another time out on Woman to Woman. Yes, where we have the privilege to talk about things related to women. And you get to find a lot of women saying in the society, yes, they have more issues as regards, when it comes to the home front and all of that. All right, today on Woman to Woman, it's with yours sincerely, Oloije Oikokai. And we are urging all women out there to come close to their TV set, because they will definitely be, getting knowledge as far as Woman to Woman is concerned today. Now, the topic we have before you is coping with divorce and starting over. Now, a lot of persons will be of the notion, can anyone actually or ever cope with divorce and the startup? How is it like? You have the issue of you're getting married, you're happy, two shall become one, and all of a sudden you're already talking about divorce. Anyway, let's not go in properly right now. Let's introduce our guest today, and we have the person of Abigail Aho-Bayi. She is a social welfare officer. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, viewers.
Okay, now we're talking about coping with divorce and starting over. And in my own head, can anyone actually, overcome the issue of, we got married, to both families coming together, celebrating the union and everything, and all of a sudden, a year after, sometimes months after the celebration, yes, you get them talking about divorce and all of that. Now, bearing in mind that I think last month we had an issue of a woman that got separated from her husband just because of rights. So different things can actually result to one going to the fact that, okay, the resolve is we should go our separate ways, divorce and all of that. So we want to know, can one actually cope with divorce? But first off, some persons out there might not know the meaning of divorce, just in case. So let's get to know what is divorce, and we will from there, move over to how one can actually cope with divorce, the things that, one see as a green light or a red light, rather, that makes one to say, okay, I can't cope any longer. Let's go for divorce. So first of all, what is divorce?
All right. Thank you so much for that question. Now, when you look at the term divorce, in simple terms, it means the legal dissolution of a marriage. Yeah. Whether that marriage was conducted under customary laws or according to the act. So it means the dissolution of a marriage. Some people might also term it, okay, we are no longer together. Yeah. So maybe in a situation of, let's say, the man and the woman, they were married traditionally, and at the end of the day, maybe one of them said they are no longer interested in the marriage, and the bride price was returned. So traditionally, that means that marriage has been, because when bride price is returned, it signifies the dissolution of the marriage. So in simple terms, divorce means the legal or traditional dissolution of a marriage. Now, to your second question, if people can actually cope, and what are some of the red lights? Yes. Was that what you said? Yes, like some people, like the red lights you can that will show that, okay, this marriage is beyond repair or is beyond reconciliation, like there is no way forward. Now, firstly, I would like to say this, that divorce, like every other life challenges, is something that people can cope with, because there is nothing new in life. There is nothing that is happening today that has not happened, you know. Divorce is often considered one of life's most challenging transition in life, you know. It's like a transition. Let's say, for example, you were once single, then you got married, and like you said during the introduction of this topic, people go into marriage with this expectation, with a lot of expectation. In fact, I don't think, especially in this part of the world, I don't think most people go into marriage with the end goal of divorce. In fact, maybe at the inception, like even when they are getting married, they may have this feeling like there may be some kind of red flags, like there are some things they are seeing in the other person that they know they might not be able to cope with. But most people have this belief that once I'm there, once I'm there, everything will become better. They just have this belief that things will get better along the line. So most people don't go into marriage with that notion that, oh, one day I will end up as a divorced woman or a divorced man. Most people don't go into marriage with that mindset, especially in this part of the world. So people can actually cope with divorce, but it's a process. It's a process. It's just like when you lose your job. But I think divorce is more, is more traumatic than that. The loss of, let's say, a loved one. Yes. So if people can actually cope with that, then people can also cope with divorce. Then what was the second question?
Yes, the red flag.
Okay, I will say that in marriage, it's not everything. It's not every little thing, like the example you gave, the couple, it was even on their wedding day started because of rice. And sometimes little things can even lead to divorce, but I don't think it's every issue that should trigger divorce in a marriage. There are things that are too kind of trivial that can be settled among the couple. They can settle them. But when we actually talk about red flags that people should kind of put into consideration is when there is abuse in the marriage. Most times when there is abuse in a marriage, and when we talk about abuse, it is not limited to physical abuse. Abuse can come in different forms. It can be physical abuse, it can be emotional abuse, which is even as dangerous as physical abuse. Now, when we talk about abuse, most people just imagine physical abuse and
the fist fight and all of that.
The violence, domestic violence. And one thing about emotional abuse is that it takes a toll on you. Like, you will lose your self-esteem. It can even affect the way you parent your children. It can even affect the way your relationship with others. You begin to develop low self-esteem. So emotional abuse is as bad as physical abuse. Then it can also be financial abuse. It can also even be in the form of sexual abuse in marriage. Yes, it can happen. There are things that are happening in the society, and sometimes you'll be shocked, you'll be amazed, like, oh, can a woman, someone you are married, or do something like this to you? Or can your spouse that you are legally married, that you have agreed to do life with forever, do something like this to you? So I think when it comes to the area of abuse, you know, there are so many factors that can lead to divorce. Why most social scientists will tell you it has to do with financial issues, but I will say that the number one reason, or there is no universal or a generally agreed reason or factor that usually leads to divorce. But I would say one is when there is breakdown in communication. Like that couple there was kind of a breakdown in communication. When couples can no longer sit down to agree on things respectfully or in a cordial way, it kind of hastens the conflict in the marriage, because sometimes issues will definitely come in marriage. It is normal. It's normal. In marriage, by the time that the man and the woman, they are not able to sit down and communicate, it kind of bring out other issues that are already underlying issues in the marriage, maybe like financial strain, infidelity, or unmet expectations. But even at times when they are having conflicts, they are able to sit down as husband and wife and discuss it accordingly. Communication is the life wire of every relationship, but I believe when there is communication, they will be able to resolve issues. But when there is a breakdown in communication, most often than not, sometimes divorce will become inevitable.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Abigail. So let's dive into coping with divorce. So as a woman, how would you, encourage women that are in the process of divorce, especially when they have children? Yes. As parents, they will have to sit their children down to start explaining and all of that. But before you get into how the mother can actually sit the child down to tell the child, oh, this is what the phase we are going through and all of that. But first off, your advice to to women, how can they cope with this divorce? We see a whole lot of them, they never saw it coming, but because of the emotional abuse, the physical abuse, something that they cannot tolerate any longer, friends, relatives come around to say, oh, manage because of the children. But still, they are saying to themselves, this man is doing this man is doing that, I can't cope with this any longer, divorce is the only solution. Now, after the divorce has been done, what should the woman do in order for her to be able to stand on her 2 feet and tell herself, this next phase is something I can actually do, and come out of the emotional, pressure, yes, that came out of the divorce? So what are the steps a woman can take?
Okay, to answer your question, firstly, I would like to say this, like the trauma, the pain, the emotional pain that comes with divorce or separation is not something that only the woman feels. It goes both ways. In fact, I think we don't really talk about the effects of divorce. We don't talk about it much on the aspect of men. I don't know, maybe it's because most times women are more expressive than men. In our society, there is this kind of burden on men to keep things to themselves. But in my field of work, men also feel it just the same way women feel it.
Okay. So yes, men, we know men also feel feel this pain also, but in the regards that it's the man's fault.
Okay.
What will a woman do?
Okay.
That is the question I'm posing before you.
Okay.
It is woman to woman. So we want you to advise a woman out there that went into a relationship with a man, and this is not the man she fell in love with.
Okay.
All of a sudden the man has battered her, done different things, and she has gone for counseling and all of that, and there is still no resolve. So what should the woman do after this divorce has been done with? Now the emotions, this man that she saw as the love of her life, as someone that she's going to do life with, is someone that has turned out to become a lion. So we want to know, what should this person do in order for her to come out of her shell, and gain her self-worth again?
Okay, there is no specific timeline for a woman going through divorce to heal or come out of the emotional pain. But healing is a process. Coping with the after effects is a process. So first off, I would like to advise any woman going through that phase to first of all accept the reality of the divorce. You need to accept that, okay, this is the stage that we are in. And most times before a couple end up dissolving their marriage, I think they would have exhausted every other option. Maybe they have met with their religious leaders, they have gone for legal advice, couples counseling, and this is the final stage, and it is what it is inevitable. So I will first of all advise that woman to accept the reality of the divorce. Then it is perfectly okay for her to feel sad or even cry feel disappointed, or even at times she might even feel relieved. Yes, there are times, because emotions is not something that you have control over, so she might actually feel relieved. So she should allow herself to go through the emotions. It's part of the healing process. Trying to suppress your emotions or trying to pretend that, oh, it didn't happen, or I want to keep up appearances, I want to show to people that, okay, I don't feel what is happening to me, or I'm not sad, or I'm not traumatized. It doesn't help. So the woman should acknowledge her feelings, she should acknowledge her emotions. Then secondly, I would advise such a woman to kind of forgive herself. You know, there are so many emotions that come with being divorced. Sometimes, while some women may blame the man, like the man is at fault, you know, grieving comes in different stages. If you have ever lost somebody, there are times you're like, oh, why did this person do this thing that led to, you understand? At times it's like, okay, it's my fault, it's because of something I did. You know, there are times she might begin to feel like it's her fault. Maybe there is something she would have done differently. So she needs to forgive herself. She needs to forgive herself. Then she needs to also kind of rediscover herself. And there are several ways you can rediscover yourself as a woman. You can learn some courses, you can begin to read books, you can learn new skills. In fact, pick up a new hobby, or an hobby you used to have that you abandoned. You know, sometimes, most especially we women, sometimes when we get married, we tend to kind of lose ourselves. Not all women. There are some women that, but it's more common among females. They put their career on hold, their business on hold, because they want.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
that's
about.
what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them over, dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
It's not healthy.
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Ọ̀pọ̀
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secrets to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
TV, certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emabo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
That's what
And these
matters.
women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Owan West and Owan East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Owan people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secrets to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, The Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and
my people for us now, good evening. Good evening again. The program when they watch now, daughter. First of all, a lot of people they ask me, even when I go and I say, what is daughter? I say, daughter simply means heart of the matter. So I'm the original from Independent Television. Again, we don't come again with another topic. Which all of us will discuss, talk about. Last week we look at this situation for Okoroma community and all of those discussions. But today again, another set of discussion. What is the ground? Recently, Governor Monday Okpebholo and people, they go abroad, they go London. What did they go do? I don't know. You know what they go do? Well, we get people here when we say go, let us know what they go do for London, and then we're asking some kind of question. Because when they do that same thing, for Delta State, they told we do economic summit. What will be the difference between the things we see they do for that side? Let me what you want to know for inside the program. All right, my name is Naima Ololoho. Yes, I deal with, first of all, Francis Okoyo, FCA. Now be the SA or Special Advisor Diaspora Affairs for Governor Monday Okpebholo, or rather Senator Monday Okpebholo. Okoyo.
My people, I greet you very well. On a good afternoon, Abi. For anywhere I did for abroad, good morning, good evening. All I do people.
All right, now I know this phase before. When we talk about civil society, it always is time. Because for now, I think the last man standing, I don't know what I'll use as phase because we don't see so many activists as some government will come, they go phase out to the government. We see so many civil society, they go shout. And one particular government will talk via, they don't face with the government. We don't go hear them again. And of course, Edo people, Nigerians, that know the set people we to talk about. But this phase, I still a see for this civil society matter. It never phase out from government. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, people.
Welcome.
You. Thank you when you take care of me constantly again. What would they see that then are duty colors? Because the people, as the voice of the commoners, the Edo people and Nigeria, we the commoners, we need to be happy and we need to talk to our people.
Okay. The same make I ask you.
Okay.
Una go London. What una go do? Some say una go waste government money to do bazaar. Una don't go collect extra code and everything. At the end of the day, una call the same pictures they come back. What's not good for London?
That's a very good question you just asked me. So I go tell Edo people what you will go do for London. But before I tell them what you will go do for London, you go ask me, say, who will go meet for London? You see, I don't stay for overseas for more than 30 years for America and Canada. So people like us who don't stay abroad, they call us diasporans. You see, this is our country, Nigeria. We get almost 17 million people for overseas. Name them, UK or Europe or America or Canada or Asia or Nigerians they there. Out of these 17 million people will be Nigerians. Edo, for anywhere you see 4 of those people, 1 na Edo person. So I will tell you, say Edo get up to 1.2 million Edo people when they for overseas. We get right to the hear what thing they do for government for Edo. So if I say the Nyaga they hear for overseas don't too much. All the good things when Governor Okpebholo they do for each agenda, they don't know. They know they hear and where. Now the bad things will not happen. Now they tell them for overseas. And these people, now people won't be say, they be our big brothers, big sisters for overseas. When they help us bring money come home till they enjoy, they work, they do business for home. Some of them, they pass 60 years, they won't come back home, but they fear to come back home. The money what these people they bring come Edo, according to what people talk for Nigeria, now multi-million billion dollars now they come Nigeria, out of which Edo alone, those people are brothers, they control 31% of them, which tell you say they really get gangway and they need to know what they have for Edo. Now, when I say if Peking go school, he can't do exam, they give a result, you go show to people for papa for house, mama for house, say he pass, abi. Now you say, Oga, governor, these people won't do, but see what the big kind of money come for us. We need to go meet them. Make them know if they not fear to come home. Show them what we don't do. So we go show them what we don't do. And we go ask them, say, how they see them, what is they will never do well. Make they tell us how to do them. And make they come home, come join us to do Edo shine well. So we not go do Jabori for London, no. Now so my people, I thank you.
Roy, this same last week, Delta State governor or governments, they do investment forum. That investment forum, they do for Sapa. This man, Lumumba, he did there. Vice President did there. Okonjo-Iweala did there. Tony Lumulu did there. Now, Edo people, they ask, why we not do that kind of thing for Edo rather than go UK, go to do Jamboree?
Well, people when they ask that question, they right, even me, because of the position when I did, when I hear say governor they go abroad, what do you come out might be saying, what do you want to go do for abroad? Who never dance for us now? So I didn't want to go dance. But when they ask that question within my mind, I say, well, make I allow them, make them go. As I read there, we say now diaspora investment summit, not to reach out. If you read, if we want to be very sincere to ourselves, I don't say where we for come, One, say low house. If you can't 10 house, the entire do not really beneath 10 house. You must see 8 house when you get somebody for abroad. At the time, I made some of us believe say Edo economy, now diaspora, now the power. Ask me now, anybody will get a hotel for Benin now, will get a hotel for Ekpoma, will get a hotel for Oromi, will get a hotel for Auchi, for Akoko Edo. 95% now abroad they for bring that money come. Therefore, those diaspora, they get away when they pay for reducing the economy. They will not run away from that one. For government come on say, no, these people I need to talk to you now. I need to talk to you now, more than come. Because of the view when I get and the way I look at when I take my time. I even went ahead, go to call people. I saw one of my person when I don't know, Mr. Joe Odibo. I know her, so I can't call her because I said, this is what I really go to wait in me. He can't tell me, say, this thing what they can't do for that, their summit for London. He said, make I not use another eye looker. He said, because the opportunity when it did, say 2 months. He said, there are people there now who want to invest for it, though. Especially now when they say, oh, well, it don't they try that court related issue where they make people they fear. So people will reach Lagos, they will go back to where they for come. He tell me, say, oh, well, don't assure they say, they will come house, but they can't invest. Secondly, if they house, say, security is guaranteed for them. It not be as before. They also want for the some of them also beg and say, this house where you they destroy, so not the destroy. Some of us there, but we don't know their house. Say governor also listen to them. On the strength of that, when you press all of them together, you will see say, now we win for all of us. Now we win for all of us because you go abroad, people will go meet with them, not be Chinese. Now our people for them. You get some people when they fear, say, we don't fit come Nigeria, we they fear Benin, but as you go there, they don't reassure them. More not come. You know the kind of money.
When they say, let you boys stay there.
Now you want carry go. Now we want for carry me go. If you carry me go,
my brother, not be true. That not be true.
Now you know you go carry.
That not be true. Now me be the essay for diaspora affairs. I follow and go London. As I reach London, that's Saturday morning. When we reach London, I mean around that morning time. Before I reach where I go stay, but I don't carry my load for motor. Now so gidi, we drive hundreds of miles. We drive go Scotland, go see our people for there. Many people from Nigeria they come because everybody fit come London. From Scotland, we waka, we go what they call Manchester. We talk to people for there. They were very happy to see us. From Manchester, we waka, we go Birmingham, where Nigerians full Leeds. See, they come plenty to come here to ask questions. To tell us, tell governor, see what you want me to do for us. So, with the fear for insecurity, we clear everything. From there, I come London, hold this meeting. I tell you, the people will go from Nigeria, come there. Some of them went with their own personal money, not the government money. You just want to go and show that, say, Edo. We could sell Edo to our people. And they come. They come. You don't believe me, but I'll tell you the truth. They say our people food there. That hall, over 1,050 people for that hall. People come from Edo, they not reach 100.
No, we see the video.
So how I go say everybody did that 9 people? It don't work now.
No, we see the video, but when you say some people go there with their money, you go be like some people you have that.
No. See, so, okay, no worry. Me, if we now go check all the people go check, me I know say not everybody will go there. Some already go there for their family visit, but they enjoy this opportunity to come. The truth about it is say, even if all of the government they go, they say better soup wey sweet than money kill am. Una wan collect, I say Edo alone, $7 billion dey come from Edo people come. So if you out of 7 billion, if you say spend 100 million for example, take get 7 billion, that no be profit. Why we always look say everything government do na chop. I no do that one. Na lie dey talk o. We work and we are working for Edo. Edo is working. Okpawolo is working. Edo is shining.
Okay. If you talk like that, tell me now, what is the blueprint for the diasporas from now till next 3 years? What's the blueprint?
Oh.
The Okpawolo's government concerning the diaspora.
Okay,
because our research don't show say like you first talk make I put am well say for diaspora collection. Na Edo be the highest for Nigeria.
Correct.
But na no dey do anything about am. Wetin una do about am? Give us the blueprint and tell us.
You see, that's what you call PPP, public-private partnership. The public na government, the private na me and you. Partnership na come together. Now, the people bring their 7 billion. Like my brother said yesterday, I say hotel, transport, all those things. That's the money they go. But these people say they need what they call enabling environment. They don't make ground cooler for them to feel come home, come do that thing. So, like I say, all these things, government get their role to play. Like government tell them for that one time say, the first 5 Edo will come put factory business, it go give them land. That is an enabling environment. When I know say you go one time now for Olugboria now when you say they don't get them, they do 100 megawatt of light. Those people they give the opportunity, they give them land to do all those things. So don't be say the people will bring their money come, we need to give them security, enabling environment like land. We just say they get where they will sit peacefully. So that's how they work as that partnership. And if I don't go meet you to tell you to convince you, in fact, this governor go London. I deal with them after on the 29th when I come back to London from all by running around. I deal with them 29th, 30, and 31. The number of people when you sit down, if you see government go sit down, very gentle, very homely people, men and women of Edo, substance. In a day, they see almost 200 people when they come with their proposal and investment. Me, there people when they collect the information, they say I go come Edo. We don't get long list now. People don't come, but not be say you say we go check out. Say this thing now, what they call due diligence. We go check and say yes, this thing will benefit Edo people. And I'm telling you, very soon, If one man bring money and say, okay, I want to build hotel, capital go see where go do capital work. Laborer go do laborer. Mason go do. Person when they supply cement go supply. That is immediate gain. But if they not bring this thing on to now, how will they gain now? At the end of the day, when the bill are finished now, they go employ people. They go employ cook. They go employ receptionists. They go employ manager. They go employ doctor. They go employ lawyers into their hotel. These are long time distance. So our governor, he believes say to bring this people come home go help Edo, and me also believe that one. So don't let them tell you that kind of movie. We not did for that level. We not do for level.
No, I don't people you go tell me.
And they tell her now. Say we not did. Now lie and lie. Our governor they work and they work well. I tell you.
No be bazaar na go do.
Bazaar. No worry. What the money go to come now? You don't see something bazaar. In fact, America don't say nobody UK deal. They don't invest America. Say governor go Scotland. It don't come go London. No, governor come America. We wait for you. Canada say they wait for them. There is this happiness now in the diaspora. Say this man recognize them. I'll let us come home. Omo, when they come, they do go shine.
He go shine. That's the never start to shine. Right?
They come now. No, I don't know they shine. They
go shine.
I say when they come, they go shine more. They go shine more. You say you don't make her. So I go say okay. We go say do they shine, but when they come now, they do go shine more.
Okay.
Correct. Thank you for that correction.
Okay, so Roy, make we still dwell on this is a matter of Edo in the next 10 years when we won't see Edo. I know of one young man what they call Joseph Ohes, right? These people, he is a president of Annunciation Catholic College, Irua, right? Then when they diaspora, they gather about 3 billion. Take fees that Annunciation Catholic College for Irua. And some of these people, even like say when they won't try to see Oga, even like Oga they able to come out. Well, because they need diaspora and they don't want to see Oga. Oga don't give them this thing. So now when you want to say you go you now go they call investors and this kind of people now they won't try to call see. Oga not supposed to give an ear.
What the way they answer now? You didn't ask me like say I did. Me not the government. If whether governor even know whether somebody they call right there alive, me myself not even know. But the issue be say governor supposed to they reach out to everybody. Accept, especially when he knows say I do you for come.
Added to that, you will also see the videos. Did you see any prominent face where should say yes, this now special meeting for that side? Prominent door face in that side.
I just say you now, say when me the fought wetin they go do. You understand me?
Okay, they fought.
Yeah, that time initially me they fought. Why governor go London, go they meet diaspora. Then I take my time say well, because everybody wey know me know say anything you know they see anything good for government. You know I take my time. I tell you just I had to call person when I see for the video there because I know say it's not a party man. I ask her, he tell me say this thing will yield results. You understand? That result when he was asked my brother as he talk now and I say he say he go yield result. Will they put towards tomorrow? Because nobody know tomorrow na be insurance. Now for we to be secure in another 2 years, another 3 years, how it will be. As I told you now, and they support the diaspora when go meet with. Because all of them are great investors, potential investors, and some of them also get properties here where they do some of the running where they not fit doing. The issue where they present for there, to me, is good. Now, the role where we will not play for, we will monitor them for another 2-3 years. So that for them, we will come say, oh, governor, so time ago you go London, and so you tell this one, and so you collect CV, as it also collect proposal. After 3 years, we never see anything. For now, maybe we just allow them, they just really come back now. Maybe they never even look the papers. As he talk now, say that they go collect the paper. Maybe they never even know the details. When they know the details, maybe we allow this governor, may get time to look those papers. So in another 2-3 years, we go to tell and say, okay, governor, where you they take us go? You know, say you go abroad and they tell us say you want to do. And I also tell us say make it not just leave her for London. If you leave her for only London, you go be like say you get person where goes. Make it take and go any part of the world. Anything where go make Nigeria work. anything wey go make Edo work, anything wey go make Edo great, so that anything wey you do at the end of the day, na you dey go remember. Na Modokpe dey go remember. Wetin Abosali do that time, people still dey remember am now. But if you do well, people go remember you. If you don't do well, people also talk bad about you. Now, as all of them happy now saying they here, they close with governor, they go. May tell governor say, as you don't go abroad, we wait in their house. Give us opportunity. May we see if they interact with you. If they come second house meeting, then they do it. Okay. Well, they tell us where will they go.
Coming back to Okoye. They say na Renji. Now say do for the discussion. Say we not let people ask governor question. Say the people will ask question.
I go answer that question.
Say people will say ask question. Say na the one who say na plant for them. Make them for the healer. Then two, he say no prominent Edo son or daughter dey for that meeting. Na true.
That word make withdraw.
Not the say Edo prominent. Who say
withdraw that? I said withdraw.
How you okay? I don't withdraw.
How you say prominent?
Prominent. Who is prominent?
Let me I tell you one thing, my brother. Even a child when they for secondary school for there, whether they do small work for maybe Team Hortis, all these things. The kind of money we ain't get. When you bring and come Nigeria, you go you go see say that person not be my mind. For abroad, the way they live for abroad, say do in Rome as the Roman do. If one woman come with a proposal, you see the way that woman dress that day, you go say, who is this woman? But the idea, the connection we want bring, I'm not going to mention the figure when I see for the proposal. But the idea, he say he want make Edo get a super hospital where they go to cure things like cancer, all those things, they carry us, they go abroad. If you see the drawing for the hospital, if you see the kind of people who come, you see the kind of money who want bring come. But if you see the work, you say, who be this person? Look, all Edos in diaspora, they are all very, very prominent. Not be saying because they are GFO, not be saying Duam. Foundation, where whole house, they see them. You see them? These are the foundation where whole Edo. Now we go reinforce. Now, arrange. Like I tell you, I don't want to mention names, Sha.
No, you mention
I don't want to mention names. Hold on. One boy. I call him boy, I don't know his name. He say, as soon as you start, he say, hey, the place be like say, na very grand, everybody just quiet, nobody come. When they finish show, he say, they come now, okay, we'll pay them £150 to take come. Thank God, now they say begin the hammer and back because nobody will give £1 to take come. They all came. People came from Scotland, spent almost £1,000 to come for Scotland, stay for hotel, pay flight tickets. £1,000 is about 2 million naira. Now the cost people not the prominent. Person will take 2 million naira buy ticket, not the prominent. Now, a legit question, no. Because we want to get a total filler of Edo across the UK. If all of them come, we're not going to feel. So now we send say, because I didn't want the committee say, make una send una question I want ask governor. So there's question we will get past 2,000 questions. And so we review the questions. Okay, no, this question, Oga go answer for. Okay, this one all insecurity, all this. So we are not knowing the concern of them. So we want to really feel them. Not be say when the time come for question answer. Governor, he said, no, all those questions when they send come, you don't want them. Make them by themselves do them. Make them do them like say, we call organic. No ban, no limit. That's organic. That's what they do. Make our people sit down quietly now. Make they point them or call them one by one. Everybody wants us to talk to governor, and I like her because you know why? They make them organic. It shows the love and everything. So. Question they come, if they answer, you raise hand, this one raise hand, this one raise hand. Okay, I point to, we're okay, one man, one woman, one man, one woman. He don't know any of them. No arrange.
Down and fast. Yes.
So, but anything you do, person must put kege.
Yes.
So all the lie with the life for you don't hold them now. Our our governor don't go. We don't see them. Our people say they are happy with him. They are coming home. And when they come home, when I go see them, say they don't come home. Because every Edo man, woman, we don't pass 60 years, man, the blood not there for that side, they won't come home. Even me when you see so, I come out from Canada 2 years ago. What I can do? I go my village, Ogboha. I go to surveillance, do this, I want to do agriculture. I go start with 250 employees in my village. This is me, one human being coming. This is how diaspora works. So if we have 100 me in Edo, do that kind of thing, you know how many people they go employ? My brother, we could give our governor kudos for going to London. No? In fact, we go to America. I want to make I cheer. I beg.
All right, the program of daughter means heart of the matter, and we reach now from Independent Television. We will soon open our telephone lines, just in case you want to ask Oga Okoyo any question concerning this trip. We say governor and other the state government make to UK. If you ask her, we don't get any, of course, they say they don't get anything to hide. Just for you to ask me any area where you know say you get doubt, see him, he will answer you so that at the end of the day you can't say they don't hide, because he say everything when they do they say now organic. The telephone number are 080 777 0300. Now special program that I want to do today because maybe you interact with her like we talk. No mudslinging, no insults, no abuse. His Excellency, the governor of Edo State, that be His Excellency, Deputy Governor, be Deputy Governor, and our commissioner, whoever be appointee, not be for insult, not be to preach or campaign about your candidate or your presidential candidate. No, it's about you and the government and about governance for Edo State. All right, we'll take one short break. We'll come back, get one point when we say real about race just now. We'll look at that point, then we'll really take a call. We'll take a short break. When they come back, the program will do that.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Okay, we don't come back. If you just watch, if you just come in, if you just see your television, the program now Udwota. Udwota means heart of the matter. And we do it now from independent television. Yes, so many things that happen for Obodo Nigeria. Two similar they not talk make I take my back just to say we too with the follow up in the history of the country, in the history of Nigeria. For time we not to now, Roy. Nigeria get issue with South Africa, and as a get issue, I think about 5 trips. I think 5 times they plane go, they go carry people come. All the dope people when they come, even as far as 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, we come from South Africa. Governor Ogbewulu give them 1 million. Nala.
That's what I hear.
Okay, so that thing, our brother, what they call Don General, my colleague, was soon not just there. We go now. We go to most of these people's houses. I will discover, say yes, this and which, and they also confess to us. So, not say as we they talk. So when we see bad thing, good thing, we not go talk, and we also talk. For even other television stations, now don't see many times. Say yes, for the first time, those state government or governor, they start that thing. Even as we speak, the federal government never get any package for those people, but the governor he give those families 1 million to take start, make they take start life, and also tell them okay, if there's anything they want to do, may they come with the proposal that he go attend to them, he go give them some other ways to assist them for that. So that's a very commendable thing. So when we see the truth, we'll talk am. Then when we also say this thing not correct, we'll say talk am. Now so they make the program this way. All right, Roy, you talk something just now. I want to ask you, you get one accusation when we say this man talk. Although not be your area, but you could sing for governor here. If they talk about stakeholders forum, the way they talk to, if they go meet the diasporas, the people where they ground here, why you not also give them that opportunity, like when they talk, so that them to also interact with them? The reason we say, if he gets a person, or one person knows everything finish, or maybe they tell her some the area of challenges or waiting, then they do actually make a hear from the way they hear from those people. You don't show them that thing, Okoye.
I don't know the one way Roy talk so.
Now they tell you, so I don't talk now.
Because me no say of recent, Welders Association for this Benin, they can't say governor. They yarn, they rub minds together. Number one, book no say I become government appointee even less than a month ago. So I don't know what happened. They say Christmas say in Rosian for year, the one with the burn the ghost fire, they go, you don't know about that one. So I'm not going to talk too much of area no concern me. But what I know be say before my appointment, anytime when I want to go see governor, my brother, hey, I don't know as I'm the operator. I don't know who give that kind of heart and strength. In a day, over 5,000 people will won't call them for phone. If one day when God creates, not only 1,440 minutes, not day for one day. 5,000 will they call governor for one day. How many go fit answer? If you say you no go sleep, you no eat, no make you answer phone on daily basis. You can and you take it for 1 minute. Hello, how would you cut out? Well, not talk. Now only 1,440 people if we take for that day. The remaining 3,000 plus, they will say, hey, you don't like me. If you go in your office, everybody come with different matter. Problems full ground, yes. The man go sit down, attend to people. And they try to manage the time. Even if you give people 10 minutes, sometimes you get 300, 500 people just want to see them, and you go do that job. So make the thing be say at the advice who wants to see governor, make it write letter, follow the process. They get protocol, they get.
Well, not that way they talk, so that. Not that way they talk.
I happy for the flyover waiting too, but I for happy more. If now the girl want to go back of Venus, we could cross that river to only room, when she come out for Sakomba Road, they come out for Saturday Road. If you see that road there, they know what the written will go. Thank you.
Okay, I agree with you. That reminds me, this man now, he say he thank governor for what he do flyover. He talk so many sweet things. Right? But recently now, President Tinubu say me they only build unnecessary flyover. You should say governor they talk to.
Of course, he not go dey talk to only Edo State governor.
Okay.
You know, whether we like her or not. The reason why I say good make governor they reach out, make they call for stakeholders meeting, so that you go fit meet with people get independent mind. Just like the bishops, the conference of bishops, when go meet with president. All those kind of people, that independent mind, when they will feel look president and say, people they hungry. Oh. If Okpebo, he call for stakeholders meeting, you can meet with independent people and tell and say, okay, we know say na rainy season we do. Road not just good though. Even when they here, I know me governor of the tell and say everything where road good. Me go fit me governor. I tell them, so road no good because no they pay me salary. Even when they pay me salary, you already know my background where they come from. Say as the voice of the community, I tell them, say road no good though. People no fit work. If you see motor when me take just on for government by golf club there golf. My motor, the way we jump enter, that motor sit there, I go carry another ricketing motor, take the car here just. It's still there now. If that place where the government has be like that, what can they happen for village where for Hodwa? What can they happen? If you go GRA now, I know say government, they try, I have no bet now. People will they tell her for a year. People will they fit tell her say, Oga road not call the GRA again. Oga road not call the Motubu again. Because if you look at the feeder roads where we really get, it not really, you not go really see anywhere where you want to. Not be who tell you the sick say you die, go die. Not the sickness killable. Because people when they tell governor, make it do things where all of us they happy say na governor. Who tell woman make it down? Well, you know what they see you. Governor we go fit tell her say, governor, see as you go take do this one. See as you go take do when they do it like that. All of us go together. If he reach where governor did that, he go let tell her say governor, now you be the best for the world. What you never do. Now God should be called the way now.
Make a clear one road.
Okay.
My brother, I remember say sometime before the election, when I call me, I live for Canada.
Me and you, good discussion.
And I tell you say, the thing when this man get from mind for Edo, now make me follow him. I tell you say, if you enter government, the first 6 months with the office, he don't tell me for house before say flyover. That Ramad Park, we better go stay for 4 or 5 hours to go east or commission. He say he go do one flyover. I tell you, because me say her country say if you no do one, no call my name again. I'm tell you. Now, don't be say the man just come. They want throw money put where no. He already have in his mind what he want to do for Edo. That flyover not be unnecessary flyover. By God's grace, when they open them, you go see say that dreadlock of staying there for 4 or 5 hours, so people go clear. Then that one is more money for you, more business, more time management.
Okay.
That will come out. But the one we talk.
I say road no. The feeder road not just come
for London, they asked them the question about GRA. I told them, I tell you the conference say, Mokuna come GRA.
Hello, good evening, sir. Uvoide.
Yes.
Go ahead.
One thing I want quick talk with you, government need to understand the people we be here, now we be your best ambassadors.
Okay.
Now we get people to announce you to people.
Okay.
And don't get about 400,000 people in the diaspora.
Okay.
That 400,000 people, they don't pick on one home. But yeah, those 400,000 people, they more than 1.8 million Edo people will be their relatives here. If you do some road and all these things, yeah, we go see and we go able to tell our people, like that flyover way to God bless them. Now people they take their hand, put them for TikTok. I think ITBC be international. They see them. Sometimes like some countries like Russia, they get to the international summit. When the two guests where they talk, yes, it makes sense. You can get an international summit, both local people, both international people, all of them will interact, some of them will follow you, they react, they interact. Those people will still come, they will come. Those who don't come, they will still join in to the media because the world don't big pass, so you need to go around by yourself. If government is saying want to go around, they go turn it to an exercise as if you need to. Sorry to say, they go be like said the whole time when this man get to do better thing, they go to Moscow, they go to US, they go to Japan, they go around. I'm saying that. Now we come to another thing. You discover and say those days we used to get Bende house, whether a door house, I don't know. But the most important one big up is say we get people who will use as international lobbies. That is people who get for abroad. Don't say you need to go around. You will use these people. When they talk to you now as a strategist, you will get these people there. Still help me take 1 or 2 meetings, 1 or 2 summits there. You will still get idea. When you carry go fit convince some people say, okay, this one I sure did. Come and just say don't already get where you fit invest, put security, all these things there. If all these things stay improve, wait to wait there. We will see they take our mouth, they talk and say they praise the governor before. And I say thank you. God bless you.
All right. Okay. Also, it goes back to waiting affect it starts. The people now they talk to you so. But when I start, I say Delta do investor summit. Vice President was there. Tony Lumelu was there. Lumumba was there. Even the governor of Anambra State, former CBN governor. Kojo Wela was there. So this kind of thing, like this my brother I talk about now. What una go do? Do people, some of them now they talk say, not be saying una do bad, but una for make am more broader. You know, that they did in right direction. So we do something like that. We say all these kind of people where though international sons and daughters go also come and meet with other investors to just say we do one big investor summit.
Well, that portfolio fall under my purview.
Okay.
They say it's and say bono so.
Okay.
What I mean is say
gradually.
A journey of 1 million mile and 1 step.
Okay.
As special advisor on diaspora affairs, you know, the first step is to synthesize what we are doing now. Our people for there, they get that fear, say they don't want to come home again, say kidnapper or what it be name or cultists, they kill them anyhow. They hear them say everywhere if you not go sleep with 2 eyes closed. So according to say seeing and believing. So as they have opportunity of seeing the governor, see some of us, explain to them, they put billboard with what's his name, I call it for Igbo self. You know, when we say they go to look picture, look at like photo, see what. Some say, see my village, it's our road.
Documentary.
Documentary, that's what they call them. So that our festival and to go encourage them.
People want to talk to you now. People who they serve now. People who they serve now. One of them want to talk to you.
Okay.
Hello. Good evening. Yes, we'll talk to the governor's essay. Essay, sir. Your name. Your name. Okay. Go ahead.
I beg, make it back up now. Make go to
Amao.
Road.
Okay.
Okay, we hear you.
No problem, Amao. Go ahead.
Because that one concern.
That concern. So, you say, sometimes again, may also clear the air. Sometimes, that's why we know the grief for media. Say, person just can say, this government, this governor, this president, or this leader, no, they do anything. Because why? If you don't work for some people, those one could be prison.
Of course.
The one who never reach, those one could tell anything never reach there. So, like this, my brother now, in your area now, I'm out. Not so. All right. Maybe we still talk to.
The way I tell you that time about flyover.
Yeah.
I want to tell you about GRA Benin.
Okay. You say you talk for that side. I will take this call before you go there. Hello. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. This is Iranga.
Iranga.
Yes.
From where?
Yes. From Benin.
Go ahead.
Yes. Although governor they try very well.
Which area? Not to say they try very well.
Yes.
Which area?
Yes. But like waiting my senior brother there, Comrade Roy talk. We never say don't go for stakeholders meeting. No talk of the last stakeholders meeting. Then you get one point where we say I want ship in before I go court. We don't already get document for women, peace and security. You know, just for the governor to sign, then the document become a living document. The governor will not see a may sign. Then the information will come be said to see governor in the heart. Even commissioners, they form coalition, make them forbid see the governor, you can see the problem. You can see it. And somebody will just stand for one corner, they block way. Me, I be journalist. Now me. And even you, Mr. Kololo, you were in the workshop that day when we were saying it. You understand? To see government in the yard, not say government not dey try, but how you be just here when the town hall meetings, where they go, when the stakeholders engagement, where they go, you know there. So we need to tell ourselves the truth for Edo State to move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, talk to the people.
Talk about stakeholder. Who be stakeholder? Me, I'm a stakeholder.
Yeah.
You are stakeholder. In a stakeholder. Governor.
No, see, if they get maybe we make it clear.
Make it clear.
Okay, clear.
The governor what we get now, not be the first governor. It's grace of God, not be the last governor. They don't say. What the governor they do when we don't see over the year. If you don't do 6 months, he will say make I call all sector, critical sector, say make we meet for so hall.
Okay.
From there, he will say, what they do out now see her. One
go do for
yes, he will say out now see her. I don't need to pass through you because if I submit paper, I give you. Because you want to go meet your guy, before you read there, you say, "No, write this one to where this one." You go to bed. When they put that out that day, you don't see what happen. Immediately, the bishop meet with president. They tell us something. One president come out. It's not this far over when governor they do that. I will stop them because when I see that far over, they believe say Nigeria don't take another shit. But when you look under the far over, you see say no nothing. Then make it call because if you know here. You not go believe what the former president tell us for this time say when he be president, it is a light it don't dey everywhere. If they go village, they don't go on everywhere. Like they don't even see chance make it a meeting with Kings, maybe they ask and say how once he come out until the day when he lose the election, when he reach village, then he say light never they shout. He say that's what this work be. The reason why would they call make governor, they do stakeholders meeting, reach out to all sector. You can call this one, you can call this. All of us will sit down. We will ask governor question. We go ask her. We will tell her, say, this one, you know, they do it. Not be waiting, I go ask governor, you go ask governor. Because you know, you don't get anyhow when you will be governor, you will tell her, say, road way there, about her, come to her.
Okay, all right. No, we'll take this last call because time don't take again. First, hello, Oga, go say it. 1 minute. Yes, your name and where they call us from.
Okay, my name is Mr. Mafidon, calling for you from Siloko Road.
Okay, go ahead, Mafidon.
First of all, thank the governor in terms of security. The man is trying, no doubt about it. I'm giving 80%. Okay. For the return of UK, it should declare all roads state of emergency. And from Igobazua from here to Igobazua is right off. We are paying tax, and you cannot see the dividend of our tax. We are just suffering and smiling. The man is just saying that Edo is shining. Edo is not shining like that. It's only security that I think that the governor has done. Then I commend it for it. There is no cuttings or anything. But from this road, if you look at the food that we are producing in Uto, in Kobaswa, in here, Kukada, if you look what is coming to Edo State, they should fix that road to Kobaswa. That's just my own contribution. I really appreciate you people.
All right, we salute you now. The last one will take so. Okoyo, wrap everything up so, and the way forward.
You say they say wait tree front of tree. I want to apply the court first. The governor is aware. I've heard about the issue of on GRA, and there's a concrete plan to fix GRA. The first thing first is that not just to do road for GRA. What is the reason why waterlogged for everywhere? They have to do proper drainage, everything, plants, everything is going on. Me, I hear governor say, step of a driver say, during dry season, when they come, so they go see GRA.
Okay, so make a wrap up like this. Make a wrap up over there. Now you be able to say to governor.
Diaspora.
Make I tell you what me don't see.
Okay.
Me, I not the diaspora. I do for local. Now I went to Abia State. I went to Anambra State. In Anambra State, if your wife get belle, from when you get belle, this one you go born na free. If they do CS for you, na free. I go there, I talk to the man, salute the one-on-one, and I ask the people question. Make him bring something like that come and do.
Okay.
Therefore, Abia State, once you are 60, if you go hospital, you don't pay anything. Do you understand? We understand say they do something for Lugbo, but the area of health, my brother, you need to do something because The company say that area is the darkness. Do you understand? The health policies when we say those are brothers and sisters they enjoy. I don't know why they no tell her make you come do it for you. Because that is one thing when we say because right now, my brother, how many poor people fit go use 1.2 million to do CS?
Oh.
How many poor people go? How many bike riders will use 800,000 to go do CS? Say their wife won't born. But for another state, when your wife born, even the state government go give you gift. May we see those kind of things for Edo State. Your father won.
My final word is that all you just say so, the governor they hear you, and that's why we call him Abako Compassion, Abako Rescue.
Okay.
This London where we go so. Part of the investment proposal when they come out, so deal between your stock. So our people were there, they want to bring what they enjoy for their come home. So when they come home, they continue to enjoy them. Okay. So, but the grace of God, Edo don't they shine, it go shine well. Okay. Thank you.
You know, as he talk now, he said Edo go shine well. But
say don't they shine, say go shine well.
To shine well now, the point where we done already is. Where me don't try, for this court-related killing.
Yes,
people feel come now, you will face it down. Gradually now, night activities don't they come. But now to go for the light activities, road not come there. If I say give us one, take two come off our hand. Therefore, now it make me now, and they beg the governor. At least if you meet her, tell her, say with the beggar, this road make it not say until we reach dry season. Because for our motor company, you they use big motor, you don't understand what they pass through. Now Jeep you.
Okay, now the other advice we say, again, I don't know that consolidated for the color. Maybe they keep money for road for somewhere.
No money there. Money there now.
No, Oga, I just let
people don't tell us say money when they go for her too.
Because
not they complain.
Because right now, rainy season is a short. So every government must plan ahead so that the road go be like say blah because this rainy season is short. As an SA, na the best way we say me.
But the man never try. Look that road.
I'm not saying that not me now.
Look that road way from Benin go Ekpangwa. Those days we
all the roads.
Federal road, but
see am. SA sir. Make I tell you. Okay.
Now, all those ones. You see that this one make me say, make government do stakeholders meeting so that all of us go fit talk to. If not people, if not you, they're going to talk to us.
Former governor put Sango there.
Okay, all right. That's what we set up for program today.
Where you going to talk?
The program I'm going to reach them from independent television.
And we go try more.
Yes, that's the program. 2 years ago. Everybody talking, right? We'll do it again next week, Friday, by the special deal of God, by Abishe, our governor. Okoye, agree to.
Thank you.
And my brother Roy, agree to.
Thank you,
God bless Nigeria. Go Brown, agree to.
Thank you.
Press the button. God bless you. My name is Mark Pololo.
Olaye, MD CEO, Olaye International Business Ventures Nigeria Limited. Date, Wednesday, 30th September 2026. Time, 10 a.m. prompt. Come, let's interrogate our future. Come, let's shape 2027. For sponsorship and partnership, please call 0806 422 6638 or 0902 901 1512. ITVN Radio 2026 Pre-Independence Anniversary Public Lecture. Shaping Conversations, Shaping Nigeria.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
Hi there, it's another exciting time on Heritage with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyifokai. Wherever you all, get ready as we will be bringing tradition, culture down to your doorstep, as we will be definitely taking a ride down to Delta State to go see Ubuluku traditional dance. Yes, talking about the costume, the beats, the drum beats, the music, yes, and of course the way they move their body. So wherever you are, come along with me as we take a ride down to Delta State. Don't go away. Ubuluku traditional performed by the women, and the dance is specifically associated with the history, culture, and the spiritual traditions of the Ubuluku Kingdom in Aniocha South, Delta State. The dance, often referred to as a part of Ubuluku celebration, is rooted in the narrative of bravery. The Ubuluku traditional dances are believed to have begun when a great ancestor, often recognized as Ezenu, a renowned hunter and healer, and his children celebrated a victory over a potential conflict. This is the root of these dance steps. However, the dance is described as a dance that celebrates bravery and the wisdom to lead the people. The Ubuluku women dance is a central component of the people and is performed annually. The dance is spiritual and rituals to cleanse the land. The dance serves to promote unity, cultural pride, and to celebrate the community heritage. Traditional dance is deeply tied to the history of Ubuluku cultural norms, either in agriculture, social, or spiritual practices.
Yeah, these are the Otonyo Gane, Bodipe of Oboloko. They are here to train us. That's the third group. They are here to train us with their performances. Please watch and enjoy.
sure you will agree with me that it certainly has been an exciting time, mind-blowing at that, on Heritage Today with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikokai. We did take a look at Ubuluku traditional dance, yes. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time. Do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure. My pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love doing.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship? or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
Is the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
That's actually the part that I find interesting, because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, there has to be somebody, that wields some level of control in the relationship.
Yeah.
It seems like, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio here, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds. And from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept, being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in African setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second wife at some point.
Will bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
But some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh yeah, it depends. You look at it from contextual
perspectives. Okay.
Right. Yep. The world is growing. We are evolving. We are becoming more modernized. And then again, people awareness has increased. And so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husband will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because with due respect to women, I found out over the years that women don't really fit up. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US. Without understanding that the scenarios are different. Okay. That's how women, that's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media. And that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything she feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as well. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of control. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it control.
Because I think that's where the problem is. It's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead.
Yeah.
But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture.
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her. And in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something and she begins to have stomach constipation. The effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy. I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to, because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' codes.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as a lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your classmates that are men.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said, majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words. Such as the part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuffs and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No. Take a look at it now. They have two meanings. Protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand? You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will. You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take her own personal decisions.
Very well. You're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and control.
Yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them.
It's something more of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand? Okay. So now he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now, let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective, as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference, or they are the same thing?
Well, the two is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say.
Okay.
But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Control, okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything, she wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so, trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her own perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here.
Okay.
But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her.
them, okay.
That is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tend to be. When we say the word we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check.
Okay.
Right? You have to maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional.
Okay.
So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership, you call it, whether it's protection, you call it, whether it's control, you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion tells them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's where the problem is.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? And by relationship, I'm not just talking about, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, making his submission before I interjected, he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do. Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism, because I've met a lot of ladies like that now.
Okay.
And I think I currently have one as a friend.
Okay.
That I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like, I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable.
Okay.
You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you are.
As you think you are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you, because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help, because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself
to suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that for a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one.
Yeah.
The fallacy is for example, he pointed a single mom.
Yeah.
The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors. And that's a dangerous one.
Okay.
A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with church, went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and had gone back to reconcile with church, which means that her position...
It's interesting how you said she reconciled with church and not with God.
With church...
Okay, with church, okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt...
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking... Whatever she has with God, I feel it is real, although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored.
Okay.
That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happened to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there.
Okay.
She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she had a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy. She called a lot of names, she's this, and used that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys,
their relationship
because of the lessons they took from Tonto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl.
Okay.
Blessings
to you. Okay.
Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
No.
You don't have any business being in a relationship.
Lady, if you don't want control, just close your leg. In fact, you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy. Because if you, a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Waters brought, that lady may be surprised you will be going somewhere to be opening leg to somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
All right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside there, whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at the young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I have the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical.
Thought-based. Okay. Love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
It's like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you, you are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will accumulate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
So just add to what he said.
Okay.
You know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get? Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love, because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her, I won't be able to guide her, I won't be able to protect her, just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will.
Okay.
So she's coming to him.
She has dated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming into a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get she's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
Material investment. You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun.
Okay.
Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. Okay. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons.
Superficial reasons.
Well, is that a bad reason to love someone, though?
It's not a bad reason, but you, as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper.
Okay.
You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who are dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health.
Okay.
Simply walk away from the relationship. Yeah. There's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love.
Okay.
Walk into love.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochago for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie, Walter Emmanuel, good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Edalbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, it is another wonderful time on the program African Discourse on independent television. Of course, you are very used to the montage there, the visuals, and of course, the sound. The program African Discourse comes on this television every Monday afternoon. My name is Evan Sonokogi, and we discuss issues on the continent of Africa, and of course, how it affects you so that you get to know what is going on in your continent. Well, today on the program, we'll have two key issues we're going to be looking at. First and foremost, we're going to be looking at the 30 African countries in Africa who, you know, for the fact that you are a national of that country, if you want to go to U.S., if you intend to go to the U.S. or to the United States of America with a B1, B2 visa, then of course you have to pay a visa bond of about $5,000 US, 10,000 US dollars, 15,000 US dollars, and of course 20,000 US dollars, as the case may be. So that's one major, you know, issue that just happened some few hours ago. Well, we understand that the pilot program of this, you know, thing actually started sometime last year, around this time last year, 2025. But the U.S. government had to do that maybe to test the waters. But as we speak now, only a few hours ago, it is an immigration law in the United States of America that if you are from these 30 African countries, then of course you have to pay this amount. Well, the reason given is because it's been observed that most people from these African countries, they overstay their visa. And of course, we're going to be looking at all that as the program progresses. Well, we need to let you know that it is about 50 nations in the world. Out of the 50 nations in the world, we understand that 30 African countries are affected, you know, with this new development as it relates to U.S. immigration. Then also, we are going to be looking at, you know, what has to do with African relationship with the United States of America, where we have the problem of mislabeling of African countries on the maps. Well, just about 2 days ago in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, there was a health conference of which the United States of America was made to make some representation, as a matter of fact, to do some discourse, you know, on that program. Then it was that a kind of a graphic display was supposed to be used to enable the analyst to analyze issues on the continent of Africa. But it will amaze you to know that a big error was made. Well, we understand that the U.S. authority has given an apology to that effect. The error was that the graphic representation of the map of Africa that was made, you know, actually mislabeled some countries, you know, in their location. Take, for example, if you take the map of Africa, of course, you readily know where Nigeria is located. You will know where Ghana is located, and of course, you know where a country like Mozambique is located. But in that graphic presentation, most countries were mislabeled, and they were misrepresented, you know, in that you know, analysis. And we understand that the social media is already agog with reactions and counter reactions as far as that is, you know, concerned. And the thing about it is that this has to do with Donald Trump's administration, and of course another way of looking at what Donald Trump actually means in terms of the way that they see the black continent, which is Africa. So that's, you know, that's what we're going to be looking at today. One of the things that we're going to be looking at today on the program, African Discourse. And to do justice to all this discussion today, we have Honorable Fred Uyigwe, a global affairs analyst, and he has traveled far and wide. As a matter of fact, Honorable Fred Uyigwe has lived for more than 30 years in the United States of America. So when we talk about immigration, United States immigration as it relates to other nations of the world, he can actually walk you through all the recent adjustments and of course all the latest development that the U.S. has made in terms of immigration laws, and of course as far as it relates to this administration. Honorable Fred Uyigwe, welcome to the program African Discourse.
Thank you for having me, and good afternoon, viewers.
Okay. All right, so let's just see some of the information that we are following now as it relates to the 30 countries that we understand that have been affected by this U.S. new immigration order. And all right, so one of let's see now. We understand that nations from 50 countries, including 30 in Africa, will face security deposits of up to $5,000 US, 10,000 US dollars, 15,000 US dollars, and of course 20,000 US dollars when applying for a certain business and tourist visas under a permanent visa bond program announced by the United States of America. And of course, we understand that officials say that the measure aims to curb visa overstays, but critics worry it could deter legitimate travelers. That's just the main key issue. Now, like what I said a while ago, that out of 50 countries that are affected, 30 are African countries. So the big question that we readily ask to that is this targeted at Africa, as it were? Honorable Fred Oigwe, perhaps we'll start with that question. Do you think this new immigration measure is targeted at Africa?
We cannot deny that there's an element of targeting involved in this new policy. But the America we know also has a robust record of all their, will I say, transactions or all the activities within the country. The Immigration and Naturalization Department not being exempt. So I'm sure that they would have gone through their records over recent years to determine which of those countries have the most immigrants who violate their stay, who overstay their visas. So I don't believe that it's something random. You know, it's not random. The Republicans always say that, oh, they're a country of laws. And so those who are coming into the United States must follow the law. They must queue up behind those who have applied to come to the United States legally and legitimately. I want to believe that the other countries, the other 20 countries not from Africa, will be mostly Latin American countries, because you have a lot of Latinos, as they are called, in the United States. And because of the proximity of Latin America and South America to the United States, there are a lot of immigrants from those countries who actually enter the United States illegally. There was a time, I believe, when the Immigration and Naturalization Department discovered that there had been several tunnels dug from Mexico into the United States, through which illegal immigrants enter. So it's been a problem, but my thing is that I don't really see the rationale in over-limiting the growth of the American or the United States population. Because nations grow their population usually by birth, that's by citizens' birth or new citizens' birth, or the birth of new citizens, that's young babies born by citizens of the nation, and by immigrants, okay?
Yeah.
By immigration. There was a time when China, as you know, had a policy of one child per couple, because they felt that their population was a burden, too heavy for them to bear and to cater for. But when they awoke to the potential, or to their potential as an economic power, and they were able to make inroads into their technological development. They did away with that law. And now couples can have as many as 2, I think in some cases even 3 children. The population has exploded, but both the GDP and the per capita income of China has also increased astronomically. The United States considers China their greatest economic competitor. And all of the production in the United States, okay, it's right now with the employment rate, I think they are at about 96% employment rate. That is about 4% unemployment rate. And when you have such a low percentage of unemployment rate, it is considered full employment, because the 4%, the 3 to 4% unemployed category will be those in between jobs or those who do not want to work, though documented as eligible to work. Okay.
Now,
so the United States at full employment rate, and they also have a category of employment vacancies that they are not able to fill, perhaps because of the expertise required to fill such positions. It is estimated that there are about 3 million jobs in the United States that cannot be filled.
Are you talking about this present administration or what you knew?
No. This present administration, yes. 3 million jobs that cannot be filled because there are no Americans, there are not enough Americans in those fields, high-tech fields and all of that, to fill such positions. So that's where, you do what you can to attract immigrants, and many of which will take up some of those positions.
Okay.
And then there are also some lower-end jobs that Americans would not do because they consider it beneath them, which most of those immigrations or immigrants from neighboring countries filled.
Yeah.
In the United States, not a lot of Africans, some Africans, but mostly South American immigrants, sometimes illegal immigrants. They fill those positions, like in the agric industry, okay, and allied industries. Those immigrants, they fill those positions. They earn wages close to minimum wage or minimum wage.
Beneath minimum wage.
That is for the United States. For Germany, they have the same problem because it's an industrialized nation.
Okay. Now, before we start
before I go there, I just want to use this as an example.
Yeah.
Germany depends on Turkey for such immigration and for such labor to fill such things. So different nations of the world, especially the industrial nations, they have neighboring countries that are not quite as prosperous as they are, who come to fill jobs that most of their citizens will not do or consider beneath them.
Okay. All right. So, viewers out there, in case you've just joined us, the program is African Discourse on Independent TV, and we're looking at 2 key issues this afternoon. First and foremost, we're looking at what started as it started last year, maybe to test run the waters, and of course, as we speak now, it is actually a pilot program. talking about the visa bond, you know, in the U.S. 30 African nations are affected in this new development. As time goes on this program, we should be able to mention some of these African countries that are affected in this new recent development. Now, Honorable Fred Oyigwe, I don't want to, you know, think whether the U.S., I mean, you've lived in the U.S. for more than 30 years, but I don't want to think whether the U.S., you know, at times kind of run contrary to their immigration laws. Now, this same U.S. tells you that, hey, some persons overstay, you know, their visas. Now, it is still the same U.S. that has what they call adjustment of status, you know, as a kind of another leeway, another avenue that a lot of illegal immigrants in the U.S., they've been using to regularize their immigration status in the U.S. So what are we looking at? I mean, a country that fights people that overstay their visa, and of course, a country that also grants the opportunity for people to take advantage of what they call the adjustment of status, you know, method of regularizing your immigration status. What exactly are we looking at?
See, this is a matter of perception. Okay, it's like a lot of people will tell you when there's an introduction of a new technology, they will believe that the new technology will result in displacement of workers who were engaged in the now obsolete technology that the new technology is replacing. Okay, but that is not the fact, because with the new technology will also come new skills and new ancillary skills, you know, that may so burgeon that it will surpass the old ones. I'll give you an example. When the car was invented, when the automobile was invented, who do you think protested the most? Those who had horse-drawn vehicles. Bicycles. They said they are horse-drawn carts, you know, will go obsolete, and then there will be no employees. Employees will be displaced. No people to repair those vehicles, and no people to cater for the horses. But with the invention of the automobile came the need for mechanics, for engineers, and for production lines to be built and all of that. And all that required a whole lot more hands, labor. So it's the same way you look at immigration. When you shut out immigration, you are assuming that the population you have will be able to take care of what you need and also be able to position you to compete with those you need to compete with or those you believe you are competing with.
So are you saying the U.S. is making one of its biggest mistakes right now?
It is a mistake, because for those who understand it, America used to pride itself as the melting pot. That is, that America is made up of people of all colors, people of all nations, okay, who have over time contributed immensely to the development of their economy. Okay, and that is so true. It has been because of immigration that America has led the world economically and technologically, because the best brains in the world migrated to the United States, where they had the best opportunity to express their talents.
Now, the adjustment of status thing, do we stay, because it appears that
okay, now I'm coming to that.
Yeah.
Now, what the America is trying to do, okay, they are not God. I mean, the administrators are no gods. But What they are trying to do is to filter those who come in so as to engage the best, to assist the best and brightest to immigrate into the United States, while keeping those that do not seem to have potential out. So they are thinking about quality of immigration.
By narrowing it down to your financial capability?
They are trying to do that. Okay, if you were, for example, a professor of engineering, they will not be making this requirement of you. Or a medical professor.
Yeah, this visa bond now applies to two sets of travelers. Those that intend to travel to the US on the B1 visa and the B2 visa.
B1 and B2.
That's the tourist and the businessmen.
Those are general. Those are general categories. But when it now comes to interviewing for visas, then they now do the sifting. Okay? To allow those with exceptional talents and abilities come in, while keeping those that, in their perception, will be a burden on their economy out. So, you know, Donald Trump is a transactional president. So for him, everything it's
transactional.
Yes, it's transactional.
What do you give to me?
You know, what do I get from you?
Yeah.
If I'm not getting anything from you, I don't need you. Okay? So with that mindset, that was not the mindset that built the United States. You know, the mindset that built the United States was one that allowed people to come in. And then those who came in, because of the better opportunities and the better environment, better atmosphere, were able to now excel and do good. And it's unfortunate. Something else too that is at play that a whole lot of people might not know about is that there is a significant portion of the white population who is scared that they will lose their majority benefits and majority status.
In the U.S.?
In the U.S. Because more black people coming in, more Latinos coming in. I know maybe about 30, 40 years ago, Latino population was just about 10, 12%.
In the U.S.?
In the U.S. But now it has grown to over 30%. I think the Latino population has even overtaken the black population in the U.S.
Yeah, that was why I asked ago.
So that is what they are watching.
You know,
but they are not taking into cognizance the fact that Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, California were all
black states.
No, they were all Mexican states. They were all Mexican states. Okay, so with conquest and wars and all of that and treaties, those states became part of the United States, 50 states.
Okay. Now, before we take a short break on the program this afternoon, you know, a while ago, we started by looking at whether this new immigration policy, if African nations are not targeted,
being targeted.
You know,
that is what I just told you.
We're looking at 50 nations of the world, and out of those 50 nations, 30 countries, you know, are affected. And you just also said here that the Latinos, they have overgrew, you know, their percentage in terms of entry into the U.S. illegally over the years. Now, Africans don't have that, they are not known for that. Well, I understand that they overstay, so much of African nationals, they overstay their visas in the U.S., but whether this new immigration policy if African nations are not
being
targeted.
targeted.
You know,
that is what I just told you.
We're looking at 50 nations of the world, and out of those 50 nations, 30 countries, you know, are affected. And you just also said here that the Latinos, they have overgrew, you know, their percentage in terms of entry into the U.S. illegally over the years. Now, Africans don't have that, they are not known for that. Well, I understand that they overstay, some African nationals, they overstay their visas in the U.S., but they are really not, you know, notorious for entering the U.S. I mean, take, for example, countries that break tunnels to go into the U.S. and all that. No African nations are known for that. So, little wonder.
Look, you see, the point I try to make here is this. The Latino population has increased. The black population also has increased. But the white population has declined. I mean, relatively, not that the population declined, but relatively the percentage. Okay. So the white population is not growing at a rate as high as both the Latinos
and the blacks.
Are growing. So that is why, because of the fear of being outnumbered, because being outnumbered also means that in terms of political positioning, they will lose ground. So the whites will not be able, and they want to keep that which they have enjoyed over the years, you know, that advantage of a higher population that they have enjoyed over the years, as it is, and not risk being outnumbered by the blacks and the Latinos. And mostly sometimes the blacks and the Latinos seem to have something in common and vote, they vote
for their interests
alike.
For their interests.
Which in most cases they vote for the Democrats.
All right, so we will take a short break now.
Right.
Let's take a short break on the program. Viewers out there, in case if you just joined us, the program is African Discourse on independent television. And our focus this afternoon is starting with the new immigration policy. It started last year as a pilot, policy. But just today, as a matter of fact, you can Google that out. The U.S. Department of State is actually institutionalizing that policy, that if you come from these African countries, you are going to be made to pay 5,000 naira, 10,000, 15,000 naira, and of course 20,000 naira to obtain a B1, B2 visa. B1, B2 visa, it is normally known as a tourist visa. Of course, business visa, as it were. All right, so we'll take a short break now. When we return, we are going to examine the economic implication, if you like now, or the implication of all these new developments between from today, August 3rd, 2026. We understand that the pilot program also starts today, and the test run program was sometime around the same time last year. So as we speak now, 30 out of the 50 nations of the world will be made to pay 20,000 US dollars. So that's about the highest when applicants that seek for B1, B2 visa into the US. Well, the rule took effect August 3rd, 2026, and it applies to applicants seeking B1, B2 business visa and tourist visas into the US. We understand that consular officers may require a bond as a condition for issuing a visa, with the deposit forfeited if the traveler violates the terms of their stay after entering the United States of America. And we've since established that on this program, that the reason for that is that these affected countries in Africa are known to always overstay their visa into the U.S. Higher bond amounts. The permanent policy expands a pilot program introduced in August 2025, and of course, during the trial, applicants could ask to pay bonds as from 5,000 naira, 10,000 US dollars, 15,000 US dollars, and of course 20,000 US dollars. Under the finalized rule, the lowest tier has been scrapped, while the 10,000 US dollars and 15,000 US dollars level remains. A new maximum bond of 20,000 US dollars has been introduced. African countries affected are 30, and some of them are Uganda, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and of course Nigeria. Ghana, Togo is also there, but Nigeria seems to be the one that concerns us. So what it stands now is that if you are a Nigerian and you are seeking for a B1, B2 visa into the United States of America, you may be required to make a deposit of 5,000 US dollars, 10,000 US dollars, 15,000 US dollars, and of course 20,000 US dollars, as the case may be. And looking at all this today is Honorable Fred Oigwe, somebody that has lived more than 30 years in the United States of America, and he's very conversant with U.S. immigration policy. Now, Honorable, let's look at the economic implication now, between Nigeria as a nation and of course the United States of America. Now, take for example, Honorable Fred Oigwe, you are a businessman and you seek for a business visa into the U.S. and you are required to pay 20,000 US dollars. 20,000 US dollars, that's approximately almost about 60 million naira. I mean, how would you react to such a development?
Well, it depends on the kind of business you run. So the 20,000 US dollars, 15,000 US dollars, or 10,000 US dollars becomes part of your cost. Once you have factored that as a cost, then it affects how much you are able to provide your services for, how much you are able to sell your final products for. Okay, and of course, it's going to impact your final price, it's also going to impact your competitiveness in the global market or in the open market. So once you have done those permutations, you can position yourself. You can decide whether it is worth undertaking or not, whether that trip is worth undertaking. But for most businessmen, whether Donald Trump likes it or not, whether the United States likes it or not, the world is prospering more and more every day because of technological advancement, for one, especially better education generally. So people are able to find their niches and find alternatives. Those who want to immigrate must immigrate. While the United States might stand as at the apex of their preference, okay, there will be other countries that they could alternatively go to. Okay, you will not be surprised if China becomes even attractive, or South Korea, especially for tourism. Not just for tourism. I mean, I'm talking business now. Okay. For business, yeah. Of course, for tourism too. Okay, and besides, I think the newly developed countries have better technology to showcase than the United States.
Now, the question we ask, should
the
U.S. be concerned about this?
Yeah, of course, yes. You have to do your calculation. How does this benefit us? The cost-benefit analysis, you will do that. Okay, what is this costing us to do? One of the things I would like to consider, for example, is that the United States, as it stands, has a population of about 340 million people. Okay? If you compress all of those into a tiny location, The population of the United States does not occupy 5% of its landmass. It's expansive. So why are you keeping so many people out when you have all this land? You go to, I mean, there is almost, I don't even think, apart from perhaps New York and Chicago, that is densely populated in the United States. There's no place in the United States that most places, 98 to 99% of American communities are sparsely populated. You know, so why? If you go to a place like China, then you are talking of denser populated communities, okay, or India, okay. Although they still don't occupy, I think the average occupation of landmass worldwide is about 11%. The world only occupies, I mean, population of the world, the 8.5 billion people in the world only occupy about 11% of the landmass of the world. So why are you keeping people out? Let's come to the need to compete. 4 factors of production. You know, you have your labor or manpower, you have land, you have machinery and finance, funds, the capital. Okay. And perhaps the most important of those 4 factors of production is manpower, because you are talking about manpower relative to the quality. If the quality is very high, then it becomes more impactful. Okay, that is, you have a high level of manpower that is educated. Okay, and now you are competing with China. Over the past, let's say, over the past 15 years, the gap between the American economy and the Chinese economy has shrunk and continues to shrink.
To the advantage of China.
Exactly. Threatening to overtake the United States. And so when you now come up with a policy like this, what do you think you're doing to yourself?
So that's...
So a whole lot of people are still going to gravitate more towards China. Like you just mentioned, if you were a businessman, and then you could save the $20,000 that the United States wants you to pay as bond by traveling to China or South Korea instead, or Vietnam or other emerging economies, you will do that. Now, because if you do it 2-3 times and all that, you would have saved a whole lot of money.
Yeah, before we anchor this topic, because we'll have another one to look at. Now, this is just a rule. In other words, it is an executive order by the Trump's administration. Now, what is known to the U.S. Constitution is what they call the visa reciprocity. You know, that is what is known to the U.S. Constitution. Now, we're looking at a situation whereby a government comes in and he rules with rules and all that, executive orders and all that. Yes. Now, without saying it, I think this rule is going to die with this administration.
More than likely so. Especially if it is made a campaign issue. Okay? If it's made a campaign issue, okay. See, with this executive order or with this new regulation, something that is perhaps going to happen is that it's only the foreigners, or let me not call them foreigners anymore, the new immigrants, those who only recently naturalized as Americans, that can now bring in their family members, because there is that opportunity to regularize. Okay, those ones can bring in because they have a pathway for those to be able to bring in their relatives.
And as we speak now, most of those visas are on suspension. Most applications on that effect are on suspension. That's why we keep on asking the question: does Donald Trump means well for America as it relates to relationship with other nations?
I believe. Look, Donald Trump, you and I believe, know that he's pandering more to his political base. Okay. He has groomed a political base based on particular fears. What do I call them?
That is backed up.
Yes.
With
no.
Maybe some.
Well, I mean, yes. Imagined fears. Those are things in the imagination of the people that, if we have immigrants, we lose opportunities, we lose benefits. You know, that is not the case. Those businessmen, serious businessmen, when they have immigrants, they cater for them. They employ them. They use them. It's a market. Okay? The immigrants are a category of markets.
Okay. Now let's pause that now so that we don't spend too much time on that topic. Now let's look at the one that has to do with mislabeling African nations on the map of Africa. You know, very recently. As a matter of fact, that happened in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. You know, whereby a health conference was held. Now the U.S. authority, was one of the organizers of that, health conference, and visuals were shown. You know, as a matter of fact, we later, it was later discovered that the mislabeling was as a result of AI. Generation. It was AI that generated the map of Africa. In other words, most of the countries were mispositioned. Take, for example, Nigeria was said to be positioned where you have the Sahara Desert. I think Mozambique was totally taken from where it should be. Then a country like Ghana was taken from West Africa. You know, it found itself somewhere in the eastern parts of Africa. Now, the question that observers are trying to ask as it relates to Trump administration, though the State Department in the U.S. has come up to really, apologize that it was an error. But again, this development, because as we speak now, the social media is agog with reactions and all that. You know, anything that has to do with Africa and the Trump administration, there's always elements of suspicion. You know, so what does this say about the U.S.? A country as developed as the U.S., on such a high level conference, misrepresenting nations of Africa, on the continent, in that kind of event?
I think it is the Peters principle. Okay? When you elevate employees above their level of competence. I will drop this at the doorstep of the organizers. If it was AI generated,
by the way,
it behooved them.
Just 1 minute. We need to quickly take the correction. We're looking at the second topic now, the one that has to do with U.S. government mislabeling countries on a map of Africa at the global conference. That's the one we're looking at now, the second topic. So we should take that correction so that we don't continue with the 30 nations, African nations that asked to pay visa bonds. So we're looking at the second topic. All right, sir, you may go now.
Yeah. So it behooves them to cross-check what the AI has done. You know, if you have an AI report, you still have to read through to make sure, yes, it tallies with the message that you are trying to deliver. Okay? The narrative you are pushing. So those who organized it should be blamed for that incompetence.
Honorable Frederick.
And I want to, and you see, the thing is, I don't believe Trump will instruct a group of experts to go to a conference, an international conference, and embarrass themselves just because they want to belittle Africa.
Yeah,
no,
well, the question
this is sloppiness, this is incompetence, this is lack of diligence.
In as much as we try to wrest, you know, the reasons for you know, having this kind of outcome, the question we really try to ask is, what is how reliable is AI, artificial intelligence, right now, that seems to have taken the whole world as far as technology is concerned? I mean, that seems to be the new trend, you know, on global issues now, technologically, as far as life is concerned, as far as human phenomenon is concerned. So you talk about AI, everybody seems to be, you know, keen into it. So we have a clear case at hand. I mean, for AI to have generated the map of Africa, and of course that AI could not position, could not locate the location of countries on the map of Africa, you know, calls for asking the question, how reliable is artificial intelligence?
One of the elementary principles of technology studies is GIGO.
Yeah.
Garbage in, garbage out. So the AI algorithms that you use is only as good as those who feed them in. Okay? So if you are writing a program, yes, at the time you are launching your program, there could be a whole lot of errors. So an improperly written program will also result in a lot of erroneous results when being used or applied. That is where we are. That is why for those who are professionals and who depend greatly on AI, they look at the different options open to them and determine which ones are more reliable and more dependable to use for what they have to use. I've had to use AI, in writing of some messages and all of that. What I do is I take my time to make sure I read everything, and then we'll be in agreement with what AI has generated.
So you don't have absolute confidence on AI?
Of course, I cannot afford to, because I know that it is also being programmed by people who are perhaps not professionals in the area that they have programmed their system to deliver. So you have to you cannot entirely remove the human element from the work of AI.
Okay. No. Well, perhaps we may have to end this discussion here this afternoon. Then what we're trying to look at was a kind of a conference that was held recently in Brazil, whereby the U.S. Government mislabeled countries on a map of Africa at a global conference. And we understand that the U.S. State Department acknowledged an unfortunate error after the highly inaccurate African map caused a stir. And what we are saying is that a screen shows a U.S. government map of Africa with mislabeled countries during a State Department presentation at a global conference in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. That was only some few days ago. And the United States officials attending a major health conference in Brazil mislabeled the African countries and showed the map causing a stir. Now, what we saw, you know, what that showed was that countries were displaced. Take, for example, a situation whereby Nigeria was in the Sahara, while Mozambique, which is in the southeastern part of Africa, was placed on the eastern horn of Africa. Then a country like Ivory Coast in West Africa was placed on the opposite side of the continent. And we understand that boundaries on the map were also mere blobs and did not represent any real countries. Now, you can Google that out on I don't want to say on the AI now, but you can.
I'll just say this. I feel sorry for those people who, for the first time, were looking at the map of
the continent of Africa,
and then are misled.
Yes. In as much as I'm not trying to discredit AI here on this program today, but I think what we are trying to do here is that we should do extra mile, because I decided to bring this on this program today because the thing is generating a stir on the social media. I mean, anything that has to do with the Trump administration and of course the world, it's always suspicious. Honorable Fred, we want to say a very big thank you so much.
Thank you so much
for joining us on the program today. All right, so we'll leave the program here today so that we can make preparation for next week Monday for another topic and of course another guest. My name is Evan Zunokugi. A very good afternoon to you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalokpolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Tonight on the news, President Tinubu orders EFCC to unfreeze Ocean government accounts. Vice President Shettima embarks on first official leave. FG assures Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway will reach Calabar, not end in Lagos. Governor Okpeholo pays historic visit to Ooni of Ife. He assures Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway will reach Calabar, not in Lagos. Thank you for joining us on the main news on ITV. I am Charity Tanko from Abuja Network Studio, coming to you live. And joining me from Benin Network Studio is Lawrence. Lawrence, good evening.
Good evening, Charity. It's a delight to have you on the news tonight.
I'm here. And from our Lagos studio, we have Patricia. Patricia, good evening.
Good evening, Charity. Glad to share the screen with you tonight.
Same here, Patricia, and good evening to you all. From the Abuja Network studio, we are reminding you that you can watch ITV live online at www.live.itvradioNG.com. You can also follow us on all our social media platforms on Facebook at ITV and Radio, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And now the details of the news. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to immediately approach the courts to vacate the order freezing the accounts of the Ocean State government. The president's directive followed the controversy generated by the EFCC's move to freeze the state government's accounts coming days before the Ocean State governorship election. In a statement issued on Thursday by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, President Tinubu said he was concerned about the timing of the action, noting that steps taken by federal institutions are often attributed to him as president, even when he may not have prior knowledge of such actions. The statement said the president was not embarrassed by the EFCC's exercise of its mandate, backed by a court order, but by the timing of the action. He stated that he had deliberately refrained from directing or interfering in the operational activities of the EFCC and other investigative or prosecutorial agencies because strong democratic institutions operating within the law are essential to good governance and the rule of law. The Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, NAMA, is asking the National Assembly to more than double its share of the statutory aviation revenue pool, citing rising costs of keeping Nigeria's airspace safe. The managing director of NAMA, Engineer Umar Ahmed Farouk, was speaking during the hearing on a bill for an act to amend the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency Establishment Act 2022 to revise the percentage of statutory charges accruing to the agency and for related matters on Thursday at the National Assembly. Ogani Victor tells us more.
Speaking, NAMA Managing Director, Engineer Farouk Ahmed Umar said the current formula of 22% is no longer sustainable. At the same hearing, the African Aviation and Aerospace University AAAU Abuja asked to be included as a statutory beneficiary of the revenue pool.
NAMA asks a fair and transparent arrangement. NCAA should retain the regulatory component of the aviation height clearance. NAMA should be paid obstacle registration, identified technical services, component for WGS 84 survey validation, obstacle assessment, procedure impact analysis, and field work, and such fees should be remitted directly to NAMA.
Additionally, additional funding would enable the university to establish internationally accredited aviation laboratories, expand aerospace engineering laboratories, support aviation research and innovation, train future aviation professionals locally rather than abroad.
Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, said the 10th Assembly is committed to strengthening the financial framework of aviation to boost safety and investor confidence, while Committee Chairman Honorable Abdullahi Garba added that the proposed bills aim to improve service delivery and transparency in the sector.
At their core, these proposals are about improving safety, efficiency, investor confidence, and the quality of service enjoyed by Nigerian traveling public and also our visitors.
I assure you that the committee will carefully and objectively consider all submissions, proceed a report that reflects the mandate of the House and the best interests of all stakeholders in the aviation sector.
Lawmakers say the final revenue formula will be based on audited cost and statutory mandate, not historical percentages. From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
Vice President Kashim Shettima on Thursday began a 2-week leave approved by President Bola Tinubu, marking his first leave since assuming office on May 29, 2023. A statement by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications in the Office of the Vice President, Stanley Okocha, said Shettima will devote the period to study, reflection and intellectual renewal as part of efforts to strengthen his capacity for continued national service. Okocha said the leave offers the Vice President an opportunity to review the administration's ongoing programs, deepen his understanding of emerging national and global policy issues, and prepare for the responsibilities ahead as the federal government intensifies implementation of the renewed Hope agenda. Okocha said Shettima remains deeply committed to the ideals of loyalty, duty and service that have defined his role in the administration, as well as to supporting the President's efforts to build a more secure, productive and prosperous Nigeria. The Vice President is expected to return to office at the end of the 2-week period and resume his official responsibilities on or around August 20, 2026. We are still watching the menus on ITV. Now I'll hand you over to our Benin Network studio where Lawrence will come. Lawrence, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charity. We'll begin here in our Benin studio telling you that the Edo State headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has displayed the particulars of candidates nominated by their political parties for the 2027 presidential, senatorial and House of Representatives elections. Patience Osarogiwa, who visited the INEC headquarters along the Benin-Auchi Expressway in Benin City, the state capital, where the candidates' particulars were openly exhibited on the notice board for public scrutiny, brings us details.
According to the published list, 19 political parties have fielded presidential candidates, while 12 political parties are contesting the Senate seats and 13 are participating in the House of Representatives elections. For the presidential election, the APC has President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as its candidate with Kashim Shettima as running mate. The ADC submitted Atiku Abubakar as its presidential candidate with Rotimi Amechi as running mate, while the NDC has Peter Obi as its presidential candidate with former Kano State Governor Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso as its running mate. In Edo State, Senator Adams Oshomole is listed as the APC candidate in Edo North Senatorial District. The ADC has businessman and real estate developer Chief Aruna Abubakar, while the NDC has Mrs. Maria Osonje as its candidate. For Edo Central Senatorial District, the candidates on display include Joseph Ikpia of the APC, Mrs. Abeta Okonofo of the ADC, and John Yakubu of the NDC. In Edo South, Omoyege Ogbede Ihama is the APC candidate. Matthew Idwekeme represents the ADC, while Mrs. Osayuki Asemota is the NDC candidate. Speaking with ITV News crew, the Edo State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Mr. Obo Efenga, said the commission will publish the final list of candidates on September 12, 2026. He urged political parties and candidates to comply with the Electoral Act, the Constitution, and INEC guidelines.
We have only published the particulars as submitted by the various political parties. If people have any issues about them, they have to go to the court to raise what they want if they have the local standard to do that. After this period, there will be a time that INEC will now publish the final list of candidates for the election.
The display of candidates' particulars is part of INEC's commitment to transparency and gives the public the opportunity to scrutinize candidates. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
From Edo State, let's take you to Osun State, southwestern Nigeria, where the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has called on Edo indigenes residing in Osun State to vote for the All Progressives Congress APC's governorship candidate, Asiwaju Muniruddin Bola Oyebamiji, popularly known as Ambo, in the forthcoming August 15 gubernatorial election in the state. Governor Okpebholo made the appeal while addressing the party faithful at the APC campaign rally held at the party's secretariat in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. Oluwafemi Farayola brings us the details.
Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, described Asiwaju Muniruddin Bola Oyebamiji as a visionary leader with the capacity to deliver quality infrastructure, improve education, and stimulate sustainable economic growth across the state. Speaking further, Governor Okpebholo said the forthcoming election presents an opportunity for the people of Osun State to choose a government committed to progress and development. He urged voters to support a leader who would effectively harness the opportunities and resources being made available to states by the administration of President Bola Tinubu.
The time for us to call the progress into this state is now. Tell your papa, Ambo. When you get to your house, tell your mama, Ambo. The answer to insecurity of Osun State, Ambo is the answer.
Also addressing the rally, Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo appealed to the people of Osun State to vote overwhelmingly for the APC and its governorship candidates, noting that victory at the polls would further strengthen support for President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda.
Mr. President graciously approved the construction and establishment of international and cargo airport. As a people of Kogi State, we have no option. We have no reason not to appreciate Mr. President. And how do you appreciate him? Is by giving APC and AMBO your own vote come 15th of this month.
The campaign rally attracted APC leaders and supporters from Edo, Kogi, Ondo, and Osun states, who expressed confidence that the party would emerge victorious in the August 15 governorship election. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
The National Executive Economic Council, NEC, headed by the Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima, has commended Edo State for leading other states in infrastructural development in Nigeria. The commendation was given by a delegation of Implementation Monitoring Committee from the National Economic Council NEC Secretariat in Abuja, who are in Edo State for project monitoring and assessment. Deborah Obefun has more.
Members of the NEC Implementation Monitoring Committee, led by the Deputy Team Lead, Busayo Awotude in Government House to formally commend the state government after the team's visit to project sites across the state. Speaking on the committee's assessment on project implementation, Busayo Awotude said the team is impressed with the massive infrastructural development by the Governor Monday Okpebholo-led government and scored Edo high on the execution of people-oriented projects in line with the council resolution and implementation.
We've seen the commitment of the state government towards improving the livelihood of the people and also aligning with the resolution of need. We are more than interested. Go back to Abuja to say that the Edo state government is as committed and willing to commit to the development of the people of Edo.
Implementation monitoring team in his office on behalf of the state government, Deputy Governor Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa said the state government has so far done over 500 kilometers of roads across the state, investing in primary health care and other legacy projects within 2 years in office.
He is a transformational leader. The project that he has embarked on is evident. The governor of Edo State is working in all the three central districts. In area of infrastructure, we have done over 500 kilometers of roads. in the 3 senatorial districts. In the health sector, distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo has completed 61 PSC centers.
For Budget and Economic Planning, Honorable Elizabeth Ebosele accompanied the NEC delegation to Government House. In Government House, Benin, Deborah Ugbefun, ITV News.
Let's take you back to Osun State again, southwestern Nigeria, where the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, has commended Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo for his humility and people-oriented style of leadership worthy of emulation. Oluwafemi Farayila reports that the monarch gave the commendation when Governor Okpebholo, accompanied by the Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo, paid him a courtesy visit at the Ooni's Palace in Ile-Ife, Osun State.
Welcoming Governor Okpebholo and Governor Ododo, the Ooni of Ife said their humility, simplicity, and close connection with the people distinguished them from many public office holders. The revered monarch noted that true leadership is rooted in humility and service, adding that both governors have demonstrated qualities capable of inspiring a new generation of leaders. He encouraged Governor Okpebholo to remain steadfast in his leadership approach, stressing that it is a reflection of his cherished Yoruba values of integrity, responsibility, and exemplary character.
I have a very strong relationship with the 2 governors that are here, and I'm happy that you are in Osun, you are in Ife, the source of the entire Yoruba people. We are very happy and delighted to have the 2 governors with a very rare characteristics. I repeat, their characteristics are so rare amongst their peers.
Responding on behalf of the 2 governors, Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo said Governor Okpebholo requested that he conveyed their appreciation to the monarch. Governor Ododo thanked the Ooni of Ife for his consistent efforts in promoting peace and stability in Osun State and across Nigeria, noting that the visit was aimed at strengthening unity, fostering interstate cooperation, and supporting national cohesion.
Your Majesty, you are a role model to some of us that are watching you from afar, and we derive some of our energy and love for our people from your conduct, Your Majesty. We are here in Osun State for peace. We have come to preach peace for non-residents and the indigene of Osun State.
The courtesy visit underscores Governor Okpebholo's commitment to engaging traditional institutions as strategic partners in advancing peace, unity, and inclusive governance. Oluwafemi Farayila, ITV News.
Independent television, ITV and radio has been praised for its enduring contributions to the promotion and preservation of Edo music, as well as its consistent support for the artists whose talent helped to shape the state's entertainment industry. The commendation came when members of the Edo Music Elders Forum, led by its chairman, Prince Roland Igbenegye, popularly known as Akabaman, paid a courtesy visit to the management of Independent Television and Radio at the station's corporate headquarters on Airport Road in Benin City. The visit was aimed at seeking the station's partnership and support for a musical concert planned to celebrate the lives and legacies of Edo music legends. Ofuri Aneto brings us more.
Speaking during the visit, Chairman of the Edo Music Elders Forum, Prince Roland Igbenegye, popularly known as Akabaman, alongside Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Comrade Nehizen Arase, said the proposed concert is intended to honor the pioneers of Edo music whose contributions laid the foundation for the state's rich musical heritage.
We are to celebrate our past musicians. So in doing that, we must carry you around. Person like Savito Waipo, Okosun, and most of them, they are among the list of the demands in some way to celebrate.
We know the role ITV has played as far as music is concerned. Ask our young musicians voluntarily come and perform any of these musicians' music live on the 28th.
Responding, the Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, described the initiative as timely and commendable, noting that recognizing the achievements of Edo music legends is vital to preserving the state cultural heritage. He assured the delegation of the station's support and commitment to giving the event adequate publicity.
It's a thing of honor to talk about our legends. Now we want to celebrate those that are gone. And why in front of us are those that are alive. I'm surprised to hear that this is the mark of Ochikobe. So if we have this opportunity to give back, I don't see any reason why those of us in ITV will not support events of this nature.
Present at the meeting were the Executive Director, Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ujomo, Director of Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, General Manager, Commercial Services, Mrs. Odum Balogo, General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Mr. Egosa Agbonlaho, and other members of the station's management team. From Benin, Ofuri and Netta, ITV News.
The recurring flooding across Edo State and the deteriorating condition of the Benin Siloko Okada Ogbese Highway took center stage on this week's edition of 60 Minutes Nigeria, independent television flagship public affairs program. Guests on the program examined the causes of the flooding, its impact on lives and properties, and also infrastructure, and proposed practical measures to address the challenges. Joy Egwasa tells us more.
Participants identified poor drainage maintenance, indiscriminate refuse disposal, and the obstruction of natural waterways through illegal developments as major factors responsible for the persistent flooding experience in many parts of the state. Traditional ruler and public affairs analyst His Royal Highness Alhaji Bako Dogo called on the Edo State Ministry of Environment and Sustainability to embark on the immediate desilting of blocked drains and gutters. He also advocated the provision of designated refuge collection points to discourage indiscriminate waste disposal.
We, the citizens, are also doing the right thing, because when it is raining, you see people now use it as a refuge bin.
Political analyst Omorogbe Aiwanfo said government has a duty to safeguard the lives and property of citizens, noting that years of inadequate investment in drainage infrastructure have compounded the flooding challenge.
The flooding situation of Edo has moved now to the main GRA. Our drainage system is government neglect over a long time.
Legal practitioner Barrister Patrick Isekwene stressed the need for stronger collaboration among the federal, state, and local governments, as well as residents, through the strict enforcement of environmental sanitation laws and regular maintenance of drainage channels.
Government should take it seriously. After that, then we, the masses, they come into play.
Residents of Upper Siloko and communities along the Igobazua Road renewed their appeal for urgent government intervention to tackle recurring floods and rehabilitate the Benin Siloko Okada Ogbese Highway, while stakeholders called for sustained investment in drainage infrastructure. From Benin, Joe Egwasa, ITV News.
Up next is our Lagos studio with Patricia.
Many thanks, Charity. And from Lagos, the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to completing the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway within the lifespan of President Bola Tinubu's administration, dismissing concerns that the project may terminate in Lagos. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, gave the assurance during an inspection tour of Section 4 of the highway project in Ondo State. Aigboje Hora tells us more on this.
Taking during on-the-spot assessment, Senator Umahi expressed satisfaction with the pace and quality of work on the Ondo State axis of the project, noting that the progress recorded so far indicates that this could be completed ahead of schedule. The minister emphasized that the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway remains a strategic national infrastructure project designed to boost economic economic activities, improve connectivity, and open up coastal communities across several states. Responding to the recent comments credited to Senator Adams Oshiomhole, who reportedly urged the federal government to focus more on existing roads, Umahi explains that the Tinubu administration is constructing only 2 new major road projects, while most other road interventions across the country involve rehabilitation and reconstruction of existing highways.
My brother said that we should stop doing new roads. We are doing only 2 new roads, the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and the Sokoto-Badagry, super highway. And these projects are not just road projects, they are investments. Section 1 has been completed for 7.47 kilometers by 2. And it is under bidding now. People want to pay the entire cost of the project so that they can toll it.
Members of the National Assembly on oversight duty also inspected the project, stating that their visit was aimed at ensuring transparency and verifying that funds appropriated for the highway are being judiciously utilized. Community leaders from various parts of Ondo State, alongside Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, led by Moromi Ojodu, commended the project and highlighted its potential.
We are here to ensure that there is value for money, which is public money. And that is our primary duty as parliamentarians.
This road would open up a lot of economic opportunities for our people, the grassroots, and also open up villages to development.
Instead of taking like 7 hours from Lagos to this place, by December we'll take less than 2 hours to get there.
From Lagos, Aigbuji Horea, ITV News.
In another story, the Lagos State government says it has recorded an exclusive breastfeeding rate of 57.4%, surpassing the global target of 50%. As the state government renewed its commitment to strengthen proven interventions that improve infant nutrition and child survival during the 2026 World Breastfeeding Week celebration. Speaking during a press briefing in Alausa, the special advisor to the governor on health, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, said although the state had made significant progress in exclusive breastfeeding, greater efforts were needed to improve early initiation of breastfeeding, which currently stands at just 14%. Addressing journalists on the theme, Breastfeeding for a Sustainable State in Life, Straighten What Works, Dr. Ogunyemi described breastfeeding as one of the most effective child survival strategies, pointing out that breast milk remains the safest, most nutritious, and most affordable source of infant nutrition.
Still the main news on ITV. Stay tuned for other stories after this time out.
Vacancy, vacancy, vacancy. Join our team of dedicated educators and professionals. A reputable nursery, primary, and secondary school is inviting qualified, passionate, and experienced individuals to apply for the following positions: teaching positions, mathematics, civic education, biology.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Well, thank you and appreciate you so much for staying with us on the news. The Governing Council of the Edo State College of Health Sciences and Technology has reaffirmed its commitment to repositioning the institution to produce highly skilled healthcare professionals capable of meeting the state's growing health needs. The commitment was made during the Council's inaugural meeting following its inauguration by the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Ukpebholo, where members deliberated on strategies to strengthen academic programs, improve infrastructure, and introduce innovative initiatives that will advance technical and health education in the state. Efusa Owangwe tells us more.
During the meeting, members of the council agreed that introducing fresh ideas and strategic reforms is essential to transforming the college into a leading center for middle-level healthcare training in Nigeria. Chairman of the Governing Council, Dr. Mrs. Imusili Mdoka, said the council is determined to build a future where Edo State becomes the foremost producer of competent healthcare professionals. She explained that the council's priorities include strengthening existing programs, introducing new courses to address manpower shortages in the health sector, and expanding opportunities for students.
Our vision is simple: to transform Edo State College of Health Science and Technology into one of the foremost college of health technology in the world, not just Africa. This vision is achievable. It requires commitment, it requires innovation, it requires teamwork, and that's why I'm happy today that the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, and the principals of the school are here in this first meeting.
Earlier, the provost of the college, Dr. Moyo Kasim, briefed members of the council on the institution's operations. He said the college currently runs accredited programs across its schools, including environmental health technology, medical laboratory technology, health information management, pharmacy technology, and community health. Dr. Kasim noted that the institution, established in 1964, is one of the oldest health training colleges in Nigeria, currently has over 1,200 students enrolled in its national diploma and higher national diploma programs.
All of our programs on campus are accredited, so we're now offering ND and HND only in the college. We've been charged to make sure that we make this college the best in the world, and that's what we promise His Excellency, to make sure that success is going to be our motto.
Council assured the public of its commitment to sustaining academic excellence, maintaining accreditation standards, and equipping graduates with the knowledge and practical skills required to strengthen healthcare delivery in Edo State and beyond. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has reaffirmed its commitment to rewarding academic excellence as a way of encouraging young people to strive for success. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, demonstrated this commitment by presenting a cash award of 1 million naira to Master Daniel Osagiobare, an indigene of Edo, who emerged as the 4th best candidate nationwide in the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME, scoring 368 to become the highest scorer in the South-South region. Presenting the reward at the Government House in Benin City, the Deputy Governor described Daniel's achievement as a source of pride to Edo State, saying it reflects the immense potential of Edo State's youths when given the right support and opportunities. He noted that the Senator Monday Ukbewolu's led administration remains committed to investing in quality education, nurturing exceptional talents, and inspiring more students to pursue academic excellence. The beneficiary, Daniel Osagiobare, and his father, Christopher Osagiobare, thanked the Edo State government for the recognition, describing the reward as a great motivation to remain focused on his academic goals, while his father expressed appreciation, saying the gesture would inspire many other young Nigerians to excel in their studies. It was a solemn and uplifting atmosphere as family members, church leaders, friends, and well-wishers gathered to commemorate the first remembrance of the founder of the Rema Spring Church, late Reverend Jegede Tex Franklin. Ivie Ugbo reports that the revered clergyman was remembered for his unwavering commitment to God's work and impact on countless lives. The report is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
The memorial service was filled with heartfelt tributes, prayers, and reflections on the life and times of late Reverend Jegede Tex Franklin. Bishop Dixon Ubahon of Church of God Mission International delivered the sermon, encouraging the congregation to remain steadfast in their faith while reflecting on the life and legacy of late Reverend Franklin.
So it's Dr. Franklin who has finished, but the vision continues.
In an interview, Reverend Violent Franklin eulogized her late husband as a caring father and a dedicated servant of God. She said she will always treasure the moments they shared together throughout their years of marriage and in the vineyard of God. Children of the deceased described their late father as a quintessential companion and devoted servant of God. They said they missed him dearly and will continue to uphold the values and legacy he left behind.
There are times we just take me in the car and we stroll out. We're looking at houses, big houses, and say, when we look at all these things, tomorrow, all these things will be small things before us.
I really missed my dad.
He just made everybody's life brighter, made everybody's life better.
Pastor Phil Aroje, in his tribute, extolled late Reverend Jegede Franklin as a devoted servant of God whose life and ministry impacted many. Some members of Rema Springs Church described the deceased as a humble servant of God, a visionary leader, and a mentor whose teachings continue to inspire them.
Reverend Dr. J.T. Franklin can be described as someone who came, he saw, and he conquered. He did his best while he was on earth here.
Small, big, mighty, he mingles with everyone.
Words are not enough to express the impact he had in us.
The remembrance service concluded with family, friends, and church members lighting candles and laying flowers in honor of late Reverend Jegede Franklin from Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Elders and residents of Igwoshodi Nikbemaba community in Edo State have renewed their commitment to peace, unity, and sustainable development, declaring that anyone found responsible for disrupting the peace of the community would face the consequences of the traditional Ayilala oath. The declaration was made during a peace oath ceremony aimed at ending the lingering dispute and fostering harmony within the community. Esther Ogoro brings us details.
Community elders explained that Igwoshodi Nikpema is a peaceful community under the authority of the Oba of Benin, stressing that the traditional rite was performed to invoke the Ayelala deity against anyone working against the peace, unity, and progress of the area.
Bebona eke ne no maije no na doto Igwoshodi Nikbemaba ne wahia ade ofurero ne wa den wado ti dole oto wa we do abolo wayo of alawoda oni magwalo.
Speaking at the ceremony, the Okagele of the community, Kenneth Omorogbe, described the Ayelala oath as a respected traditional process for establishing innocence and ensuring accountability among those accused of undermining the community's peace. He called on sons and daughters of the community, both at home and in diaspora, as well as prospective investors and land developers, to partner with the community in driving development. He also dismissed allegations that members of the community assaulted the Odionwe, describing the claim as unfounded.
Ayelala manado mo by boy wo ni rewo na opotize ewuwugbo mana vie yala jan do tieve de na opiare no kuri no we yeko na we mana de mana do tie boyo idola se fe na ya ha me iwe we ma ya fefefe keniro wa kenorisi ne ya adiowa we ma ya fure.
The community leaders expressed optimism that the peace oath ceremony will bring an end to the lingering disagreements, strengthening unity among residents, and create a peaceful environment that will attract investment and accelerate development in the Igwoshodi Nikpema community. From Benin, Esther Ogoro, ITV News.
A Benin-based entrepreneur, Mr. Christopher Obasi, has taken possession of his landed property measuring 1,000 by 1,000 feet at Obagi Nebusa community in Ikbubauka local government area of the state, following the execution of a court judgment in his favor. The enforcement exercise was carried out by the Edo State Chief Belief in the presence of the security personnel and counsels to the successful claimant. Efosa Wangwe reports.
Officials of the Edo State Judiciary, led by the Chief Bailiff, arrived at the property to enforce the court's judgment and formally hand over possession to the claimant. Speaking during the exercise, the Chief Bailiff, Mr. Theophilus, said the enforcement was carried out in compliance with a valid court order, explaining that his responsibility was to ensure that the judgment was executed in accordance with the law.
We have executed perfectly the 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet, and we have handed possession to the judgment creditor in the presence of police officers from the state command, the judgment creditor council in Obagi Nebusa Ikbubauka local government, as registered at number 38 at page 1 in volume 2 of the certificate of occupancy.
Practical handing over, as it were, executing the judgment of the court by the bailiff of court led by the chief bailiff. We are happy that it's been a long walk, but today the property itself the execution have not only been levied as it were, but it has been handed over to the claimant as the rightful owner. We discovered a couple of persons, notwithstanding several notices, knowledge of the fact that the matters were in court, they maintain grave silence without care. They've been building. Unfortunately, we have done what we need to do this morning, and we'll take it up from there.
With the completion of the enforcement process, Mr. Christopher Obasi has formally taken possession of the property, bringing the execution of the court judgment to its conclusion. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Natives of Ekoabetu community along the Benin-Akure Road in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State have announced the dissolution of the leadership committee and the community, alleging poor leadership and lack of development. They made the announcement during a peaceful protest to the communications complex of independent television, ITV and radio in Iguosa. Esther Ogoro brings details.
Natives of Ekoabetu chanting songs to express their grievances against alleged oppression in the community. Spokesperson for the protesters, who is the newly elected youth chairman Okaigele Elvis Enoragbo, alleged that the former chairman invited the police to disrupt the transition process and appeal to the relevant authorities to intervene, ensure peace and support the community's decision.
We now see that there's no progress, we don't have social amenities. There is no market, there is no school, no good road, no healthcare center, no town hall. So when I say, okay, there is need for a change. So the elders and the youth now make an agreement that we need a change. So it has been dissolved for 2 weeks now. So today now, they now elected me out as the next youth leader.
Other natives, including Ayeni Felix and Florence Obare, alleged that the decision to remove the former executive followed years of poor leadership, lack of development, and unaccounted proceeds from land sales. They appeal to the state government and security agencies to intervene and respect the community's decision.
We now choose to make one other youth that can take up our youth property.
They don't carry a command now. He say one arrest Edda went there for village. He go carry police today. He don't agree. Say one command. He don't want command. He say one go arrest. So now we call announce. Make it come out. We don't want time again. I beg.
Community members called on the Edo State government and security agencies to recognize the newly constituted leadership and ensure that peace and order are maintained in the community. From Benin, Esther Ogoro, ITV News.
Natives of Ikweniro community in Ikpobalka local government area of Edo State have disassociated themselves from the sale of government land in the community. The natives spoke during a visit by officials of the Edo GIS and the Committee on Protection of Government Property, alleging that estate land developers TWIC has been responsible for the sales. The report is presented by Ehis Uhonamure.
The spokesperson for the Ikweniro community, Peter Onarino, said they were surprised when Edo GIS and members of the Edo State Protection of Government Property stormed the village and accused them of illegal sales of land. Onarino said they are law-abiding natives of Ikweniro community and do not engage in illegalities. He maintained that for some time now, it is only the estate land developer, TWEC, owned by one Jerry Kashala and his cronies, that have been selling land in the community and not the indigenes.
The thing we hear everywhere say we Ikweniro people we sell land for Ikwen. That land when they talk they go everywhere. Not be we the sell them, we not get half for it. The elders, the youth, nobody get half for that land. Person when he dey sell am, na him be Jerry Kashala, the director of TWEC Estate. Himself and Ohegie, na dem dey gather dey sell am.
Reacting to the allegation, the CEO of TWEC Estate Developer, Mr. Jerry Kashala, said there was no truth in whatever the community natives are saying. He denied any involvement in illegal sales of land.
The document you used to check that it's not a government land, everything is there. It's not a government land, please.
From Benin, Ehis Ohunamuri, ITV News.
You're still on to the ITV main news, broadcasting live on independent television. We'll take a short breather to bring you more reports shortly to stay.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them over, dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Moving on, the West African Examinations Council, WAEC, says 61.54% of the candidates who sat for the 2026 West African Senior School Certificate Examination for school candidates secured 5 credit and above, including English language and mathematics, leaving 38.46% unable to meet the benchmark. The head of the Nigerian National Office of WAEC, Dr. Amos Dangote, announced this during a press briefing at the council's headquarters in Yaba, Lagos State, where he released the result of the 2026 computer-based WAEC for the school's candidates. The WAEC boss disclosed that 1,959,668 candidates from 24,207 schools registered for the examination, while 1,950,726 candidates eventually sat for the test conducted between April 24th and June 19th, 2026. According to him, 1,834,695 candidates, representing 94.05% of those who sat for the examination, had their results fully processed and released, while the result of 116,031 candidates, representing 5.95%, were still being processed due to unresolved issues. He assured that efforts were ongoing to conclude the processing and release of the outstanding results within a few days. Dangote says that the affected candidates would not be able to assess their results until the defaulting state government paid their debt to the council. He further said that 1,200,514 candidates, representing 61.54% of those who sat for the examination, obtained credit in at least 5 subjects, including English language and mathematics, noting that the performance represented 1.42% decline compared to the 2025 examination. Talking business news, where Nigeria's upstream oil and gas sector is projected to attract between $30 billion and $50 billion in fresh offshore investment over the next 5 years, as the country moves to unlock new production capacity through 22 major offshore projects. The Commission said that the anticipated investment is expected between 2026 and 2030, and would not only increase crude oil production but also create thousands of jobs, expand critical infrastructures, and strengthen Nigeria's energy security. The Commission Chief Executive Officer of the NUPROC, Oishemeiwa Eyeson, disclosed this in a keynote address delivered on her behalf by the Executive Commissioner for Development and Production, Enorese Amadasun, at the Society of Petroleum Engineers, SPE, Nigeria's annual international conference and exhibition. According to the Commission, the growing pipeline of offshore projects reflects improving investors' confidence in Nigeria's following reforms introduced under the Petroleum Industry Act PIA 2021 and the Commission's drive to make licensing and project approval more transparent. On entertainment scene, where Rihanna's partner A&AP Rocky says that the Barbadian singer, songwriter, and businesswoman and actress could be set to break a decade-long album hiatus. The rapper said on the Jason Lee podcast on Wednesday that Rihanna is in the studio right now. The singer and beauty mogul from Barbados, whose real name is Roblyn Fenty, has not released a full album since 2016 Untied. In February last year, Rihanna said she felt really optimistic about a new album. She also added that she cannot put up anything mediocre, stressing after waiting 8 years, you might as well wait for some more. Since her last album, Rihanna has released singles, including some linked to film projects, including 2022's Lift Me Up for Black Panthers and Wakanda Forever. She has also launched multiple businesses, including her popular makeup range, Fenty Beauty, and a lingerie company. 38-year-old net worth has been estimated by Forbes at over $1 billion. And to more in the exciting world of sports, let's join our sport correspondent Solomon Aina from our sport desk to give us more updates in the world of sports.
On sport news, defending champions Nigerian Flying Eagle will take on Burkina Faso in the finals of the WAFU Under-20 Championship. The showdown will be a rematch of their Group B meeting, where the Young Stallions secured a 2-0 victory over the Flying Eagles. Nigeria booked their place in the final after defeating host Cote d'Ivoire 4-2 on penalties, following a thrilling 2-2 draw after extra time. Burkina Faso meanwhile advanced with a 2-0 extra time win over Niger Republic in their other semi-final. The champions will qualify for the 2027 Under-20 African Cup of Nations. Abu Mekeba's side are aiming to win the regional title for a third consecutive time, having lifted the trophy in the last 2 editions. Golden Eaglet head coach Uwajemori Ebuberise has called up a total of 62 players to camp as the team commences its screening and training program ahead of this year's WAFU Under-17 Championship. The list is made up of 5 goalkeepers, 18 defender, 20 midfielder, and 19 forward. The players have been advised to report to camp in Abuja as Ebuberise and his assistant Kali Mohamed Kachala and Abdullahi Isa begin the task of building another world champion squad, with Nigeria having won the global title 5 times in the past. This year's WAFU Under-17 Championship will take place in the month of October. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon Aino.
And it's been a great time on the ITV main news for tonight. On behalf of my colleagues, Charity Tanko in Abuja and Patricia Gabriels in Lagos, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for being a part of the news. Do have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
Passengers, not the kind minibus and the kind car where you dey enter. Passenger, not be every bus or car you see you go enter. Look at well. What happened? All the bus, Ministry of Transport, yellow and red, but no number, no code. No code. Now code be the problem. You know, yeah. Say for this level, this area when I did so iki happen last 2 weeks. You know they see the way that the road be, so they talk about government no they do road for any season. Dry season I government they do road. They talk on those guys. Okay, government no they do road for any season. Mommy, how are you? Nice to see you. You know what to make me call here? Yes. We get one report to say make passenger knife they want enter bus. Yes. Maybe they know the kind bus. Understand? Because they wanted to come put some allegation for our head for here. No. Kidnapper and bandits said that they load for this place. Okay. Now I said no, make I come. Yes. Me confirm. As you confirm, I see this year. No, if passenger want enter bus for this junction. May they look the face well. Very important. Old school. Like you so they know you now. Old school. As I did, I never mama. Passenger know me, I know passenger. I know my own know me. All those who carry motor from other side to call here, they load, they carry motor to go. Other people in the talk so. Other people that they work for dancing and you believe. For evening they will come and they work for their route they don't get. Now they carry a part for the kind of people. No, you won't tell me say the people where they work here, the chairman, when people they organize here, they know the bus driver where they work here. Yes. See the list. All of you. Yes. The list all your number. I mean, but you know, yes, so iki happen here. You know, here. Yes. So let me hear they walk. Let me hear they walk. They walk here. Now they tell you so they walk here. They go carry the plan back. They load for back. Yeah, let me our line. They carry to go for business. Last I go they load. Other than be dancing motor and nipini motor, and they call it load. If I won't go power now, Unibe now. Yeah. Now tell us the boss now confirm. If you see me there, you say confirm. The big part. Because that mean that the. Now we dey control. Now we dey control yes. Make it dey fall for one chance. But you understand me? When bus go there online, they don't turn by turn. When the bus go, they go work. Can't leave all the bus. Or say they plan to where they go. No. They'll go from that side. That place go enter motor for there. And maybe motor when they enter, only 2 people they inside. Other 2 people na thief. Doesn't they go they enter? They'll go rob them for that. So if passengers see one bus they load, they enter here na genuine. No, if passengers see where they load. Make them make sure say the food bus. I enter the next bus. They go front, say they want go enter the one. Maybe say if they blow, they go for this area here. It not concern us. Yes, no. I true that. We dey agree. It don't tell. Respect, greetings. Passenger want enter bus for this Ibiwe. Yes. I go tell no the confirmatory bus because of something wey happened 2 weeks ago. Yes. We get packed. Now yes, that be our park. Now they give us the motor they load, so that anyone may do load for back. They no load for our park here. All those impatient drivers, all those armed robber, kidnapper, now back now they for the go they load. Now here be the park where they give us the motor they load. If they forget this, they forget load. Now here they give them back. They come here, give them back. Yes, those people where we say. They do that thing, now for first. New Benin. That's an allegation, no. No, it don't fit us on our first mini bus. Now they call the office here. Nothing. You know what you want to do one day, If not be say I not put your cash, but that's what say he plate number not come day back, but he put for front and not see. When they don't push that girl to away, Now they pass that wire road. They zoom past it. Now the guy come me say whether I know that motor. Now say oh, I don't see the plate number. I say this motor not be this route for the work. Hello. But why did they thief minibus? Minibus. Yes, so this is go for 2 years here. No dey go a month now. You don't get the motor you dey here now. Another say another year. You get the motor now. Now here you dey work?
No, no be how they work. I come out road, but you go watch it for here. No, I come out road.
You know that driver?
No shake in a parking.
Oga, now you get this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you the real driver of this bus?
I'm the real driver now.
The driver that be? Yes. Are you the driver of this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Because you know, yes, one day some kidnappers use this level to take operate.
Yeah, now.
Why you hide your face? Sit down well. But now your boss be this?
Yes.
Sit down well. Now, why code not there your back?
Which code be that one?
That number.
They never do and come out now. I just spray my motor now.
What they said you okay. Now they pursue all of them. Now they pursue all of them. They not fit park here.
No. Who park here? No way to go see now. Don't say Martin, no way to go see. Who knows say get make up time here? Don't be talking about man, make up put on. You go no say
yes. Minibus not fit load for you.
You want that? You want that no? But you go no say yes, kaki not be leather, make up pack on. Dirty. Dirty. Dirty.
This ring road, people they complain about this ring road. Now I don't go ask all those drivers whether the people, all these drivers where they work here, whether they know them. You know, say one matter happened like 2 weeks ago when they say kidnapper can't use minibus load for here.
That's what they talk.
But I know since then, that's why all of Nana don't come.
Now I make all of us day here, they watch. We wear uniform. Sunday we not still wear uniform. Sunday we not wear uniform. So once he look, make we see all those there one chance. You know when the they happen before, now we for sure all of them.
Yes.
So now since they're not this side, they're not about the day before. Now they don't come this side, we'll pursue them. We'll go hold them, no worry.
What will be your advice for passengers? Because some passengers, now any bus they just enter, they just jump.
The thing is that's why we always preach about this Central Park. Very important. You see, but if they take that place now, they're not going to see one chance more to enter. Because we not fit there all the time. I fit there here now, I go here, say hold up there, I go that side again. Because these people now, and the time when they come, they're not they come for daytime. Now in the evening, they come. Around that kind 4, 5. Now all those time, they'll look and say all those security agents, most of them don't close. The hair go down. They'll your come, they'll this, and all these people, they go get old man, they will get old woman, we go there inside the motor. And they go get old man, old woman inside the motor. So you now, if you want to enter, now you can't see old man. You see it the day, you see it your man, you go enter. And meanwhile, the people they want to perpetrate the evil now, they go there front. As they come up from where everybody there now, they will come do like say stop them, you go enter. The other will do like say stop them, go enter. Now so I tell the car, if now here we for the hold them.
What if we not catch anyone now? What will happen?
If we catch anyone, I know 2 ways about it. The governor don't talk now execution now for ring road. After that 2 weeks court now execution. So for me, you know say we catch at the right time, they will see good evidence, they prosecute them. That's it, you
everywhere gallant. Any person went to anyhow.
It's anyhow. Thank you, sir.
Hello, how far? Correct. I don't suffer, not be small. Or per se, I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Oh. Now you make I join this business. However, Mona relax, no small, the soup that finish. Mona relax. The soup that finish. I don't suffer, not be small.
I guess.
Poverty not good at all. Oh. Now you make I join this business.
2,000.
I see you now. Manicure and pedicure. Manicure and pedicure. I see you now. They're everywhere. Manicure and pedicure. They're everywhere.
Manicure and pedicure. Now what? No, what you do here?
They work then and now they ask me what they do for you. Now they give me work. No understand.
How can a mature guy tell you not get work? How be banana you the say so?
I supposed to be here.
Because the banana from my backyard they grow anyhow, from my front they grow anyhow. No banana will scatter everywhere for Nigeria. You cannot work on the price. I mean, you not call the insult me. From my backyard, they grow every 3 months. Now it they come out.
3 months don't reach now. That tomorrow be the 3 months. No, you go.
Not the person here, like how much this one?
Only 2 million.
That's 2,000.
Only 2 million. That is cold.
I give you West Alako. I give you West Alako. I give you West Alako. 2,000 naira.
You know where you are there?
That one with my backyard go Surat.
You know Surat make something. What did they happen?
But you know America. You okay? We never. I they see you all the time. They admire your program.
Waiting they happen soon. Now waiting they happen. Boss soon. Now waiting they happen. Boss soon. Now waiting they happen. Waiting they happen.
Who
they drive the motor? Who they drive the motor? No, I want to know who they drive the motor. About so many one-chance minibus not everywhere. Who is the driver of the motor? Clear. Now get the bus. No, some boys, some minibus go kidnap.
All the show for the unit. I want to show for the unit.
That don't know where the shadow does now, you know.
Yes, the thing is they work for check now.
You know.
The thing is now we are for the apple. You know those Oluku Road. They say batch you know they are better madam borrow me your format makeup. Before you know, they you give them they say our batch you not good. Before you say bypass. What do you say now? So you know say mini bus agent. If you like zoomile, when they mark guard, already help everybody when you see you. Mark your guard. Now you they show they help with your phone, your item, your phone accessories. You have go.
No, make the passenger mark the guard.
No, not mark your guard. Not go let the hard way. Oh, not go let the hard way.
Passenger mark your guard. Oh, passenger hold your outside. Passenger mark your guard. Oh.
Do small.
Waiting they happen.
So far not be small. Or per se, I guess sense. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Are you the driver of this bus?
No, I'm the conductor.
Passenger, hold your guide. Passenger, hold your guide. With this man when I see for this bus, my mind don't call down.
Okay.
They cover your eye. If they kidnap you now, I will tell no say you dey inside the bus. If they kidnap you now, I will tell no say now you dey inside the bus. Passenger, hold yourself. Oh. Huh? I think say you not see me. You never hear say federal government of Nigeria don't ban all this sachet.
I never know why you not go stop company. It's supposed me if I go company now.
Okay, no, you dey talk sense. Before NAFDAC go call the arrest you now. May they go arrest the company.
The company and people may sell them for Mission Road. If they don't arrest some people, no, see we take back, no buy again.
You never hear say federal government don't give NAFDAC power. Any man, any woman, where they say this sachet drink, make them arrest them.
No, I never hear. I never hear. My first time when I hear them for your mouth.
Okay, it's not the first time when you hear them for my mouth.
Truth. I never hear them.
Say they don't ban all this drink that they put for sachet.
I never hear them. Truth. I don't feel like give you. I never hear them.
And where you they buy and they see they sell them?
They sell. They sell them.
The Mission Road and Company they sell them.
If they are ready, they stop the company. All these of you
people tell us say they don't ban them, but they don't tell us. Me no know. My first time.
No.
If of you go stop her.
No.
Who stop her?
No, Nigerians they drink all this sachet where?
You don't know.
You know fit also you don't know. Sorry, let me pick up my guy. So you don't know say
if they stop company, of you go start to the back for company. As of you go they sell that, we go they still sell for us. They don't fit us, they don't sell for us. If of you go company say they want back, company of it say no sell for them. If they stop company, of you go start to the back for company. That we now will still start to the follow of you go the back for mission.
Waiting these people when they sell them to the consumers, they talk say if true federal government and NAFDAC ready, make the federal hold the company where they produce all these sachets. And the person
will suppose more arrest, don't be we. Now company and then go people
shop. Now we define. How we go take 6 months to chop. Now we just define. So if they go tell them say make they not do them again, we ourselves will not go say. We'll find another thing we will go do. Because this one now one that come 1 + 1 and 2. Now we take the manage, say they survive.
Where is the driver of this bus? Hope so now know the driver of this bus where they load this motor. Now people take the enter one chance, so you say you don't go. Passenger go enter, they go jump enter, they go enter one chance. They don't go no say na kidnapper bus, they don't enter. Wow. Oga, respect boss. Are you the driver of this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you the driver of this bus? No, because we want to know who be the driver of the bus. We don't want to enter one chance. I know. Passenger, know the kind mini bus where you the enter. Oh. Passenger, know the kind mini bus where you the enter.
Don't be loud, one chance, what is 1 kilo? Don't stop for, don't say, one chance.
Okay, along.
Don't be park. Along.
And that alone, then they collect their purse, collect their phone. The creator for park will give you what you lost. Person love iPhone, I carry I give him. You understand? But if you enter, then for yesterday, I enter here around 5. I can't tell that one man say, estate gate now 500. He said no, they carry 400. As he reach there, not reach 30 minutes, he dey cry come back. What happen? He said they don't collect before collect money, they push out away. Now say that one good for you. Enter bus, you say no. You want to go enter along. Now they thief for this road.
Hey!
And they tell you the truth. And the truth be that. If I say she entered this one that day, they for no thief her. What will they see?
Yeah, United. Well, United, yeah.
We don't know ourselves.
Yes.
The person of you come from Kobai, call the load here.
No, whatever.
Except we don't see her.
But a minibus at the drive now. I don't carry my minibus for a 2 hour call load here.
You not the general, your face show for the worldwide. Everybody know you. Understand?
So that bus where they go now, this bus where they load now,
we know. See the owner.
All of us we know ourselves.
So what will be your advice for passengers now?
What will we advise? Make them enter motor for park. Make them they find because 100 naira. Because 100 naira, maybe here na 300. You go they find 200 naira how they go. Problem don't come.
This way they forget for motor, go see another. As they forget another, they'll come meet her. As fast in a park. Anything where they forget for motor, they go see and all those things where they there.
Like what they front up. Passenger.
Now person forget this one. Now person forget this one.
You see
now person forget your eyeglass. Now there will come meet time.
Any year we take come.
Any year we take come. Now there will come meet time.
They are back. Many passengers say that they enter one chance for this.
Now one chance now that they enter Wawa. Maybe they look face. Maybe they come back. If they come back, they load, no problem. But if they say, imagine say they go Lagos. Lagos now I think 20,000. Somebody say one carry you for 12,000. You go enter.
Now along the road.
No, for instance, say now what they cause problem with that. So if they enter, may they forget say the money. If they enter for the normal place, no problem.
Passenger. How are you? Passenger. How are you?
I greet you, sir.
How business now?
Sir, fine.
People they buy them.
They buy them.
Small.
Small. No say they go say na food they want. Na food. They say they never chop belle food. They say they want buy perfume. Now man call they patronize them. If not, they not go buy.
You can't give them some letters.
I tell you.
You talk, preach.
Say
good me body they sent.
Yes.
Go say but you never.
Say money not reach to buy food for belle. What they want use perfume do? I go they beg them. Oga was soon not be smart you.
But if you get opportunity to me, you take get work with better pass this one.
Hey, Baba God don't do well.
Now you leader.
Nah. What you talk so na better thing?
No, you believe say God will locate your help and I mean you get better work.
Just now, yeah. If God bring better locator, what go locate me, go favor me. I don't bomb that one because wisdom there. I tell the.
How will they reach you?
Me. If you reach me, I'll give you my number.
Give me your number. People they watch us online.
Just now, man.
But if anytime I come this place, I'll see you.
Just now, every day. Now they also they preach when they buy this perfume. Every day, I tell you.
But you say if you see work way past this one.
Sharply, I move.
Give me your number.
Okay, my number is 0. Okay, my quick. Sharp. Now God just bless me so. My helper don't locate me. 081
186 414
97. Ogban. Don't can flash me inside.
You feel work any work?
To Mandala. I go work.
Any work?
I say you not see us everywhere cause there's everywhere they hot. Any work even on a clear, even on a like bouquet, I don't go. That's so.
What do you want to use this money to?
This money, if you reach me, but get small picky for us where I see they also go they feed. Money your corner, open business, also they. I be tell you, only say I don't see money to open shop. Now I can do also like this. I learn and work.
Stop this your number. Learn hand work.
Yes now.
I like machine. You like me? You get machine, Abi?
Yes now.
Machine. Hey, what be your name?
My name is Faith. Or Nyeme.
What you doing?
We do pataki.
Faith perfume. So you believe say through this talk when me they talk so God will locate your helper for work?
In fact, God already locates me. As I always say so, God already locates me.
Any work your work?
Yes. I don't go. Even though anyone will just give me now, I clean you and I sweep you, I don't go. But in fact, as me and you they talk so God don't locate me. I thank God and I thank God where I thank RTV. God go bless RTV. God go bless RTV. Nobody go feel bringing RTV down in Jesus' name.
So you believe as you see me so?
Every
your mother don't show.
I tell you, God don't bless.
When I come here online, more come out for streets.
Amen.
She say any work she go work.
Yes. Come on.
I don't suffer, not be small. Upon say I get sense. Only God can do
what no man can do.
Unchangeable.
Unchangeable God.
Reliable
God.
Only God can do.
Only God can do
what no man can do. God will locate you. Will locate you. Will locate you. Hey, wait.
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they
His Excellency, you know, say you tell me that they say you should bring out the bus. Who will bring her? Bring her, come out. So that all this our conductor, our driver. One of the biggest problems when Nigerians they face na transportation. Transportation don't chop their salary. Transportation don't chop 60 to 70% of their salary. His Excellency, that new bus where you want to bring so now free we go take enter.
Amen.
Who say amen?
Amen. Amen.
I said the new bus will come now one bring come now free will take enter.
Amen.
Till election day.
Amen.
His Excellency, they say amen. No. that new bus where you want to bring come and so now free will take enter.
Amen.
Till January 16. That bus, may I tell you the name?
No.
The name of the bus is Akpako bus. You know, say before we get comrade bus, this one is Akpako.
I might ask you a question. Why is it that waiting people talk? Waiting we talk for our mouth, no the chat for TV. Why?
No, this one where you talk so.
Why don't they chat for TV?
No, this one where you talk so I must bring her come out.
Why don't they chat for TV?
I must bring her come out.
People go talk waiting there, but no, we don't say for news. You know, you got off. Why? Why no do like want to do like that? They go come out with person talk. You don't think you made the woman here to government. Why you go off?
Wait till they talk so we go show am.
Show am, I got him show am. Una go let no talk, don't go come out for TV now. You bring the one where they sweet to people here.
No, you dey blame television station for Nigeria.
Yes, I'm blaming you for not up. Yes, I dey blame una. Una dey do who here.
Television station?
Yes. No, they said the needful. I got up better thing, we know that thing go cover up. No show the way people dey say, make they this to the government. It is wrong. If you not talk, they go know what they talk about. No fear on our head, no good. Una be our eye, una be our representative for that place. Now go talk within the put and cut and off. Carry the one way we put for people here, no good. No good.
I can't kill myself.
Kill yourself.
I can't kill myself. Oh.
Waiting they happen.
Okay, we're there for Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. And we're there for King Square. Hey!
You know what's happened? I beg, I'm waiting at the top of this country now, man. We all know. I want to know what did they happen for
okay, what's your problem? What's your problem?
The problem now, what did they happen for this country now? I want to know.
How much you take that for today?
For now, 1,350 for this country now. Me, I don't tell you. I don't tell you. No. I won't go Libya. I won't go Libya. This Libya now, I won't go now. I want to leave this country.
When people they talk, say, Makuna, Wakana, you say you want to go Libya.
I say I won't go Libya. This country don't tire me. It don't tire me. It don't tire me. From that, tomorrow now, I go Libya. Tomorrow, I go Libya.